Okay. So we're in the fight caves. We've got our banker's note. What? What is the point of this relic? It doesn't work!
Did you bark it?
No! Weeble! What? What? Oh my god! I did 150k! In 3, in 2, in 1! Come on, come on, come on! Let's go! Boom! It's done! No way! No way! There's no way! It's not over! That's small. Boom! Oh my god! What the? What? All right, Zuck, please give me a full book. That would make me so happy, dude. Oh, let's go! I got the full book! Oh, what the? What? No way! There is no way! I've never had a double drop in my life with this boss! Charge! Boss! I teleported! What? Oh my god! What the f— What?
You're short, you're bad at the game, and you can't even kill Harak.
Alright, and I just went like that.
Ow! Oh! Double rim! Oh my god! Oh my god, double rim! World first! There's no way! There's actually no way! That is so insane! I'm critting. That's it. Done. Let's go! Yes! Are you ready? 3, 2, done! Yes! Boom! So I'm kind of hoping that I don't get a drop on a reroll. Oh my god! Just kidding! I'm absolutely kidding! I take it back! 3, 2, 1! Yes, let's go! Let's freaking go, dude! Yes! 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 Okay! Back to the G! Quick! Did I win? No shot! What? Wait, what? A double drop? It's done! Let's go! Bang! Put the teleport. Holy shit. Done. Let's go! Golden defeater completed. Oh, we cooked that P11. Nice and easy. Nice and smooth with it. Good morning, gamers. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I am so excited. I missed you guys over the last week. I had an awesome visit to Daggex HQ. Wait, a 30-minute long update? Huh? Oh, man. Okay. Welcome, everybody. How's everyone doing? I missed you guys so much over the last week. I'm exhausted. I spent 14 hours getting home yesterday, and now we're here, and I am so excited for the roadmap reveal. I mean, just based on the marketing, right? they have been marketing it as a new era of RuneScape is here. Like, look, even the logo is different. Like, stuff is happening here. Stuff is changing. Like, this gonna be a big one, team. Honestly, this might be the big one, to be entirely honest with you. But yeah, I'm so stoked. This is always such a fun day. So the plan for today is we're gonna watch the roadmap RS ahead, obviously. And then if there's like a blog or whatever, we'll then go through every single thing on it and talk about it. That is the plan. But yeah, dude, I'm so excited. I also don't want to get baited because the premiere is going to start in 3 minutes, right? And then usually what happens after that is there's another timer. So I think there's going to be a timer into another timer. Tiny T, thank you so much for the resub. Zerp, thank you for the sub. Gupard, thank you for the sub. Goody, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to it. How are you guys feeling? There's a stream after the premiere. Oh, really? Okay, well then we'll do that. Then we'll do the premiere, and then we'll do the stream, and then we'll do yeah, that's perfect. I'm honestly game for whatever. I'm just I'm really, really, really excited about today. I think it's gonna be a special day. I think yeah, I've already got a scene made with my face cam a little smaller too, so I'm not getting in the way of anything. But yeah, also we'll talk about my trip to Jagex as well. At some point, it was really good. It went really well. It was the best trip that I think I've ever had to Jagex by a long shot. It felt noticeably, discernibly different and better than any previous one. So, all that to say, I'm ready to have my mind blown. I'm ready to hear what this new era of RuneScape is going to look like. And I think it's going to be really fun. I'm just looking forward to it. I'm so excited. Shavar, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Welcome in. Welcome back. But yeah, I'm very excited. I think yeah, we'll see. I also know a lot of people are nervous, and you know what? I'll say it. I am too. I am absolutely nervous too. Did I meet Mod North for the first time? I did. We spoke for like half an hour. Turns out he's very familiar with the content. He said he watched my stream when Treasure Hunter was getting voted to delete, and he watched me vote like 30 times, which... Anyway, my ban might be in the mail, to be honest, but but yeah, no, did meet him. I mean, honestly, I met everybody. Like, look, this we did this, but like this was all of the creators as well as the RS team, and we spent so much time with everybody, and it was great. It was awesome. Everybody was so cool. It was great. And then I don't even know how I got into this picture. The old school people were taking a picture. And they were all looking real cool. And then I can't remember if it was Bodhi or it was C Engineer, but one of them looked over to me and went, "Get in." So I got in, and then it's like, it's literally all of the old school goats and then me. I shouldn't be in this picture, but I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. And then Mr. Protox. Look, why do we both look so short? Anyway, we're going to look at this one instead. But yeah. Welcome, everybody. Sir LV, thank you for the sub. Dylan, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. How's it going? You created EOC, and it's time for EOC 3. But yeah, no, what are you guys thinking? Polymarket has RuneScape 4 at 90%. Kilsa, I took a week off because I was a little burnt out too. I'd prefer if you didn't ruin my life and give me brain rot 2 minutes into my first stream back. Get out of here with that Polymarket nonsense. But yeah, no, super stoked. Falco, thank you for the sub. Paul, thank you for the sub. Metal Freak, thank you for the sub. We've got a lot to discuss. I'm very excited. I'm just, I don't know. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? Is it going to be terrible? Is it going to be the greatest thing of all time? All right, we've got our 5-minute timer, which means I have 5 minutes to get the framing right. Okay, I don't think we want the chat replay. Brother! Chat! No! How do... What? What? Okay. We're good. We're so back. Okay. And then I'm gonna move myself. I feel like I'm nice and out of the way here. I think this should work. Irish, thank you so much for the 102 months. Appreciate it. Hotspots, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Beat Soup, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Did I get any hints of the answer last week? Yes. Not everything, though, and not in this level of detail. So, we had, there was a keynote on RS3, and it was like 35 minutes long. So, we got some bullet points, basically. And then there was some stuff that we like play tested and some stuff that we didn't really hear a lot about at all. So there's going to be some old info and a lot of brand new info here. I'm gonna be lurking and watching. I don't want to form my thoughts till the post announcement and blog. Yep, fair enough. I'm gonna let it ride, to be honest. I'm hoping to not pause it too many times. That's sort of what I was thinking. But yeah, that's the plan. Also, Nathan has already edited me super short in all the pictures. Thank you, Nathan. I missed this. Who is taller between you and Otoblock? You know, I actually didn't, like, sit down with Otoblock and chat or anything. We just ended up being in a bunch of the same pictures, so I actually couldn't tell you. I feel like I have a lot weighing on how well this RS ahead is. I mean, that's fair. I think a lot of people do. This is the pivotal one. I mean, if they're advertising it as welcome to the new era of RuneScape, I want to be wowed. I want my socks to get sent to Mars. All right, burger socks? No, we got RuneScape. We got RuneScape 25 socks. I'm wearing them today. Oh. But yeah, it's nice to be back. It was very, very busy last week. Just a ton of travel, as you could imagine. One other thing that was really cool as well about the trip, one last thing I'll say is, my wife Anna accompanied us, and she had an absolute blast. That's her right there. She had so much fun, and it was great. And that was one thing about it that was super, super cool. They just want to say, kind of a W Jagex for letting that happen and making that happen. Hope you had fun. Thank you, Isiota. I did. I had a good time. All right, team. Here we go. The final minute. They're calling this an era-defining stream? Bro, they gotta start managing people's expectations, dude. Like, if this were me, I would say RS ahead. What else would I don't know. I wouldn't call it like, I don't know. I feel like when you call anything era defining, this changes everything. Random person, thank you for the 63 months. Appreciate you. Very kind. All right, here we go. Good luck, gamers. Let's get it.
Listen closely, for it is time for me to tell you a story.
Juna.
This new age has been one of strife. The loss of balance initially tipped the scales towards chaos.
Bro, this whole era was
And
so
although
scuffed.
order re-established itself for a short reprieve, it was not before the land had been marred from the conflict. While some events had been long awaited and delivered on an ages-old promise, others were unexpected, perhaps even mocking, and far more divisive. However, no matter which god one followed, to survive in this new age required one to fight to evolve. Many that refused to chose to depart, taking solace in the ways of old. In order to weather this storm,
Oh no.
many who remained felt no choice but to place their own survival paramount. While some others simply continued their daily toil, and a grim few stood firm against the gale, teeth bared in an iron grimace of resistance. Though set apart, we all found ways to survive and fight back. And through each and every one of us, victory has now been achieved.
So we did it?
Now, the gods have been banished once again. The destruction they wrought is slowly being repaired.
Oh!
The
Wait!
wounds they left behind
Wait!
are beginning to heal.
Huh?
The people are returning to their everyday lives. And the allure of treasure has lost its luster.
They Thanos snapped
While
Treasure Hunter!
progress has been made, much work remains to be done. The people must try once again to find the best version of themselves. To remove the clutter and mess still left over from the strife. And to work on new ways of fighting back against the ills that linger on. Only through this can the balance be fully restored, and hope along with it for the old ways and the new to rejoin their hands in harmony. What was lost can never be returned, only mourned. But we can strive towards building something greater.
Wait, the new
And
Lumbridge
together,
looked insane.
Step forwards into a new era.
Okay, damn. Yo! New logo! Okay, we're back, bro. Good start.
Welcome to our biggest RuneScape ahead.
Holy
ever,
crap.
And the start of a bold new era for RuneScape. As we celebrate RuneScape's 25th anniversary, this moment is about looking back, recognizing the highs and the lows over the last 25 years, and taking a defining step in orienting RuneScape towards a bright future. We're unveiling our roadmap plans for the entirety of 2026 and introducing a brand new identity for RuneScape, one that reflects both our heritage, but also our ambition for the years ahead.
I love the new logo. It's so sick.
For me, it's a symbol of renewal, of growth, and of tapping back into the essence of RuneScape at its best. This year is about setting RuneScape back on course to deliver meaningful experiences and lasting value to players. This anniversary year represents more than simply a milestone. For all of us here, we want it to be a turning point, setting RuneScape firmly on course for the future it deserves. And as we continue to evolve across the studio and our games, we're doing so with a clear purpose: to deliver brilliant content that is authentically RuneScape. Experiences that are worth your time and your trust. Now, we've got a fantastic show ahead, taking a deeper look at all of the incredible content planned for 2026 and our new dedicated integrity roadmap. So, without further ado, I'll hand over to the RuneScape team to talk all about the amazing things headed our way this year.
Okay, here we go.
We've got an incredible year ahead, and we cannot wait to finally share what's coming throughout 2026. But before we get into it, let's not forget that extra tiny thing that's happening today. By the time this show ends and we come back online, Treasure Hunter will be gone from RuneScape, and hundreds of gameplay impacting MTX items will no longer be on sale. With that said, let's dive in with our new integrity roadmap, now aptly named the Road to Restoration.
Okay.
The Road to Restoration is an entirely separate set of integrity releases that sits alongside our main content roadmap for 2026. Throughout the year, we'll be giving the core RuneScape experience a ton
API.
of TLC
APIs
to restore
on
a
winter.
stronger foundational experience for every player for years and years to come.
I didn't
With
read the
these
rest.
releases, we'll hit issues like daily skate pressure, early and mid-game skilling balance, visual identity, and a whole load more. And we're excited to kick off this road to restoration through 3 brand new releases going live today, right after
Today?
the show.
Starting with the UI. We unveil a fresh new look.
No way!
It's a familiar update to the UI
Today?
that keeps all the functionality you need, with a cleaner, more classic and fresher look throughout.
We've also improved the default layout to make it a stronger, more versatile alternative and something that works no matter where you are in your journey. As part of this, we're reintroducing the classic circular minimap and chat box, a small but welcome nod to the RuneScape many of us grew up with. This is just the first update in a series of iterative improvements we want to make to the UI, with many more improvements to come, working closely with all of you to take this even further.
Speaking of visuals, our second release today will also introduce cosmetic toggle options.
Oh,
this
man.
will let
Okay,
you
big.
selectively hide other players' worn
Expected, but
customizations
big.
and their animation customizations at your discretion. Not a fan of wings? Hide them. If you want to authentically see what other people are wearing, no problem. That includes you, Timmy, with your half dragon, half adamant combo. We're not here to judge.
I want to take Pup's
All these
ogre outfit
cosmetic
off
toggles will
specifically.
release in today's update, and later this year, we'll give you even more toggle options to hide other players summoning familiar customizations too.
Yo!
Last but not least,
Wait, that's sick
our
too.
third release is a
Familiars
world
is big.
update for Gillinor, focused on iconic free-to-play areas
It looks
like
so good.
Lumbridge, Draenor, and Varrock. These areas now match the visual standards
Wait, is that
we're
today?
establishing across the game, with more to come later this year. And
That's
in what might
insane.
be one of the weirdest patch notes we've ever written, we've also updated all normal oak and willow trees across the entire game to a stronger visual standard,
Okay.
making it more consistent and cohesive with the game world.
And on top of all of that, the in-game rune metrics functionality will be
Yep,
completely
that's-
free for everyone
What?
this
That's the
spring.
biggest one of
this
all
is
time.
part of a wider effort to make tooling more accessible
Wait, look at the
and
new
genuinely
UI.
useful for all players.
Holy
These updates
shit.
mark the start of the road to restoration and set the stage for a year of
Wait,
rebuilding,
so that's all
strengthening
today?
RuneScape's core experience. In February,
Nah,
we'll
bro.
launch our
We might be
combat
back.
modernization update.
We might be
This will
back.
bring the 3 original combat styles into the modern age, building on the things that worked in our approach for necromancy and avoiding the bits that didn't. This update will make the styles more intuitive and easy to learn through experiential gameplay, with refined ability lists slowly introduced as you climb through the levels, and a simpler but deeper synergy between abilities. Throughout the year, we'll continue
Okay,
to
Rune
make
Metrics
further
isn't today.
improvements
Okay.
to combat as a whole.
Got it.
We'll have a full list of proposed
Everything else was,
changes
though.
in our supporting
I got you.
RuneScape Ahead
My
blog.
bad.
So be sure to take a look at the specifics after the show.
Later on in February, our focus will shift to the early game experience,
next month.
with our first of many
Ooh,
updates to rebalance
yes.
the game. We'll be looking to tackle unneeded friction in those early levels by solving their
They need to
root
do this.
issues.
That's really
Think
good.
Catch rates on shrimps, pickpocketing stun chance, drop tables, and much more.
Drop
We want
tables too,
skilling
yeah,
to
that's
feel
awesome.
Simple, rewarding, and engaging, encouraging players to progress into the depths these skills have to offer as they get invested.
That's
We'll
perfect.
follow that with a similar update for the mid-game in summer and a late-game update in autumn.
RuneScape is at its best when you are logging in because you want to play, as you forge your own path to achieve your goals. Dailyscape is completely counter to what makes RuneScape RuneScape. In this update, we'll be taking a holistic look at all Dailyscape systems, from shop stocks to Weeswax, to D&Ds,
It's
and even
Weeswax?
those hourly wildy events. We want RuneScape to be a game you enjoy playing
dailies.
for what it is, when you feel like it.
They also said
and
shop
without a
stocks, too.
checklist of chores to complete.
Auras create a time pressure and a feeling of complexity.
Oh my
with
God, they're
extra
cooking.
things you feel like you should consider in your setup before you start the task at hand.
They're flying.
That's why this spring we intend to fully remove all auras while redistributing some of those benefits to the core game experience. No more aura refreshes, no more limited peak efficiency, just a more
Screw
enjoyable
auras.
gameplay loop.
I'll
The Grand
say it.
Exchange will also get some
Pack
love
watch.
as we set out to address your most desired features and improvements. So we're
my
going to get
rebuilds.
in there to improve things.
The Grand
like how
Exchange-
items update their price, buy limits, and
Oh
more.
my god.
And as we start development, we want to hear from you with what changes and improvements you'd like to see at the GE.
Just make it work,
later
please.
this year, among many other Road to Restoration updates, we'll also improve our social systems through a dedicated update. While we're still working on our full design for this update, we want to improve the overall social experience by improving things like chat range, improvements to broadcasts for things like your collection log drops, and some clan-centric features that make socializing in RuneScape much stronger.
Party Finder?
Maybe we have one more thing. For many years, all of you have called for plugins, just like in old school RuneScape. Plugins empower the
This is
community
the biggest
with
one,
tools,
for sure.
features, and functionality to enable unique experiences and take
This is the
real
biggest one,
control
bro.
over how you interact with the game. Something you've told us could help RuneScape thrive. And as a result, we're investing in a new dedicated team of developers with one mission: to bring plugins to the RuneScape client before the end of 2026.
Before the end of the
To
year.
get this right,
Okay.
we need the very core of our design to enable talented developers within the community to do their best work. If you are one of those developers, we invite you to join the early stages of our plugin developer program today. Head to the Discord link below to apply for the program and help shape our systems to bring your ideas to life. Now, while we've removed many MTX items from sale in today's update, our ultimate ambition is to remove their presence in the game for good. At the end of the year, before we essentially make them obsolete, we'll give you the opportunity to get rid of any of them you haven't used. Here, we'll release other updates that replace the positive experiences these items could offer directly within the game. For example, what if, instead of having Slayer VIP coupons, you could just pick from 2 Slayer tasks?
As we move through the year, there will be continued improvements to unifying the visual identity of Gillinor. We'll declutter content from the world that doesn't stand up 25 years into this journey, while continuing our work to bring all of Gillinor up to the cohesive modern standard we've been establishing since 2020. That includes the player avatar refresh, which we'll touch on later in the show.
The road to restoration is just the first
Oh no,
look at the core
the channel
initiatives
points.
to help give RuneScape the care and attention it deserves over this year. We want this roadmap to evolve with your feedback as we move throughout the year and be shaped by all of your voices, your ideas, and what you think should be tackled next.
All of this and more is coming this year. And the best bit of all, we haven't even gotten to the new stuff. So let's start with Havenhe.
Okay, so that was all just the integrity roadmap. Okay, definitely a W, for sure.
What is Havenhe?
Havenhe is RuneScape's biggest area expansion yet. It's a massive stretch of land to the east of Mauritania, filled with new villages, stories, people, adventures, encounters.
And a massive, bloodthirsty hedgehog. Can we talk about the Dreadhog yet?
The what?
Okay, moving on.
The who?
Havenhe was once home to a First Age civilization, and it's a landmass packed with lots of rich, layered history.
Back in the First Age, Havenhe was home to a magical nexus, the birthplace of the Colossi, and a long dormant gateway to Vampirium itself.
But it's totally safe, and nothing will go wrong there. Don't worry about it.
So what's Havenhe's vibe?
Havenhe has a really distinct feel to it. It's a land with a lot of life and people, a grounded and organic region filled with stories, oddities, and those smaller, familiar RuneScape moments.
But as you venture further beyond the village of Wendelwick, things start to change.
The forests thin, the air will grow colder, and as we expand Havenhe throughout the year, you'll begin to feel that pull towards the east, where the region becomes more treacherous and vampiric. For now though, in part 1, it will be a living, breathing region that welcomes you in, while showing you some subtle hints of its darker side.
How do you get to Havenhe?
So, It basically starts off like any great story. A stranger offers you a free, experimental drink at a dodgy tavern.
And in your infinite wisdom,
Based.
you take it, no questions asked. And let's just say things get a little tricky.
You'll start seeing things you probably shouldn't. And before long, you're on a boat, sailing towards a land that doesn't want to stay hidden anymore.
In part 1 of Havenhe, there will be a series of new quests for you to dive into.
2 of which kick off Havenhe's main storyline, where you hear of some strange rumours spreading through Wendelwick.
Rumours of a pale-skinned woman, long pointy ears, silver hair, sharp canines, red, hungry eyes.
I can fix her. Oh.
No comment.
The others are standalone quests that are full of fun little local stories that go beyond the core storyline to help familiarise yourselves with locals and their customs.
You know, the usual small town stuff. Neighbours, chores, and the odd crab problem.
What's the strangest thing in Havenhe?
The Dreadhog.
The Dreadhog.
The Dreadhog.
This bloody hedgehog will be one of the 2 bosses available on launch
Ooh,
of Havenhe
okay.
Part 1.
Silverquill the Dreadhog is one of our brand new early game combat bosses.
She'll teach you a little more about telegraphed attacks and reading your opponent,
And if you can best the hog, you could just walk away with some of those silver spikes she's carrying.
which might just come in handy later on in your Havenhe journey, given
Okay.
the vampires and all.
If you make it through that, you'll likely meet Ivar, the King of Bones, a massive hill giant with room temperature IQ.
He's another early game boss that will help you learn a little more about prayer flicking, and he may drop something a little more club-shaped too.
With these 2 early game bosses, we want to help bring bossing back to its roots, while easing any new and returning players into combat, preparing for what's to come, and closing that gap between early and end game bossing.
And for the completionists among you, there will still be drops, pets, and titles for you to unlock. Alongside these new combat bosses, we'll also be introducing a new early game Slayer creature called the Sanguine Crawlers.
Outside of combat, Havenhe Part 1 will
It looks
also
very
have an
good.
extension to the Hunter
Like
skill,
visually.
taking it to 110 with an expansion to the Big Game Hunter system. This time though, it's not all about tracking, it'll be about surviving. Giant creatures will be sniffing you out, and you'll need to find a way to gain the upper hand and take down the creatures.
By doing so, you'll get your hands on some loot, the best Hunter XP in the game, and those all-important materials needed to craft the new level 85 to 90 ranged armor.
Or the brand new Masterwork ranged armor. More
Okay.
on that as we get closer to release.
Beyond the hunt itself, there will be a load of other ways for you to train Hunter in Havenhe, such as clockwork trapping.
You'll craft
I'm sorry,
a
what the
bunch of
ad?
mechanical birdhouses,
Should I go back?
place them across Havenhe with bait, then return later to collect your catch.
Crafting these birdhouses uses logs from the latest 110 woodcutting update, from the most basic all the way through to eternal magic logs.
Each tier forming the base of a stronger trap.
How do these
And
work in old
for
school?
those of you who prefer a more laid-back approach, clockwork box traps are also making their debut.
Last year, we talked about bringing in new integrity-focused ways to train that feel rewarding and grounded without relying on any MTX items. Clockwork box traps lean into that idea and are a new, efficient, fully craftable method available early enough to stay useful as you level.
They're designed to be a more relaxed training method, and one that fits neatly between each of your hunts.
Other things in the Hunter skilling update? Black Chin Chompers.
Anything else you want to say about Black Chin Chompers?
Black Chin Chompers.
Okay.
You'll also start to notice some new jackalope faces hopping around in part 1 of Havenhe. They're a step up from rabbit snaring, making early game Hunter much smoother and more enjoyable for players starting out. And while we're at it, there'll be a new soil sifting archaeology familiar too.
Oh.
As
That
you
could be good for
explore
early game.
Havenhe, you'll meet new faces.
Also, sorry about the ad, guys. I usually run one right before so that no ads happen during the thing. This video is just really, really long, and it was an ad that it didn't let me skip. But yeah, what do we miss? They talked about 110 Hunter. They talked about Masterwork ranged armor. They talked about birdhouses that are going to be similar to old school. I think that's all you missed. Okay.
Lend a hand where it's needed, and earn achievements tied to the people and places you discover along the way.
And as you travel beyond Wendelwick, you'll start to uncover new resources never before seen in Gielinor, like red ivy, a slower depleting tree for relaxed woodcutting. and giant crayfish at level 82 fishing.
Over the next
82?
year,
That's kinda
Havenhe
big.
will continue to expand as we add more content to it.
With a new story quest later in the spring,
A new First Age archaeology dig site in the summer.
and a conclusion
I'm not
to
a big
Havenhe's
dig site guy,
story with part
personally.
2, releasing towards the end of 2026, where you'll also meet the Grazi Blood Knights in a brand new
Ooh.
solo and duo combat boss encounter.
Okay, now that
We're
I get
super
behind.
excited to bring part 1 of Havenhe to life on the 23rd of March.
This is a big moment for RuneScape, and we want to mark the next step in our new chapter.
So 23rd of March.
We can't wait to drink that dodgy experimental drink and set sail to Havenhe, meet the people who live there, and make Havenhe your new home.
The 3 bosses is kind of big. That's kind of insane when you look at it. So Havenhe Part 1, this feels very Varlamore-like. So you got 2 quests, 2 bosses, 2 mini quests, 110 Hunter, all the new skilling stuff, the Red Ivy, the birdhouses. Yeah, cool. All right, what's next? Here we go.
Well, I guess we won't be needing this anymore.
Oh man, my channel points.
Yes, it's true. Player Avatar is
Oh,
coming
no.
this April.
For those of you who don't know, Player Avatar is a project we kicked off in 2021.
Through lots of community consultancy and live streams, we worked with you to develop a remastered visual look for your player avatar that feels true to your character as you know it today. After we discovered some technical limitations in 2022, we've been spending the last few years investing in technical upgrades that could help us make it possible.
Now, we're ready to get this modern, grounded avatar into your hands over the course of multiple updates.
Our first update, in April, we laid the foundation in a new base avatar, updated hairstyles and facial hair options, plus newly updated base clothes. These models have been further refined since you last saw them, with slimmer profiles that more closely align with today's player avatar.
No, it's big. It
We'll
needs to
also be
happen.
improving the quality of the chat heads, including chat head animations.
And we'll be looking for your feedback to help prioritize our future releases happening throughout the year. From which items or cosmetics we should update first, through to NPCs you'd like to see brought up to this standard. Look out for a survey this April to reshape the future of the player avatar refresh.
Finally, we know that some of our modern outfits have sometimes felt like they have an odd shine to them, or maybe look a little bit too flat or too smooth in certain environments, while compared to the older, grainier textures.
Finally!
As part of the road to
They're
restoration
admitting
later
it!
this year, we'll be rolling out rendering updates to begin to address this. And as we move through 2026, we'll keep fine-tuning and improving the look and feel of your character until we get it just right.
Look out for the first stage of the player avatar refresh this April.
Okay, nice.
It's
What's
been
in the summer?
a long time coming.
The beach is
But
back.
Later
Can you
this
imagine?
summer, we're bringing new life to the player-owned house.
Okay.
The player-owned house has been part of RuneScape since 2006, almost 20 years ago. And while the game has grown quite a lot since, the player-owned house has stayed largely the same. This year, we want to change that and give player-owned housing the attention it truly deserves.
With this update, our goal is to make housing feel more connected to Gielinor again and create a space that feels personal, welcoming and worth visiting, whether it's your house or a friend's. You'll be able to have a whole new level of control over your home, with more ways to personalize, design and shape your space exactly how you want it, down to the finer details.
And we'll be giving construction a skill increase to 122.
Okay.
We're also introducing a
So
new
120
recipe system that allows
construction,
you to unlock
110 hunter.
and build furniture inspired by your past, present, and future adventures.
Oh, that's kind
Imagine
of cool.
taking down a boss and proudly displaying a trophy from that battle right in your own home.
That's
or
cool
even
too.
completing a quest and having a keepsake as a reminder of the adventure.
Through the new recipe system, our goal is simple: to make your home a living reflection of the path you've taken, the memories you've made, and the victories you've earned.
Part of this update is also about bringing back that social spark and the joy of showing off your home.
Can I put
inviting friends
Krondis
over and maybe
in my
even
POH
hosting the
bathtub?
occasional house party.
And don't worry, we've learned a thing or
I mean,
two
what?
since that other big house party. This update is about giving the player-owned house a much stronger purpose again, and a place for creativity, pride, and connection, making it feel like a true part of your RuneScape journey. We're still in early design at the moment, So we would love to hear what you would like to see from player-owned housing. We can't wait to share more as we get closer to launch and to take that journey together with you.
Ooh, okay.
After everything we've talked about today, there's still plenty more to come this year.
In the spring, you'll be able to jump into a brand new standalone quest. It's a fluffy adventure and a spiritual successor to Gertrude's Cat. Think Lady and the Tramp meets Fort Forestry, just more fun.
Okay.
In autumn, we'll release another standalone quest. It's something a little different, but still
a lot
true
of
to our
quests.
We're also bringing in remastered content updates at the end of spring, and again in autumn, as we revisit some classic pieces of content.
I need examples of
More
this
on
before I get
exactly what
hyped.
this involves and what content will remaster later this year.
And of course, we'll have seasonal events throughout the year with a focus on stronger game integrity and quick ways to drop in, take part, and leave with a fancy reward.
My
And
hater if I don't
finally,
care about
in
those nearly as
October,
much.
RuneFest is back.
Yeah, we saw this a
can't
couple days
wait
ago.
to
This
see
was announced.
all of you in person and share more content reveals for 2027. Now, you're probably thinking, when are they going to drop their typical, but wait, there's one more thing moment? So, without further ado, let's end the show on one final thing.
Oh, that's the League sound!
That's right, Leagues is coming
Let's
back to
go!
RuneScape this autumn.
After the incredible response from all of you in our first ever league, we're taking everything we've learned and we're pushing this one step further with Leagues 2.
This time, it'll be bigger, faster, and basically even more busted.
There's going to be new, overpowered relics, new tasks and challenges, new rewards, all with a brand new Leagues twist that will completely flip RuneScape on its head.
We also heard your feedback from the Catalyst League, and with Leagues 2, progression will be even faster, as we want you jumping into the madness right away.
We're talking more auto-completed quests, earlier combat relics, a much smoother climb through the tiers, and relics will be way more overpowered than before.
How would you describe Leagues 2 in one word?
Epic.
Juiced.
Ridiculous. Sounds like I'm casting a spell. We'll have much more to unveil this autumn, so stay tuned.
But
I'm
for
already
now,
burnt out from
just
Leagues
know,
1.
Leagues is back, and once again, you'll be rewriting the rules and bending RuneScape to your will.
Okay, then what of the winter? What of the winter,
We
chat?
hope you've enjoyed everything we've shown today.
What of the winter?
Every single JMod has
Oh,
come
Havenhe
together
Part 2.
to help shape this vision for the future of RuneScape. We want this moment to be more than just a roadmap. It's a promise to build a world worth returning to time and time again for decades to come, together alongside all of you. So as RuneScape comes back online in a few short moments, we hope you feel it too, that sense of a new beginning. Because
the
this
game's
isn't just
online
the
in 2
next year
minutes.
of RuneScape, it's the start of a new era. If you'd like to hear more about the content roadmap or the road to restoration, you can check out our official RuneScape Ahead blog, or join us
That's what we gotta
live
do.
on Twitch for RuneScape Ahead Expanded, where we'll talk in more detail about everything shared in today's show. Thank you for being a part of this journey, and we'll see you in Gillinor.
Okay. Dude, a lot to unpack. So there's a blog that we should read through. We should read the entirety of it that has like a crazy amount of detail and screenshots and like actual images of stuff, like the new UI, all this stuff. But there's also a live stream as well. I guess we start with the stream because it's happening live, right? Yeah, okay. That's what we'll do. We'll start with the stream because it's happening live. And then we'll go to the blog after. Something. Oh my god, yeah, the Jagex launcher has a new logo. See, it's the little X that's, yeah, okay. And yeah, the game is coming back online in 2 minutes. But yeah, okay. So we'll start with the stream. Very quickly, what do we think of the roadmap? I think content-wise, it's not the strongest roadmap I've ever seen in my life. But it makes sense because the integrity roadmap is a 10 out of 10. Like, I wish I could fast forward like 8 months because I think the game is going to be so much better by then. Like, I think it's all the stuff that needs to happen. Content-wise, I think there's going to be some patchiness, right? Like, I think if Havenhe is more for new and mid-tier players, you know, I don't think there's a ton of crazy endgame stuff until the Blood Knights, but still, I think this is the right roadmap, right? I think it's the roadmap that I think RuneScape needs, if that makes sense. Is that crazy to say? It's the right stuff. Even though it's not going to be like content going crazy. So one thing that I need to do, unfortunately, is 3 years ago when the avatar refresh got shelved, I made it a channel point reward where for 100,000 points, you just give me the points. And the joke was, I'll give them back when the avatar refresh comes out. The whole joke was that the avatar refresh wasn't gonna come out. And now that it is on the roadmap, I believe we have somewhere in the ballpark of 30 million channel points waiting in the queue. They've been waiting in the queue for 3 years. Oh, man. So, I think it's time to pay up. I would like to apologize for the economy. It's about to be very destabilized. I could just hit reject all the way. How many are there, though? So that's 10 million points, 15 million points, 20 million points, 25 million points, 30 million points, 35 million points.
The streamer is about to run out of water runes.
Yeah,
This
it's
is a code,
38 million
water
channel
runes.
points. All right. I'm going to do it. I'm hitting reject all. 38,500,000 channel points. Refund all. We got a loading bar with so many. All right, I'm going to pause redemptions. All right. You gained 1 million points. Oh, that's really funny. But yeah, okay, so stream is still happening. Has not happened yet. Okay, let's log in. Oh, the stream just started. Okay,
Hello,
okay.
Hello, and welcome everyone to
Hi,
a
Yui.
very special RS25 RuneScape Ahead Expanded. If you have just finished watching the premiere,
Wait, it
do not
looks
go
so
anywhere.
good.
You are in the right place. This is the place where we are going to answer all your questions with all of our lovely J-mods who will be joining us.
Wait, really
I
quick.
hope you enjoyed the premiere.
Oh my God, it
was
looks so much
absolutely
better.
Phenomenal. We are all here in the office
Wait,
today watching.
they
in the
changed the
auditorium.
hover over
Everyone is
everything.
cheering. Everyone's having an amazing time.
Every
I hope
tooltip.
you guys at home watching had the same time
Look.
as well. It's been absolutely phenomenal.
The tooltips are different.
Right now, you are in the after show, so we are.
No, this
also
is way
in
better.
Gilmore. So come and join us in World 11.
Nah,
We've got
this is
Mod
way
Socks,
better.
Who
Don't
is
even.
live right now? Come and find him in World 11 in Lumbridge by the Lodestone himself. So come and join him. We are going to be having a nice little walk through Gillinor itself, having a look through all the changes, all the graphical reworks that are happening in the free-to-play world. It's absolutely beautiful. I can't express to you all how amazing it's been to see everyone's reactions and all the comments. So many wins in the chat. It's been so lovely.
I think it looks
swing
way
the camera
better.
around if we can. Mod Socks,
For
you've got
sure.
some of our lovely trees which are blocking your way. But yes, come and join us. Come and join us. Today we've got so many things coming up for you today. Also, if you head across to our RuneScape Discord at the moment, we have our Discord. We've got some giveaways happening at the moment. You can be in luck to win one of our iconic RS25 5-disc vinyl box sets. These are absolutely beautiful. It's 25 years of RuneScape music from both RuneScape and old school RuneScape. Go over to RuneScape Discord, find the channel and enter. We'll be having 3 giveaways through this live stream. This is the first one.
You know what we could do? Chat, what we could do is, while we're doing like intro-y stuff and kind of hanging out, I think I'd leave it paused for now and we can get into the game. And then what we can do is, when they get into talking about the updates with the JMods, then we'll come back. Does that sound okay? I think that makes sense to me. So we can kind of jump around. Because What I wanted to do really quick is I just want to take a quick second and just look at the UI and look how different it is. The space like aquamarine blue is gone. The mouse over on everything has been updated very clearly. I've got to say, I like the brown a lot more. I think it looks a lot more RuneScape. I hate the clock, though. That's the only thing I don't like is the clock, and I'm wondering if it's an option to get rid of it. It doesn't seem to be. Okay, that is one thing I would want, is I don't love the clock, but other than that, like, the UI looks really, really nice. The most obvious one to me as well is, like, all the little chat tabs look very different. The ribbon looks very different. It just kind of looks nice. But what I want to do really quick is I want to go to the new Lumbridge, but I also want to go back to the default UI because I believe something big happened, which is legacy interface mode is gone completely. And now you have two options for UI. You do modern or you do classic. So when you go classic, let's see what it looks like. Oh, okay. Okay. I see what they're doing here. So, you know what looks really nice? You get 3 action bars. You can have 2 tabs open at once, and it's whatever you click on from down here. So one of them is your invent, and it's permanently affixed. And then the second one is whatever you want it to be. Okay. Dude, I actually quite like this. Like, this feels... You know what I really like, too? The tabs underneath the chat box that are just like old school. This looks gross. Yeah, it looks gross if you're an RS3 player. But I think if you're an old school player coming over, you would absolutely play on this. Like, for sure. This looks super usable. And then as you resize it, it resizes for you, like, as you're playing. Yeah, like, I could absolutely see myself playing on this. Yeah, no, this is quite nice, in my opinion. I actually, it's so much better than Legacy interface mode, for sure. It's way more RS3 pilled. You get the circular map. Yeah, okay, I'm into that. Now, apparently edit mode has also been improved. Let's take a quick look at that. Let's go back to modern. And then, okay, so that means I can do, oh, wait. Oh, that's so nostalgic. Look at the icons on my minimap. Look at that. That is very nostalgic. Wait, I'm keeping the old ones, bro. They look so nostalgic and like they're all yeah. Okay, we're going back to that for damn sure. That was already a thing. Cool. Still glad it exists. Okay. So here, minimap shape. Okay. So that's how you get the circle minimap. You know what? I actually think I would be open to incorporating a circle minimap in the future. I'm not ready for it today, but it's pretty nice. Okay. And then other than that, you guys said edit mode is different now. Let's take a look. Oh, they sorted it. Wait, chat, they finally sorted edit mode. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, it's a lot better. Is it perfect? No, but it's actually sorted. So you can actually, instead of just scrolling through a million things. Yeah, that's actually really nice. I'm not going to be mad about that. There will be no being mad about that. They updated the marketplace. I mean, I'm not shocked that they would update the marketplace, considering Treasure Hunter got nuked. Okay. There's a 25th anniversary bundle. Store. So is this where bonus XP is here? Okay. Got it. So it's just stars, and that's it. How much is 36 stars? bonus XP table. Oh my god, they actually tell you how much XP you'll get. I mean, I'm obviously not an MTX guy, but like, it's at very least nice that they tell you how much XP you're getting. Like, that feels very, wait, I hit buy. Surely that doesn't buy them, right? It opens a website. Okay, thank you. I was going to say, bro, if that insta buys a bunch of stars, I don't think I want that. But yeah, okay. We've got bonds, we've got benefits. Like, all of this looks the same-ish. Go to animations. Okay. Assassin walk. Oh, so I guess the difference is now you can buy all of the animations that used to be tokens on Treasure Hunter. Oh, so instead of gambling for them, you could just buy them. That's kind of cool. I mean, that's sort of like expected, but yeah, that's good. Also, I want you guys to know that a shipment of 36 stars is 62 Canadian dollars, which I will not be purchasing. Holy crap. I will also say, though, if the prices were too low, people would be mad. And if the prices were too high, people would be mad. I would kind of rather they're priced semi-high. Is that crazy? There's a cap as well. That's good. We like the cap. We like the cap. Thoughts on the new UI? I love it. I think it's so much better than the old one. I understand some people won't like change in general, but if you think about it, that like stupid blue like backboard that we've had for a decade. Look at the trees, dude. It looks so good. Dude, I'm just, holy crap. It looks so good. I'm gonna have to redo my UI completely. Like, look at this. Like, I genuinely feel like I'm playing a different game. It looks so good. Like, that's not even like a glaze or anything. Like, it just... It feels so much better. Everything feels so grounded. And the new trees are over the whole game. I don't like the willow trees. I'll say that right now. But... Dude... Also, when I loaded in, it just kept my entire old UI. It changed everything to brown. Which I think is a good thing. But yeah, I wanted to look at the new Varrock really quick. Some people just like blue. Guess if you like FF, you're wrong. I mean, I didn't like it because it felt very like space punky. And like, think about what RuneScape is trying to become, right? It's trying to become grounded. It's trying to become medieval. Look at the new logo. It should be brown. It absolutely should be brown. And now it is. Wait, let me turn off remove roofs too, because I want to see the new castle. Because there's a new castle. But yeah, dude, already, like, dude, the fact that they had stuff set up for today is actually kind of exciting. Sorry, I'm looking for it. Remove roofs selectively. Nice. But yeah, like, dude, the fact that they remade all of Varrock, like, basically it's the free-to-play areas, right? They've gone and remade the free-to-play areas. South of Falador looks really good now. Huge. Should I get over there? But, like, all of it. Like, dude, imagine waking up and skipping school and running around in this world. Like, does it not... Like, to me, anyway, it feels so much more grounded. Like, even stuff like this bridge being remade. Like, it's just nicer. I don't know. I think it's so much nicer. I also love the new tooltips. The new tooltips are hype. We got a new barbarian village. And then you said South Falador, yeah? I'll take a look. It feels way more like RuneScape. Exactly. It just, Are they paying you for each use of grounded? Dude, I freaking hate people that are like, if you say anything good about the game, you're a shill. And then if you say anything bad about the game, you're based. Like, let me be excited. They've done a bunch of really good stuff here. Leave me alone. How dare you like that they're making the game look more cohesive? They got mods on stream? Cool. Yeah, I'll fast forward on the stream too, because there's a fast forward button. But yeah, dude, this is where the Earth Wizards are. Dude, it actually looks like, come on. I don't believe you. If you tell me this doesn't look better, I don't believe you. You are capping. Swapping action bars is better now? What happens? How do you do it? Yeah, anyway, cool. Very cool. Where did Armadal go? Wait, did they kill Armadal? Oh, surely it's a shrine. Wait, so they actually deleted Armadal's tower. So I'm assuming you click on this thing and you go up to the... Yeah, that's so much better, dude. It's so much less clutter. Yeah, Arm is still here. Don't worry. I wanna go back to the ground. Okay, last thing I want to look at really quick is I just want to look at the bank. Because apparently the bank is very different. So let me do that really quick. Let me throw my pin in. And then, yeah, we'll spend the whole rest of the day exploring all of the new stuff. But yeah, we'll go back to the stream and what's happening there. Okay, so looking at the bank, yeah, it's definitely too dark. It's 100% too dark. I like the new tooltips though. The new tooltips are a W. The new font is amazing. It is so much more readable than before, but it's a little bit too dark. Like some stuff is just kind of blending in a little bit. Like the Zaros Godsword, it kind of disappears into the bank. But I mean, like conceptually, I'm glad the blue is dead. But yeah, no, they definitely need to change the colors on the bank a little bit. Yep. I can't see half the items. If you can't see half the items, there might be an issue that is not the bank. But, yeah, I'm assuming... Oh, yeah, is there a transparency option? That's a good question. None? Medium? Maximum. So it's just 3 levels now. Okay. And it doesn't work for the bank. But yeah, okay. I like none. None is the way. Oh yeah, I can also hide everybody's cosmetics too. That's the last thing I want to do really quick. Cosmetic overrides. Okay, so I can hide other players' walk, combat, teleport, rest, and skilling animations. Oh my god, that's so good. Dude, can I say, and I don't mean this in a nitpicky way, I hate it when you're trying to trade woodcutting and you're just like chilling, chopping a tree, and the guy next to you is using a drill from Lowe's to like buzzsaw down a tree. It looks so bad. I friggin' hate it. And now it's gone. Please relog. Perfect. I will ensure to do that. Yeah, the dude next to you is headbutting the rock. The dude next to you is using like a... It just looks so bad. So being able to get rid of all of it, like the way that I like to play is like this, to be honest with you. I am 100% gonna play with all cosmetics off, I think, but I'm glad it's 2 different levels, right? Because there's a world where I want to see people's cosmetics, but I definitely don't ever want to see the animations, ever. I do not want them. They all look terrible. I'm not a fan at all. Yeah, mining with the Kamehameha, all of it. It just looks ungood. Go upstairs in a house? What city? Like Varrock? Like just go into a house? Lumbridge bangs. Okay. The houses in Lumbridge feel very poor? In like a good way or a bad way? I'm lagging? Wait, why am I lagging? Oh no. Wait, I have an $8,000 supercomputer. How am I getting frame drops? What? What do you mean? Yeah, what? My frame just went to 7 for a couple seconds. Oh no. I agree though. It does feel nice and lived in. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. As a player, I care a little less about that stuff. But, yeah, wait, I'm lagging now. I think my memory's leaking. Oh my god, my memory's leaking. Okay. I think that's the problem. Yeah. Yeah, look at my FPS. Wait. Oh god. Oh my Look at the FPS. Bro, it's less consistent than my stream schedule. Look at it. Hello? Okay, yeah, let's dump the cache for sure. Okay. By the way, chat, if you guys want to reset your cache, that command in the Twitch chat, you paste it in, and it'll reset your cache. And then you go to lobby. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's go back to the stream, because they're apparently talking to JMods and stuff. I just want to make sure this is muted. I think it is. And then, yeah, what you do here now is you just wait for it to download, and then it'll be good again. Okay, cool. We'll see if that fixes our problem, and let's go check out the stream. Hover over the play now button. Oh, it turns blue. Ooh. Yeah, no. I absolutely prefer the brown to the blue. I was also tired of the blue. We've had it for so long and it felt very old. But yeah, okay, let's go talk to the day mods and hear what they have to say.
People. It was amazing. Mod
Oh,
Ryan,
perfect.
And we have Mod Ramen to the set. Welcome, guys. What did you guys think? Was it everything you hoped for this reaction?
It was ridiculous. No, I'm just repeating myself. I think it was amazing. It's awesome to see the reaction as well. It's a long time coming for myself and for Mod Ramen and for everyone here at Jagex. You know, a lot of us worked in this game for a long time, and being able to, you know, go out there and say we're gonna work on the road to restoration. We're gonna fix all these problems. I think it's awesome. And equally, of course, that's on top of the roadmap, the content roadmap itself. So it's amazing.
No, as you mentioned, we were in our atrium, all watching the premiere live. The chat was going absolutely crazy. A lot of W's.
So many W's.
I agree. W.
We love you too. We love you too. But yes, we are going to be... So to set expectations of obviously what's happening through the rest of the stream itself, we are going to talk about RS25. We're going to talk about what the new era actually means. Actually, speaking of the new era, Mod Ryan, what does the new era, what should players expect from the new era of RuneScape?
Yeah, so, I mean, as you saw from the video, we got new branding. Going back to our roots. Yes, on the screens behind us. My head's in the way, but...
I love the new logo.
Going back to our roots. You know, we know what RuneScape is. We know what RuneScape always was. And, you know, myself, speaking for myself, I've played this game for 24 years, 23 years. I can't even remember now.
It's been over half your life.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked at Jagex over half my life at this stage, so...
You are RuneScape.
I am RuneScape. Livy, don't eat it. But anyway, so yeah, it's one of those things where...
Thank you for the Prime Sub, appreciate it.
The new era is really about, it's like the beginning of the future. You know, I want to see, we all want to see RuneScape, you know, by the end of this year, we're all talking about all the great things it does. And we're not talking about those little things that are causing problems for the game, which is exactly what the Road to Restoration is about. It's about owning who we are, you know, and making this game great for years to come. You know, we're 25-year-old as a franchise, and we can only look forward to the next 25 years. And, you know, so this is the start of that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And for Mod Ramen, firstly, again, big congrats to you as our new principal game designer for RuneScape.
Thank you.
Where do
Ramen
you
just got a
envision
promotion, by the
seeing
way.
RuneScape, what are your plans for building this RuneScape into the new era as well?
Back in the hands of the players. That's really the driving force behind all this. Like, we all use the term RuneScapiness. What does it mean to be RuneScape? And there isn't really an answer to it. But when you really drill down into it, it's the community, it's the players, it's us making it for them, for you. So listening, look, we've heard your pleas for things like 120 construction, player and house rework, avatar rework, but also not just the content you want to see, but the improvements to the game you want to see, the pain points you have, really drilling deep into those and giving this game another.
Want to say quickly, a lot of people are talking about how RuneScape got rid of the 3. RuneScape hasn't been called RuneScape 3 for like 5 or 6 years. They dropped the 3 years ago, but people kept calling it that. Which is possibly part of the reason why this rebrand might be good.
25 plus years.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I mean, that's the pivotal moment, I suppose, right this time. As you've all seen, if you've all just been watching the RS25, the premiere, you know that Treasure Hunter today is finally gone. We don't have that anymore, which has been finally fantastic for everyone. Yes, big cheers, yes. So in terms of, this being in RuneScape history, where else do you see the vision for RuneScape? First, we've got, rid of Treasure Hunter. Where else do you envision RuneScape going?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a personal hope as well. Like, I grew up playing the game, and it was the game we all spoke about. And I'd love to see, RuneScape as a franchise, or equally RuneScape our game, just that game that everyone's talking about, going against the grain a little, like doing, putting, like as Ramen said, putting the game back in the players' hands. It's really about like making this great game for all of us.
But don't forget pulling back.
Just focusing on making a great game.
Yeah.
And I think when you talk about the future, we have, in regards to like Road to Restoration, it's about fixing the problems we have. I like to talk about RuneScape as it's a bloody awesome game, and there's a bunch of weeds that we just want to, get rid of. And I think that's what the Road to Restoration is about. It's about.
Sorry, I'm upping the quality.
Setting ourselves up for the future, because I truly believe this game is the best is yet to come. Absolutely.
Definitely. I mean, to touch on your point there, some of the weeds and stuff that I've been going through. I just saw some of the clips from in-game at the moment. We've got a bit of a crowd, a bit of a parade going, which is nice. I hope you're all enjoying the reworks happening at the moment. You guys looking at this at the moment, Mod Ryan, what are your thoughts being able to see? Can we go back to the in-game? Thank you so much. Seeing this from the first day you guys saw, and you, Mod Ryan, I suppose, looking at the game that you once knew to now.
Sorry, it would be so funny if the JMod Mod Socks took one look at the parade following them and open up the menu and hit the hide cosmetics button.
To see so many people sort of just logging in, obviously spreading the love and stuff.
Yep.
What are your thoughts? What are your initial
reactions
to this?
Looking at this here, I think something we've
showcase the feature.
Lost our way a little over the years when it comes to changing of the art style and stuff. And this is a good representation of owning who we are, remastering. We call it faithful remaster. You can look at this and it's Lumbridge, but it's more a modernized version of Lumbridge. It's not a completely recreation of Lumbridge. I think that's like one of our true sort of mantras is like faithful remasters, not changing it, but updating it to be within a modern standard. And I think just looking at the screen here, we've gone back to it was mentioned in the RuneScape ahead, but things like ensuring that we have like texture detail on things, giving that like gritty graininess back, that medieval feel, moving away from the sort of shininess, the sort of flat / I know players say Play-Doh. And this is just a great representation of it. Like, it's awesome to see. Like, I remember the days dying to these wizards passing over, but long gone are those days for me.
Definitely. So, we want to do a quick chat, a quick clarification as well with what players are to expect throughout the year. So, does that mean all Treasure Hunter? Well, actually, let's start with quick, clean answers. We don't need long ones, quick ones. Does that mean all Treasure Hunter is gone today?
All of Treasure Hunter, yes. Treasure Hunter is gone.
All gone. Does this mean we'll never do seasonal events again?
No, so we're still doing seasonal events. The real focus on them is getting back to making it fun to play, fun to engage in, not making endless grind. So, you can come in, you can play, you can get your reward for the event this year, and then leave. It's really about integrity-focused events going forward.
Back to what they used to be.
Back to what they used
a charming little quest, a cute little outfit, and back on your way.
And I think FOMO, not waiting.
No,
in a hub.
I can drop a few things here because that roadmap is very high level. There's still more.
So this is what I'm really curious about, by the way. They're talking about the events. I will believe it when I see it, but we've had so much AFK event slop for so many years that, like, I honestly don't believe it. I don't believe it when they say, like, oh yeah, there's going to be no FOMO. You're going to show up, do the quest, get your cosmetic that's guaranteed, and then leave. I would love that, but oh man. So yeah, I'm curious to hear what Ryan says here.
Find the person, let's say. And I mean, looking at things like the seasonal rewards that have been available for previous years from the grindy events, we're talking like Aurora dye, Soul dye, the Santa hats and stuff. We're going to make more integrity-focused ways of bringing those into the game.
Yep, absolutely.
Ooh, that might be Cluers.
Does restoration mean no new content?
Absolutely not. Quite the opposite. I think it's really about, as you saw with the roadmap infographic, it's not only are we focused on integrity, we're also focusing on killer content.
Definitely. The content roadmap looks absolutely stellar. But yes, beautiful. Again, the exact energy we need from two of our incredible JWODs who are working on this. We absolutely love everything, the direction that we're going in. You've got two incredible devs who have been here since the beginning, who know exactly what everyone wants in this. So big claps, big cheers in chat for these two wonderful JWODs. But yes, thank you, Mod Ramen. Thank you, Mod Ryan, for joining me. We'll go to chat and to gameplay. Let's look at, actually, let's look at the gameplay itself at the moment.
Okay, so let's jump ahead. They're getting their next set of guests, I would assume. Oh! Wait. I went out for pizza and ice cream with him 2 days ago. And now he's on the RuneScape stream? Wait, I didn't know he was famous? Holy moly. Wait a second. Okay, hold. This is important, I promise. Look. This was me 2 days ago. And that's Big Pup. And that's Anna. And that's Mod Reaper. What happened? And now he's on the RuneScape stream. All right, let's catch it.
Breezy, hello guys. How are you all? Welcome, welcome. First thoughts. What are your thoughts? I assume you're all watching the premiere in the auditorium. That must have been absolutely exhilarating, seeing all the W's in the chat.
It was very fun seeing all the
reactions.
reactions.
It was so good. It was so good. We were watching it in the studio as well. We were just like absolutely dying. We were trying to catch up with all the...
You know what I noticed too? They're actually using a new font for everything. So even the title cards have a new font and a new color scheme. Very interesting. I think it looks a little boring, but I also think it's going to grow on me. And I think for readability, it's good.
All the comments, it was brilliant. So yes, the road to restoration, obviously not just a buzzword. It's, you know, this is a dedicated roadmap to everything that we're trying to do for RuneScape this year. Like and alongside that, the content roadmap. Like these are two roadmaps, people. Two. So you know we're trying the best we can to get RuneScape to the best it can be for 2026. So in the simplest version, what is restoration and what are we promising to people? I want to ask our lovely JMods who are sitting here.
This is the right question.
Ooh, what is it? Okay, so this big answer. We're trying to look at like every aspect of the game. Look at where we once were, what we really loved about RuneScape, what RuneScape's identity is, what people think of when they think of RuneScape through all the ages, and get us back to that in the many ways, whether that's graphics, gameplay, mechanics, skills, whatever it may be.
And there's a lot happening. There's a lot changing.
Yeah.
We will get into that in a second. But yes, how about you guys in terms of like a visual?
I want to hear what's changing. I'm curious.
What you guys have worked on, Mod Black Witch.
Yeah, I guess it's actually taking the game and bringing it up to the standard that we would want it to be all along, taking time to actually update it and bring it in line with the rest, like one step at a time.
Yeah,
definitely.
Absolutely. It's consistency is the kind of the buzzword that we've been running with this whole time. It's taking all of the disparate looking stuff throughout the game and trying to bring it all into a coherent look that both reflects like a faithful look at old RuneScape, but also modern and shiny.
Yeah, and keeping our identity, right?
Yeah,
like we are RuneScape. It's all about keeping that integrity and what we've been working on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So let's start with what players see when they first log in, and I suppose with this update itself, the UI interface. If you're a new player, you will be seeing a new interface. So
thank you, Purity, for the sub.
The new interface, what players can expect when they first jump in.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the first thing that you'll probably notice is a brand new look of paint. We're getting back to that classic brown. I know there's a couple of GMOs who spent quite a long time getting that right shade of brown.
There's a picture
in the
there.
game. Yeah, indeed. And so you see a before and after of all the...
Sorry. I love that they blocked his account name in the before picture, but not the after picture.
All the back to that classic brown. I know there's a couple...
So it's blocked out?
GMOs who spent quite a long time getting that right shade of brown.
There's a picture
in
there.
the game.
Man, I wonder who that is.
Yeah, indeed. And so you see a before and after of all the changes. Again, we're looking for familiarity, getting back to
hacking them.
The things that we remember RuneScape for. Even like
wait,
within the
RuneScape
buttons
4?
and icons and things like that.
He said RuneScape 4.
Then we also have a classic mode. So this is a classic mode. It's got the...
So not Legacy. But we're calling
It's
it,
not Legacy.
Not Legacy
no.
anymore.
Legacy's had a bit of a rebrand and a bit of a rework to it. Again, the classic browns, the classic chat box with the buttons down the bottom, the ribbon down on the bottom right, with the sort of oldish looking icons. You also see that there's 2 panels for both the inventory and the other extra panels. So the inventory one will always stay on screen, but the other one will change depending on what you press in your ribbon. And of course, there's a circular mini-map as well up on the top right. Again, another classic piece.
Exactly. Is that round mini map is like suddenly it's back to that nostalgia. We are all 12 years old again, remembering the first time we logged into RuneScape, which is so nice. But tell me, like, what are the thought processes behind why we went for this? Like, for example, I've seen some of the comments about the brown. They're loving the brown, which is fantastic. But this isn't just, we didn't just wake up and say, we want brown today. We're going to change it from dark blue. Like, what were the thought processes behind why we changed it to how it is? Even like the stone, the stone icons itself as well.
Yeah, I mean, when we first sat down and spoke about it, we said, like, what is it that people think when they think of RuneScape? What is it people remember? We looked at the complexities that currently plagued our, well, I can't say current interface. Is it current interface anymore? We looked at the complexity, the sort of UX issues, again, familiarity and simplicity as well. People might be returning to the game after many, many years of not playing. What is it that they see first when they start the game? And similarly as well for new players, can we present something really simple and familiar for them to play? Because at the moment, or in the past, when you started the game, we basically asked you to go and edit your entire interface from the jump, which isn't a great thing to put new players into. So there's a bunch of iterative updates over the year to the UI that we want to do, and we want to, in the end, have something that is intuitive, familiar, simple to use.
This I will say, the interface pop-ups look way better with the brown. I understand some people are like, blue looks better, brown, and people are going to fight about it. I totally valid. If you tell me that this right here doesn't look a million times better, I'm going to reject all of your future opinions. It's so much better. It's so readable. Like, it just looks better. I don't know. To me anyway. But yeah, I will say this. I do think they need to fix the bank, because the bank is a little hard to read. But in general, I'm happier with the brown than the blue, but it's gonna take time to get used to, right? We've had the same interface for like 10 years. It kind of makes sense that it's gonna feel weird and off when it's been a decade or more of blue. So what I would say is, like, give it a few days. And I feel like in a few days, yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna feel like it's better. Fix the clock too. Yeah, I don't like the clock. But yeah, anyway, I was not expecting like an interface update today. Why not add a toggle? Because like one of the things that they want to fix is the idea that RuneScape looks super different for everybody. I think long term they would like it if a lot of new players go to the new UI with the circle map and the 2 tabs, and they just keep playing like that for a really long time. And that kind of makes sense to me. You want to look unified in the way that your game looks. But also, hey, maybe there's a plugin. Wait, just get a plugin that makes it blue. Wait a second. I forgot how powerful we are.
And whether you're watching the game or
just get a plugin for it. Turn it blue.
Playing the game, you understand what's going on your screen, essentially.
Absolutely. So another thing that's obviously coming in as well is another thing everyone's looking forward to. I saw big wins for this one is the cosmetic toggle. So this is obviously something that's been obviously very sought out for quite some time during our experiments at the moment. So again, what can...
Sorry, I don't want to nitpick here. That I absolutely hate. That the top of the GE interface goes outside of the interface box. I don't know why. I just hate that so much. My eye immediately went right to it. Like, what? Why is it going outside the box?
Players expect with the toggle today. What's been the process of getting this done?
Yeah, if you remember the cosmetic toggle experiment we did, I think it was, if I remember correctly now, it was 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, experiment.
You could log into a cosmetic free world. That's now in as a toggleable option, and when you use it, when you turn it on, you will no longer see players' cosmetics.
I actually think that is one of the biggest things that has come out, the fact that as of today, cosmetics are completely gone. Like, I think a lot of this year, the whole point is to get rid of the things that people say, I don't play RuneScape because of X. So a lot of people, I don't play RuneScape because it's really hard to set up a UI. So let's give people a better default UI that they could play on. I don't want to play RuneScape because the cosmetics are out of control. Let's get rid of all of them and make it a toggle. Like, I think that's sort of what the whole integrity roadmap is. I don't play RS3 because paying for rune metrics is absurd, but I want to know how much XP I'm getting. Make it free for everybody. Like, it feels like a lot of what they're doing is just, it feels like they talk to a bunch of angry old school players about all the stuff they hate about the game, and they're trying to like mitigate all of it. That's sort of what it feels like to me anyway. Also, I'm Nate Dogg. Thank you so much for the 66 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't play RS3 or I quit leagues because of dailies. Let's nuke all of the dailies. Like, they're getting rid of the things so that instead of, and I think this is something that Mod Ryan said, but instead of getting people to talk about all the reasons they don't want to play RS, get them talking about the reasons why they would want to play RS. Clue Trainer is broken? Yeah, it's a plugin. They just need to fix it.
In their various forms, whether that's cosmetic overrides they've got for wings or...
Oh yeah, same one as like, I don't play RS3 because there's no quest helper. And now there's going to be quest helper.
Outfits and whatnot.
Yeah, quick one in chat. Give us a live choice. Quick vote. Type A if you toggle wings off immediately. B if you're leaving everyone as is. Or C if you want everything hidden. Let's go.
Bro.
A, B, A.
Why are you asking that?
A lot of A's.
Wings off forever.
Not so many C's. A lot of B's. Lots of A's and B's. Nice. Wow. Okay. We have a lot of people. Okay. Dominating. This is dominating. This is dominating. There is no D. There is no D. There's no choice D. But amazing. This is... we hear you. We hear you. Now, obviously, we go to everything else that's been obviously reshaping Gielinor itself. Obviously, some of the iconic free-to-play world stuff that's, as you can see from Mod in the world,
Appreciate
if
it.
you are in the world. Moving on to Mod Black Witch and to Mod Alex. Why start, when people start, what should players look for when they first log in? What's been the most pivotal moments, the iconic moments of Gielinor that you guys have updated, and why start at this point?
Ooh, okay. There's a lot of questions in there. I guess why start in Lumbridge? It's a seminal point for the game. It's where so many people started their RuneScape journey, and it made sense to start there. We want to...
Sorry, before they pan to the new Lumbridge Castle, look at these harsh shadows. That is the thing. This is why I never filmed any videos in Lumbridge for like 6 or 7 years. Because look at, like, it's so ugly. The shadows just look friggin' terrible. Like, you literally can't even see half the castle. So wait, just keep that in mind before they show the after picture. That's the thing that I'm so excited about. Like, they've gotten rid of this stupid, like, really, really harsh lighting.
Show the love to the...
Get ready?
That core memory that players have. And make everything, like I said a minute ago, better reflect the way we want the game to
Pause, champ?
And while being faithful to what players remember.
Absolutely, yeah.
We have
Yeah,
done,
it's
like,
so much better.
refreshes in the past, like in the last few years, like quick refreshes to free-to-play area and a few other areas already, but we've never managed to update it to the standard that we wanted to. So this was always something we wanted to come back to and do those big updates to the buildings and the trees and all of those things that people request a lot.
Yeah, for sure. So where else are you guys looking to next? I mean, we're looking at some of the pictures now from their befores and afters, and we have to admit they're absolutely stunning to what we've been able to transform them to.
It's a lot
This is
better.
obviously a great vision for you both, because you've both kept the integrity of RuneScape, the true, the passion.
Thank you,
of
Stratus.
RuneScape players, without changing it so much, but changing it in such a...
I don't like the willow tree. I'll say it right now. I loved the normal tree. I loved the oak tree. To me, this doesn't look like a willow tree. To me. Because willow trees need to be they need to be floppier, you know? It's too... Like, if you look at, like, here, wait. Just to make sure that, like, I'm not completely losing my mind. It's wompier. It's got more flop to it. Where this, it kind of feels like This feels like a 2008 person with like a haircut that's really spiky everywhere.
Way.
We
which
had
is
so many meetings with
Oh,
design
so many
discussing all of
meetings.
this.
Yeah.
So many meetings.
This has been through so many rounds of feedback and so many different.
These ones look really good,
iterations
though.
to get it here.
Yeah,
But
for sure. What took you guys the longest to like back and forth? Was it shadows?
Do you think trees?
Was it
Oh, no,
trees?
trees,
I
probably.
think
Trees.
trees took us quite a while to get. Yeah, like
Unbelievably sun direction. That took. There was a lot of discussions about that. But
We're getting asked to please remove the big tree next to Zamorak Mage, wherever that is.
I'll keep that one in mind for
Keep
when I
that
go
in
back
mind.
upstairs. Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Wait, I have to check it. Did they put a massive tree next to the Mage of Zamorak? Hold. See, this is why we're going at our own pace here, because I gots to know. The fact that Yui read it out during the stream makes me think that there's something absolutely diabolical. Okay, hold, wait. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it. Hold. Hold. Okay, ready? 3. Wait. Should we run right into it and then turn around? 3, 2, 1. What? Huh? What? Wait, which tree? Did I get? They already took it out? Did they? No way. Did they really? They already removed it? No, there's no way they hotfixed a single tree. Oh, that's really funny. Ryan, click your memory strands in your currency pouch. So I heard that this is going to break my game, but I will click it just to humor you. Okay. Like, Hi-Fuss, like, you know, trying to show the people the... Okay. Let's go back to this. We had trouble logging you in. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to...
But yes, it's from everything that's been coming before as well. Where else do we plan on changing? Obviously, we've started on the free-to-play worlds. What else are we expanding to? Where else do you guys
Good
see,
question.
To next?
I'm desperately trying not to say everywhere. Obviously, that's a big goal. But for now, ideally, I mean, the free area is kind of a work in progress at the moment. We've done some of the core areas and got them completely signed off. Some of the other areas still need a bit of work. So for me personally, I'd love to see the rest of the free area wrapped up.
I think after that, it's the areas immediately next to it, right? Spreading out. So, for example, we've had some discussions about Mauritania already as well.
Yep.
It's definitely one we want to look at.
Yeah, definitely. We really want to create that seamless experience, right, where you can start walking in one direction and not go through like a roller coaster of different art styles or generations of assets. We just want it smooth the whole time, so it makes sense to just spread out from where we've started.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, the one good thing at the moment is we currently have a behemoth of a blog currently on Reddit at the moment, and we are collecting any feedback we can on every segment and section we have.
So, very quickly, by the way, what do you guys think about starting in free-to-play and then just expanding outward until the whole world looks better? Because I think it's probably the right move. I think the alternative would be not to fix anything and then do the whole world all at once. That was the one thing I was thinking is, if you actually want to go full new era, maybe like 6 months from now, hitting a button and the whole world looks different could be a cool way to do that. But I see why they're doing it that way. Like, I think it's reasonable because you want to focus on the areas that new players are going to access more earlier. And then if someone's already played 20 hours and they're going somewhere and it doesn't look as good, like, I think that's more okay than like the starting area looking like hot garbage. Yeah, no, I think it makes sense to me. Cool.
Based off the roadmap that you guys have all seen. So if there is anything that you want to be worked on first or anything like that, I'm sure that we can pass that feedback straight across to our wonderful team here, who will look into it. But But before we move on, I want to say a big thank you.
Something I wanted to mention really quick too that I actually think is really big that people haven't been talking about yet is in the past, with every graphical rework that RuneScape has done, the whole idea is to make it modern, to make it more into the future, to make it look like a modern game. And I think, and this is a really weird thing, that's not what they're trying to do here. They're not trying to make the game look new or like a 2026 game. They're trying to make it look like RuneScape. Does that make sense? And I think that's actually a good thing, because what it means is, like, the reason why the last 10 years there's always been a patchwork is because they update areas, then they go through the rest of the world, and then the areas they updated look bad now and need to be updated again. Whereas it kind of feels like they're kind of aiming to do a one and done, cover the whole world, give it the art style that they want RuneScape to have, and then continue building that way. And does that remind you of any other game? Because to me, it reminds me of old school. Like, exactly like old school. Where you know what old school looks like. They're not trying to make things look modern. They're trying to make things look like old school. We're going very old school RuneScape right now. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just, it's really interesting. Okay.
To the roadmap again for what is coming up next. We are still going through the road to restoration at the moment. So we are going to be doing some big shifts. All
right, we got more mods, so I'm going to do some skipping. Oh, we got new mods!
And we are welcome to a big piece.
Wait, it's Sponge!
So I want to welcome back to our set, our wonderful set, Mod Breezy. We have the wonderful Mod Sponge, and we are welcoming Mod Shrew.
Is it just the lighting, or does Sponge have purple hair? I think it's just the lighting, because Breezy's got a little purple up top too. I think it's just the lighting.
On set with us, so welcome guys. So tell me your reactions. What did you guys think?
Actually,
not you, Breezy, you were Mod Sponge, you guys were Mod Shrew, you guys were in the auditorium.
Yeah, it's just the lighting. Look, his hand's purple when he brings it up.
RuneScape for so long.
So good.
It's just so good, honestly.
Were you reading the chat? Were you guys going through the comments?
I would have been if my eyesight was better. So it was just a blur going past. I could see like XDs and stuff. But
there were moments I had to stop and just like, no, stop. Just trying to take screenshots. I just couldn't do it. It's amazing. It's been amazing.
But no, it's kind of crazy. Again, it feels pretty emotional as well. Because, you know, I've been here for nearly kind of 8 years now. And again, like everybody said, you know, it's something we've all wanted for kind of a long time as well.
For sure.
So it definitely feels emotional and, you know, exciting times ahead.
Yeah, it's cool. It's amazing stuff. So February, as you saw from the roadmap itself, our combat modernization. Obviously, huge statement that we're trying to.
Sponge's eyes popped out of his head.
All the players here. So in terms of being super clear on what that means, all
right, chat, prepare your anger. All right, no matter what Sponge says, I need you guys to get ready to call it an L for no reason. It's over. Elliot's ready. Perfect.
Sponge, Mod Breezy, I suppose you guys are on the.
Now I'm curious about this
combat panel. For yourself, I believe you're not on the. You are. The combat panel. Yes, you are.
That's the council.
So bringing the original
council
styles into the modern age, actually mean in practice.
Well, it kind of means a lot. I'd say as a one-liner, it's just like making combat really good. That's that's the one-liner of it.
We fixed combat, guys. We're making
fixed
it good.
and then we can go on to something else. But no, it's about making the visuals better, making the gameplay better, making the core experience better. Basically, if there's something that a player goes, oh, this is kind of naff, we want to improve it. That's what it means to bring it into the modern age. You want combat to feel like the rest of the game, just to feel like RuneScape, right?
Yeah. What will feel different to players?
So to players, it's the immediate thing is going to be the visuals are going to be better. Okay. The visual clarity is going to be better. You can look at the game right now and there's a lot of noise. You can't necessarily see what's going on great in combat. It's about improving that. It's about making the abilities that you use feel impactful. And there's a lot of learnings from necromancy there, which I'm sure we'll get into in a minute. But it's about avoiding the issues brought there. So making the styles feel unique, making them feel good to use, and just ultimately making it feel great, honestly.
So this is spanning across all combat styles.
Yep, so this will affect ranged, magic, melee. Beyond this update, there might be tweaks to necromancy as well. There's kind of a back and forth of, there's an improvement we've made to ranged or melee. Let's backport it back to necro. There's a lot of learning since necro. So it's about, making RuneScape combat as a whole feel great. It actually goes beyond just the styles as well. There's a lot of archaic systems in RuneScape for over the years, especially with EOC, where these systems haven't necessarily evolved with the game. So things like food and adrenaline feels terrible to use. Thresholds feel really weird. Just these little different bits of combat that can just be improved and brought to the modern age, essentially.
Nice. Beautifully put. Sorry, I was just like really transfixed. I was like, this is fantastic. This is brilliant. Absolutely love where the direction we're going in. It's I know that speaking to a lot of players, we did the beta, the range beta, not that long ago. And we had so much feedback from all of that.
Too much feedback, honestly. So we dropped that just before I went away for Christmas break.
Mod Sponge talking about necromancy in RuneScape ahead. All right, I'm just gonna keep this off screen, and if we need it, I'll just slowly drag it onto the screen, and we'll be good.
I came back, and it was just pages and pages and pages and pages. I think it took me about 3 days to get through it all in the end.
Well, there you go. You got a lot of passionate players.
Too many passionate players for my head to contain, honestly.
There's no such thing. No such thing. No such thing. But yes, in terms of next we go into rebalancing the game, and from the beginning, from mid to late. In terms of giving players concrete examples, what are the classic pain points we're actually fixing?
Where do I begin? There's a lot. There's a lot.
You have 5 minutes.
I mean, some of the things that we're looking at for that first update are definitely very much within those first few hours of starting your account. But even beyond that as well. So we're looking at things that have sort of fell by the wayside for many, many years now. Lots of sort of redundant content, maybe XP rates and things that have sort of felt outdated or have become outdated with other different methods that maybe trump everything else and don't really give you any variety or like we would call onboarding, but basically, like your sort of introduction to the game and its skills and whatnot. And that's kind of all jank right now. So we're looking to do things such as, don't know if this will sit well or not, but look at things like whirly gigs and how they fit into Hunter at the early game, maybe some slight Hunter rebalances, looking at things even such as the monsters in Lumbridge Swamp and their combat stats, because right now if you would start the game, I think if anyone played leagues and tried to kill those monsters in the
how many of us died of rats? We went in and instantly died, all of rats. I wonder how many people actually died of rats right at the beginning.
I think that was my bad, honestly. Might have overstated those a little bit.
We have someone to blame. It's Mod Sponge. And it's him.
What else have we got? We got some prayer training improvements. So I can't remember if the Nexus is gone right now, or if it's not gone. We have.
Really quick, I'm glad he's talking about onboarding specifically, because when you make a new account, that was the feedback is like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm training combat. Random abilities are popping up on my bar. We've got lesser abilities, XP rates. I thought it was interesting that he brought up whirly gigs for Hunter, because I think is the problem with whirly gigs that you do the same thing from 0 all the way to 99? Because quite possibly that could be the issue, in which case maybe different methods get buffed? I'm very curious. But yeah. Okay, let's do it. We continue.
Let's remove it. But also then looking at what sort of replaces that for its method. So maybe, for example, letting you offer bones at any altar in the game for some XP bonuses there. We're also looking at things like some thieving improvements. So Mod Sponge and Mod Days, I believe it was, had some cool game jam ideas and work done for some, I think it was all of thieving. We're going to look at some stuff for the early game to start. So things like being stunned, the XP, things like that. Just overall looking at making that experience in the early game just much smoother. There's a lot of things, even like Thieves Guild doors, like that's just a terrible system, having to log out for that, and Hop Worlds and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
has been a lot of learnings, and I think the balancing, especially what we've learned obviously from heists. Mod Sponge obviously being one of the people who got to do heists itself. Like we did a lot of learning from that.
Oh yeah, loads. There was loads of new content with that you can just kind of go, oh, actually these systems are slightly better. So we've got this whole range of gameplay already in RuneScape. Let's improve that. Let's modernize that as well.
They're just balancing it. Yeah.
Thank you, Gash. Appreciate the sub.
Speaking of balancing, Dailyscape. So Dailyscape has been one of
okay, this is what I want to hear about. That was a lot of just like generic, like, here's the thing. I think holistically, everybody could agree that fixing the game is good. But then when you get into the actual weeds of like what that entails, what you're actually doing, that is where the danger can come, right? And I feel like there wasn't a ton of specific, like, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to tackle, this is how we're going to do it. It's kind of, I'm getting a lot of a vibe of like, generally they know that there are problems, but not a lot of clarity on solutions, which is okay, but I don't put a lot of value behind it. Does that make sense? Like, I'm much more interested to hear how they're going to rebalance skilling than to hear that they're going to rebalance skilling. If that makes sense. You want the volume up? Yep, I can crank the volume up. But we're going to talk about dailies. This is one where I've said this for years. I'm of the opinion that they could basically across the board delete almost every daily and the game would just be better. All right, I've cranked up the volume. Let's do it.
We've been shouting on for years. We've been shouting about it internally for years. So it's, you know, it's one of those things that obviously during this year and this integrity that we're trying to go through this year, we're trying to change that up. So what's the intent behind it? What's the system and scope like when we say holistic?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the RS head kind of really perfectly covered this, but, you know, we know Dailyscape is a big problem in RuneScape. It's something over the past, God knows how many years we know we've built on it and on it and on it, and it's kind of gotten to the point now where, as a player, you almost feel forced to log in daily, and you feel like if you don't log in daily, you know, you're behind as a result.
You missed out.
Exactly. Yeah. When you're playing content, you know, I'm off doing a quest. Oh, this thing's suddenly spawned. I need to run over here, stop what I'm doing, do something totally different. Exactly. And it's just created a bit of an experience where, you know, you're not necessarily playing the game because you enjoy it, or playing aspects of the game because you enjoy it, because you're constantly away, kind of focused on various things which aren't actually what you want to do, but that's
not RuneScape, right?
Yeah, and it kind of just builds towards your general progression rather than, you know, what you want to play. So I mean, that's the problem. That's the intent with the work we're doing on Dailyscape. That's what we want to fix. Really, is you know, you no longer have this need, this must to do specific things. You can really focus on what you actually enjoy about the game.
Definitely. So, obviously, just to set expectations for everyone, we haven't actually got a final answer just yet. But the direction is super clear on where we want to go for Dailyscapes. We've seen your feedback. We've seen everything that you guys have been saying at the moment. So, rapid fire.
Oh, sorry. It's just worth saying is like with it, you did mention it, to be fair, in the question is, you know, we are really taking a proper like holistic approach to this project, and we're making sure that we're not just looking at all these small things in isolation. We're really trying to make sure that we understand the impact of the things that we're changing, the things that we're taking away. If we're considering removing a piece of content, you know, we're understanding what the kind of knock-on impact of that is, and are there actually then problems elsewhere which, you know, this content's been fixing for however long. We need to be aware of that stuff. So even if with Dailyscape we can't fix those things, we're aware of them, so then we know exactly what we can be fixing down the line. So yeah, we are giving it the best overview we possibly can. And again, I encourage people as well to kind of communicate with us if there's stuff that's massively you find massively damaging or impactful, and then
he's sending a letter to Jagex that says kill them all.
kind of distracting. Please let us know, like, now is the right time to do it.
Yeah. Reminder, we do have the mega thread up on Reddit at the moment, so go and check it out. Find the link for Dailyscapes and put in your feedback, put in your thoughts in there, and we will go through all of them. So rapid fire trio to close this section. For Grand Exchange, what's the kind of improvements players should expect?
Oh my god.
How do we feed?
So as someone that does all the rebuilds where the GE doesn't work and you have no idea how the prices are, here is my ultimate hope that they say here. Whatever they say, I want it to kill Ellie.gg. I want Ellie dead and buried. I don't want to think about Ellie. I don't want to have to use Ellie ever again to find out the price that things aren't. The amount of merching that they do is absolutely egregious. It takes advantage of players. I'm so done with all of their garbage. So If this update can actually just finally kill Ellie, that to me is the mark that the update was good. I think you turned your mic volume up. I just turned it back down. I think we're okay. I realized what I did. It's the same feed as when I turn them up, I'm also turning my mic up. Okay, I see what I've done. Okay, we'll keep it there for now. That should be okay.
That into you.
I'll start, I guess.
Quick fire.
Price improvements. I think prices need to update much quicker. People need to know what the price of their items are at any point.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll pass on. You go next. I can't think of anything right now.
For Gs, it's going to be stuff like potentially buy limit improvements. I think clarity of price is a big one. You don't want to go in, oh, this thing's only going to be 10 mil, and then it's actually like a bill because the price is taking so long to update, right? I think the clarity of the G is the big thing to address for that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I mean,
Neon.
honestly, it's exactly the same thing. I want to be able to look at the G and actually understand where prices are, and not just throw something in and go, okay, well, is this going to sell for 10 mil? Is it going to sell for 10 bill? Just have no idea.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely the same.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, gents. Want to say a big thank you to Mod Breezy, Mod Sponge, and Mod Shrew for joining me. Thank you so much, gents.
All right.
Thank you.
Big applause.
Next segment. I feel like there wasn't a lot of specific info there, but I think they said some of the right things, right? I think, clearly they've done a good job of clarifying what their intent is a little bit, but still, I gotta see more. I'm not gonna be like, this changed everything until I actually see what it's gonna look like. Also, real quick, this pin, it's like the old login screen, right? Hold. Do I have it here? I have it somewhere. Anyway, they gave me one. I've already lost it, but I have this one. Pretty cool. It's one of the Angelscapes pins. It's very nice. Okay. Next group. Okay, so this is the Havenhe crew. Here we go.
Showed it, and now we're going to unpack it. So let's get into it. Welcome to the stage. We have Mod Luma. Welcome back to Mod Black Witch and Mod Zero. Welcome to the stage, guys. I already asked you, but I'm going to ask you two. What are your reactions to the premiere? It must have been so nice seeing all the comments and everything coming in from all the reactions. Did you guys see the comments?
Yes. Relieved.
Relieved.
Obviously happy. It's something we've been working on for a few months.
Yeah.
And even though we were hyped, it's always like, okay, is everyone else going to be hyped?
Yeah,
I hope so. And
course.
everyone's really hyped.
We're always so critical, right, of everything we do. So every time we see it, you're like, oh no, are they going to react the same way?
Yeah.
How about you, Zero?
Oh, it's same. Been working on this for so long now. These story ideas for so long. Stories been written for so long. Being able to get those little teasers out there, see people's reactions, see the excitement. Yes, it's
it was
really
the
getting
first time
me
we
hyped.
got to show them off to when we had our Creator Summit. So it must have been quite nice seeing their reactions to it as well. It was really lovely, really nice. Okay. Well, before we get into
Also, chat really quick. I think I fixed the volume. I'm assuming it's all normalized now.
it, in your own words, one word. Well, actually, before we get into that,
Thank you, Freddie.
let's, in your own words, what and where is Havenhe? For anyone who is watching, who doesn't know about Havenhe, obviously we watched the premiere, but in terms of Havenhe itself, what and where is Havenhe?
It's a new landmass to the east.
To the east, yes.
To the east.
It is itself. Amazing.
Yeah, it's very, well, Draven keeps saying, very organic, made up of a lot of different biomes.
Also, sorry about the person that was rage baiting in chat the whole stream. I just wasn't paying attention. I have timed them out for 604,000 seconds.
It's RuneScape-y, but I guess a bit grander in scale due to technological advancements we've had and just trying to get that nice
the
open
bees
space for us to work with. So it's
Ooh,
hopefully
huge space.
It's big, but yeah, hopefully feels like classic RuneScape, which I was very glad when some of the creators said that last week. But then, no.
Yeah, nice. That's really nice. So in terms of the vibe, what is the west to east tonal shift that players should expect? I know that you were saying, you want to go back to a classic more RuneScape, but it looks very, very safe, until it isn't. What?
Bro, this guy has been gaming way too much. He's got the gamer back like crazy. Just a full blown, holy Didn't they model him after my back after League's release?
Can players expect, from from when they first land to Havenhe to exploring the rest of the land?
I'm curious about the red moss.
I think.
Yeah,
because it feels a little bit like the game is moving away from AFK, but now we have a second type of designed to be AFK woodcutting. But also depends how AFK it is, right? If it's 15-minute AFK, that's different than if it's 1-minute AFK. But yeah, super curious.
So it starts off quite pastoral, kind of like your Lumbridge, your gentle starting area. It's very much meant to evoke classic RS in that way. And then obviously, what you have east of Lumbridge, you slowly go into Mauritania.
Sure.
That was very much the inspiration, except in this instance, it's a bit more varied, a bit more spread out, a lot more in between. One thing's important though, obviously, so the launch of Havenhe Part 1 is going to be very pastoral, peaceful, tranquil, but there's like a hint of darkness. There's like
underlining current of...
Yeah.
Is it bad that I'm excited about the new farming patch?
A little bit of darkness underneath, some hints of that vampire storyline coming in, and then as we go east, it will start to get a bit more mystical, magical, darker into that threat, that more alien almost, even though it's obviously still here in Gillenor, still grounded.
Yeah, for sure. Fantastic. So, in terms of by getting there to Havenhe itself, can you give us the opening hook for players? How do players first get to Havenhe?
So that's the Lost Grove.
Why should players go and check out Havenhe? What is the draw?
Hold. I just saw something. Hold.
How do players first get to Havenhe? Why should players?
Your title has edit on it? I don't think it does for me. Okay. What is this? 3 summoning obelisks next to each other. It does? Huh. Not for me, it doesn't. Well, let's hit that and see what happens. But what do we think this is, guys? This thing looks like a lodestone. But yeah, we've got a summoning obelisk with a particle effect on it, and then 2 other ones next to each other. Our daily summoning rituals? Yeah, they add a summoning daily. It's Serenity Post for summoning. Can you imagine? Yeah, you gotta do your daily ritual here. You gotta follow the glowing one in order to charge up the lodestone here to use it for the next day. This is where we sacrifice the children? Huh?
Go and check out Havenhe. What is the draw from Gillenor itself? Why should they move across to Havenhe? Like, what is drawing them to? Like, is there going to be a connection from RuneScape, the Gillenor itself landmass to?
I want to hear about the Dreadhog.
You go there for the
That's what I
content,
want.
But
for the content, of course.
From a narrative perspective, you go to Port Sarim. A bartender offers you an experimental drink. Think hot honey mead. It's a little bit hotter than you expect. You pass out, and you get a vision from Inanna, the mysterious goddess of Havenhe, basically saying, my people need you, please come help. And you're a hero, so you jump on the next ship.
Of course.
Well, the first one you can find that knows where it is, and you head on over and try to see what all this is about. You get there and it's like, this place doesn't seem like it's under threat. Everything seems really chill. What's going on here?
Of course.
And then you learn that, there was a bit more threat than you might have initially thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the story between Havenhe and Gillenor itself, do they overlap? Will there be some quests that are overlapping Havenhe and the main lands itself, or
Thank
are we
you, James.
focusing
Appreciate it.
primarily on Havenhe? So the whole point is that we want to go to this new landscape, right? And that we are staying on this new landscape. It's not going to be like other landscapes what we've done, other islands, we won't talk about them, but it's going to be other places that are keeping them on that space. That's the whole point. That's why we want to build this up.
Yeah, so on launch, it's mostly just new stuff on Havenhe. There are some quests that Luma made that are just exploring the lives of the daily people there.
very much just daily life, smaller scope quests, and a story which is very much centered on Havenhe.
Yeah.
The lore is very much tied to the mainland. You have like the Colossi, which we'll explore more with the dig site coming later in the year, and there's a lot of lore that ties into the mainland, but the story is mostly self-contained for now. In the future, obviously tying it into the Vampirium Mirror storyline, tying it into other quests in the world, that's more something we might look into.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's important that we want Havenhe to just actually feel like part of the world.
Yeah.
So it's not something we just want to release and then forget about.
Absolutely.
We just want to keep coming back to it and add more to it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Like on release, it's a huge area. It's a huge, spacious area, and there's that room for it to grow. It's not just jam-packed with everything. You know, you look at Lumbridge Swamp, how it used to be. You look at the area near Manor Farm, and it's just jam-packed with loads of stuff. But in Havenhe, like, we had that opportunity to just...
So, is that Varlamori? I don't play old school, obviously, but I feel like that feels kind of Varlamori, where it's not meant to be like its own isolated like Anachronia that feels like you've stepped into its own world. It just feels like an extra big chunk of RuneScape. Okay, cool.
It's a new landmass. Okay, we have space for content for like years to come without it feeling crowded.
So you heard it here. We've got loads of space, loads of space.
Again, Mod Ramen really wants us to say again that it's an organic part of the world. You missed it. I said it in the beginning.
It is. It's an organic part of the world.
And it's not
really
chock-a-block. Like
It's just like your Mistlin. It's just like your Kandarin. It's an extension. It's not a little microcosm.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, there's nothing. You don't go there and you got to do everything. There's like a new currency like the Ark and whatnot. It's an extension to
that I'm really happy about. I find it adds a lot of bloat to the game when you go into Menaphos and then there's a reputation system and then you go to the Ark and then there's a whole new system there and then you go like I think that's where a lot of the past expansions and areas have been done kind of wrong. You go to Anachronia and it's unnavigable and it's there for two things, and then you have Clash of Clans in the middle, which is what I call the like building totem area, which like just feels, it doesn't feel like it's part of the rest of the world. So I personally, and I know other people in chat are saying like they liked all those kind of microcosms. I'm actually glad this is just part of the game. It's evergreen. You can pull up, you can show up. I'm glad there's no currency.
the world with room to grow.
Definitely, definitely. So bosses, let's get into the bosses. So we've got Silver Quill, we've got Ivar, the King of Bones, both early game focused.
Sorry, real quick. Shoots silver spawn. Wait, there's silver. Okay, so for vampires. So surely, okay, so we're gonna get Vampire Bane bolts, maybe, and then what was the endgame boss called? It's the Blood Knight people. What are they called? Are those dudes vampires? Garazi? Are Garazi Blood Knights vampires? Because if so, maybe we need these to shoot them at the Garazi are a clan of vampires. Okay. Very cool. Shoot sanguine spines. Okay, so they shoot blood ones. They shoot silver ones. Flies, frothing at mouth. Bald spots. Wait, that's something no one in the RuneScape community would know anything about. Blood-filled cysts. That's gross. I don't love that, to be honest.
In terms of like, the learning goal for each boss, like what should players know about these bosses? Are they more mid to late game?
So they
How
are.
do they fit in?
They're low to mid game. Again, kind of as Zura touched upon, like the starting area is a little bit safer. There's a fair bit of content aimed for the low to mid level, so it's around 40 to 50 for Ivar and Silver Quill. And they're going to teach stuff like weapon pairing, protection prayers, and whatnot, just to kind of teach low-level combat players those kinds of mechanics. We've also got some new Slayer creatures as well. They're level 35, so again, that low to mid-level.
Nice. Okay, just gonna say, I think when these bosses come out with Havenhe, people are going to be super underwhelmed because they're bosses meant for people with 40 combat stats. I think that this is something that RuneScape sorely needs. So as an endgame player, when I look at the roadmap as a whole, I am not that hyped about the content updates because I think most of them or a lot of them aren't going to feel like they're exactly for me until you get towards the end of the year and it's like the leagues and the end game boss. But RuneScape needs to do this. Like, if you look at old school, there is such a bossing journey and it starts at a lower level and you can work your way up. RS3 doesn't have that. It has one early game boss, 300 mid to late game bosses, and that's it. So I'm actually kind of like, I'm stoked about this, even though I'm not stoked to play this, if it makes sense. I think it's going to make the game feel way, way, way better. So yeah, no, I'm definitely, and I think when I obviously by the end of today's stream, we're going to do a full review of the entire roadmap. I'm going to go through the entirety, 100% of this blog. But I think in my final review, just as a heads up, like I'm not as hyped about the content, but I am really hyped that the content exists because it's stuff that needs to exist.
Yeah. Really drawing the new players in as well to really explore. Which is nice.
And then we're going to have stuff in future Havenhe updates, which are going to be for the higher level players.
Yeah,
so
sure.
there's going to be something for
we
everyone.
hinted at a later higher level boss that will be coming later. I think another thing we wanted to do was, I think, itemization at those early levels is quite limited for certain styles. So it was also a way of adding new weapons, more variety, more choices into the earlier combat levels as well.
Itemization. Okay, so Ivar. So surely Ivar is going to drop like a bone club, right? What do you think? I mean, sure. Wait. What if the Oh my, wait. Okay, I might be cooking. Okay. What if the quills are thrown range weapons and the blood quill gives you heals and the silver quill is like vampire bane? What if you throw them? What if they're like darts? So you kill the hedgehog, you take the quills, and you start chucking them. Anyway, that'd be kind of cool. I'm just putting it out there. That'd be a cool way to give range some lifesteal.
I suppose that's one of the learnings that we've
Coach said this is why you got fired from Jagex. Your ideas blow.
We've recently just had the Flesh Hatcher that's come in, and we had huge amounts of learnings from that. So we're hoping to get the same type of positive sentiment we had from so many people who asked for early to mid game bosses in there. So Havenhe isn't just about combat. We are also obviously pushing Hunter to 110, which is amazing. So yeah, what is the new approach to Hunter 110? That we've got for players.
Oh, there's so much. There is so much.
So little time.
Mod Ramen and Mod Frosh have been working on Hunter, so yeah, it's getting pushed to 110.
Before we do this, I just want to say I feel like I would have been happier if it had been 120, because the whole 110 era, in my opinion, was like a little bungled, and the only 120 we've had recently is Thieving, and it was exceptional. So to me, I think you get a kind of awkwardness when a 30-year skills end at 99, a 30-year skills end at 110, a 30-year skills end at 120. Especially since later this year, we're getting a 120, right? Hunter's going to 110, and which one's going to 120? I can't remember. It's just construction goes to 120. Yeah, it feels like there's some weirdness there where I kind of wish they both went to 120. But yeah, okay, continue.
You've got new big game hunter called Giant Game Hunter.
Oh.
Giant Game Hunter. Huge.
Giant Game Hunter. You've also got
new big game hunter.
God. Birdhouses, Blackchin Chompers, Moth Trees.
Jackalopes.
There we go. I know I was missing something. Yeah, there's a lot. And again, something for everyone. Jackalopes, kind of lower level, expanding on and rabbit snaring. Birdhouses across
huge game
all
hunter
levels. And then at your higher end, you've got your giant, mind blanked, Giant Game Hunter from 96 to 110. So yeah, something for everyone with the
96 to 110.
Really.
Yeah, it really is.
Unlike the previous panels, they're giving us like specific level recs of things. Like Slayer creatures are level 35, Hunters get a start at 96. Like, this is hype. See, this is what I'm here for. This is awesome. Like, they're giving a lot of really, really, really good info here. The 110 was for skills that don't have that will have an impact on combat. Implication, those will go to 120 when combat does. Interesting. Fair enough.
It honestly is kind of crazy how much we have. It is absolutely stacked. We have got something for everyone in Havenhe, and there's space for more.
Yes.
It's not even completely full, which is crazy. We've kind of left space to add more if needed.
Thank you for the primer.
Which
Appreciate
hopefully
it.
won't be, because I'm hoping, we're all hoping that people will just explore Havenhe itself and be able to just be like, yeah, this is enough. We don't need more. We don't.
Oh no, we definitely need more. We have a lot
well,
more
just
planned.
in the first section.
Yeah, we
just in the
definitely
first
have more
section.
planned, but I do think it's important to say, like, we didn't want Havenhe to be as crammed as a lot of the mainland is at the moment. So there are those empty spaces that we just kind of left for ourselves to fill in the future, but also give you that sense of traversal a little bit, that you actually have this big landmass to explore.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's one of those cases of, if you, the players, want to take any of that, if you want to give us your feedback, again, directing you to that mega thread, we are taking on board everything that we're picking up on and taking it across to the team itself as well to pick on. So if there's things missing, if you want more of something or less of something, obviously do let us know in the chat, and we'll pass it on. So last question: why release Havenhe in parts? Obviously, this is an easy question because it's massive.
That's a good question.
But in terms of the parts, why are we doing it in parts?
I think you touched on it there partly. We want people's feedback.
Yeah.
If we do it in parts, especially with stuff like a story, you want the story to have time to breathe, characters to have time to breathe, people to get to know them, to explore this place, and then to give us your feedback. And then, we can tweak the future areas to what's interesting people, apply some feedback, and slowly explore this landmass over time rather than forcing it all into one release, which is going to make it smaller, less in-depth, less high quality, less varied.
You'd be waiting a while if you wanted to get everything at once. You touched upon it really well, like making sure each update has really good focus, really good love and care spent on it. Releasing it in parts allows for that.
Yeah, perfect. Right, lightning round. One word. Describe Havenhe in one word, if you can.
Spacious.
Organic.
I was going to say cool.
Cool. I mean, yeah, sure. It's absolutely cool. It is absolutely cool. And, we'll take from you guys, obviously, when you guys first see Havenhe, everyone watching, it'll be amazing to see what everyone thinks as well. But thank you, thank you all for joining. Mod Zero, Mod Black Witch, Mod Luma, thank you so much for joining me on stage. And we can't wait to see you again for the next segment. For the next piece. But let's take another look at the roadmap itself to see where we are next.
All right, on to the next guest. We don't care about one-to-one anymore. Everybody macros. I don't macro. Oh, does that mean I'm not a person? Oh, no. Okay, keep it moving. Whoa! Mod Ramen's back!
Construction. I am very excited to welcome back
actual self-report,
Mod Ramen,
by the way,
to this.
Dude, everybody backers. I guarantee you it's like less than 10% of the player base.
And welcome to Mod Frosh. How are you both?
Really excited about everything that's coming.
Amazing.
Oh, we've been building to this.
Oh. I see
what have we been building, Mr. Construction?
Amazing. Oh, God. Right, so player and housing and 120 construction. Obviously, this has been years of dreaming. How long has it been we've been talking about this? How long have you been working on this update for?
So in terms of actually working on it, we're still in the design stages. So next steps are going to be talking to the community, asking the bold questions of what does player housing mean to you? What has player housing meant to you? It is a project we've sort of peeked in at over the years, toyed with ideas, looked at little different bits of tech, but we're starting this week, so it's super exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Again, player and house.
Someone in chat just said floppy bunny ears shoelaces. Groff, I hate to tell you, the fact that the first thing you looked at was Mod Ramen's feet, I just feel like that says something.
And 120 construction, that goes hand in hand. right? So there's not going to be any differentiation between both of them, or it could be. Who knows? I suppose. What can players expect if you have any sort of inkling of what your vision is for player-owned housing or the update itself?
It's looking at, again, that question we're going to ask the players, like, what is housing to RuneScape?
Yeah.
What does your house mean to you? Everyone's sort of been through the sort of, oh, I'm going to build my house up, I'm going to make it super pretty, but only I go there.
Yeah.
And it's not been something we've supported over the years. So how do we look back at the last 25 years of content? How do we bring that to the house? How do we make all that stuff evergreen? So no matter what you're doing on your journey, you bring it towards the house. But also, how do you share your house with others? What's the community aspect of it?
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm nervous about with construction is like, one, the fort is 1 million XP an hour full AFK to 120. And two, you need to give a house value and purpose for visiting it. Like, I would love to have house parties again. I would love for people to do gilded altars again, but you can't do gilded altars when the Wildy altar does the same thing, but it's free. And there are just so many different layers of it where, like, I'm curious as to how they're going to make this feel valuable, like a place you're going to want to hang out, where you're going to want to spend time. But yeah, like Old School does a really good job of it with their teleports. I was going to say this too. My house right now, the coolest thing in my house right now is I have my Carol teleport, which is a teleport in a white portal room that takes me to Canifis. And before the Lodestone Network, that thing was absolutely insane. It was the coolest thing ever. It felt amazing when I built it. I used it every single day and I loved it. And it felt like I was getting a skip to a different part of the world. And now it feels like a lot of the things that a house would provide in Old School or like in general, it's QL that's already offered in other places. You don't need to worry about a teleport to Canifis because your Lodestone gives you one. So yeah, we're gonna see what happens. I'm super curious.
For sure.
I think another big aspect is for you to be able to build your house as you see fit and as you envision it.
Right.
At the moment, we have quite a big limitation in that you can only build, on specific hotspots, and specific rooms are limited to specific furniture.
Yeah.
So we're definitely looking to break that up a bit and allow you
That feels very Dragon
some
Wild
freedom
to me.
in how
I don't know that that's super
how
needed,
you create.
but it could be cool.
Really give players a sense of their own style, their own personalities into that house.
Put the larder in the bedroom if you want. Put the bedroom in the kitchen if you want. Like,
do what you want. You can leave it outside. Do what you want.
The palette is open. We can try and go as crazy as possible, but also what's really important is to build a solid foundation. Construction and the player in house is that, again, using that term evergreen. It's that thing that should be with you on your journey all the way from the first time you get that little wooden chair and that little, what is it, living room? It's 4 wooden walls, but
it really is.
Just taking it all the way, and then, as you hang up your matscape or hang up your completionist cape, you can look around and go, look, these are all the things I've done. They take you back to a memory, a time, a place. It doesn't have to just be in game, but maybe that friend built you that demonic throne. It's community.
Yeah. So they can pretty much get from, I mean, you touched on this, I remember during the creator, when we were during the creator summit, it was about, if you're going through your adventure through Gielinor and you're on a quest, you can potentially take something. If you liked something from that quest or that boss that you did, you can take a piece of something and then be able to present it in your house, like, proudly, rather than just having the same old stuff, and it becomes quite samey, I guess.
Yeah.
It's about building that character, building that you're putting your own personality into that house and being able to share it with everyone as well, which is really nice. And in terms of, for you guys all watching at home as well, this is, again, we want that feedback from you guys. So please let us know what kind of direction you want to see the house going in. If it is the player-owned house in terms of, like, what you kind of envision for it, if it's involving more people, if you want to invite more people to the house. We do remember the house party that existed 20 years ago. We won't go into it, but we went.
I want to be able to invite people to my house and then kill them.
have a repeat of that, but it's one of those moments that made history for RuneScape. So
Yeah, why not have a piece of furniture that commemorates it?
yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't just have to be myth or legend, but you can have your own.
And not just a plaque in a garden.
Just a piece of it.
Yeah, definitely. That's the nice thing. That's the nice thing what we want to do. Yes, a lot of the comments, the chat is going well for the massacre.
But there'll be some people out there that have absolutely no idea what you're going on about.
No, there won't be, which is the funny thing about it. It is the funny thing. So it is quite funny. We did have a moment in RuneScape history, which can you remind people about the Falador
Can you
massacre?
recall it?
So really quick, they said they're going to be asking for a lot of feedback. To me, a player on house needs two things to function well. It needs to be commemorative and customizable, which it seems like they're very, very big on doing. So that's, doing the vampire quest line and then being able to customize my house to make it look vampiric. It's stuff like that, or maybe when I get a boss log or a boss pet, I can have it running around in my house. That's part one. I think they've got that pretty nailed. Part two, though, I think a house needs to function with utility. I think it needs to provide usefulness across the game, or else people are going to build it once and never go back. And I think it would be a lot better if you build it and you actually use it for something. Also, have to say this, you can tell this really is a fantasy game because a demographic of 25 to 33-year-old predominantly males are about to be homeowners. That wouldn't happen in real life.
Well,
It is involving a player-owned house.
I can recall it if you want.
Go for
Was it 2006? Was it?
Oh,
don't
give me dates.
20th anniversary.
Yeah, house party in the house of Cursed You, I believe. Hey,
he studied.
What was it? He kicked people out, and there was a bug, and some people were able to kill other players outside of the wilderness in Falador and in Remington as well, I guess.
F and chat.
And Duriel went on a rampage and stole a bunch of party hats and gear.
Oh gosh.
And many things.
Yeah, the infamous green party hat.
Yeah.
Aaron's robes.
Yeah. My goodness.
Terrifying.
It did happen. So, quick fire round. Before we go, I want to do, I say a quick fire round. What is the one dream item that you would like to put in your house, that you would like to see?
You answer first because I've
Cronus. Give me Cronus.
I have thought about it just before. As a kid, I was always obsessed with secret tunnels, secret compartments, and such things. And I always wanted a house with a secret tunnel, which I'm actually buying one right now, and it does have a secret tunnel.
It has a secret tunnel?
Well, it's more of a hatch. But
well, it's not so secret now, is it? We all know there's a secret tunnel under your house.
However, yep, that is absolutely something I'd want to put into my house. I guess mechanically it would end up just being, more teleports, secret tunnels into various different places in Gillinor.
Really quick, one comment I want to touch on. Someone said, why do people so badly want to get rid of lodestones and make everything like old school? Just play old school at that point. So for me personally, I can't speak for others. I think one of the big things that takes away from the game, for me personally, you're welcome to disagree, is, and I think a lot of people feel this way too, you never see players traversing the world anymore because there are so many teleports to every location and a lot of them have no costs. Like if you watch someone do clue scrolls, they're never traversing the world. They're teleporting right to the next spot and then using a different teleport to get to the next spot and the next spot. And you see people kind of condensed in like 3 or 4 areas. You got Warrior's Retreat, you've got the fort, you've got like certain skilling spots, and that's basically it. And I think the idea of like why people are proposing deleting lodestones is that conceptually, 1, it makes magic actually feel valuable. And 2, it brings you back to a world where some people will use teleports and runes, and other people will actually run around the world, and the world will feel more full and populated. So anyway, just want to say, I don't think people are saying delete lodestones because they want it to be like old school. I think they just want the world to feel full again. Just to elaborate.
That's where though.
Yeah.
It's all secret.
Definitely into that tunnel at the Grand Exchange for sure.
Ah, yes. Yeah,
Have that's
you,
me.
Lord
Given a bit of thought.
Little thought.
Honestly, I like to commemorate sort of big moments in my RuneScape journey, and one of the biggest for me was Nex. Like the excitement of 2011, the frozen door, you walk up to it, you hear Nex's voice for the first time. Oh, it's mental. I would love a bit of furniture, the frozen door. I'd make it. I'd set it behind my thrones.
Nice.
I'd put some Virtus armor on a stand here, some Torva, some Pernix, and I'd make my kitchen.
Yeah.
God Wars dungeon.
Nice.
Yeah.
So this is something small, nothing major.
Nothing major.
Just something subtle.
Yeah.
You know, just a little something in the kitchen.
That's for me. It's a little piece of.
Amazing.
Little piece
Bro
of meat.
wants
Love
the
that.
next body
Little
pillow.
piece of ramen. Little piece
He
of
just
ramen.
does,
No, you can't have
clearly.
that. Well, you can if you want. Vote.
But so I want to thank Mod Ramen and.
All right, next segment. Somebody mentioned, wait, our aura is confirmed deleted. So there is probably going to be more info in the news post. We're going to go through the whole news post after the stream. But yeah, they announced today that they will be deleting every single aura. I'll give you more thoughts on it later. I have a ton of thoughts about it, but yeah. There's a lot to say. Oh, who is this? I don't know this person.
I want to welcome Mod Demo to the stage.
Mod
Hello,
Demo.
Mod Demo.
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining.
What does Mod Demo
so
do?
let's get into the player
Ooh,
avatar.
avatar refresh.
Itself.
Huge. Okay, this will be big.
What can players expect from in the first drop in April from the player avatar?
So there'll be 4 main areas that will definitely be going out in April. So we will have the new player avatar heads and chat heads.
Amazing.
We'll have the new character create outfits.
Thank you for the primer, appreciate it.
And we'll have all of the optional basic hairstyles that will be going out with those as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. What?
So it feels like Avatar Part 1, it's just heads, chat heads, hair? And then bodies are happening later? Am I misunderstanding that?
Obviously you said it. I mean, as you know, you'll all expect everything that should be coming in at the moment. Obviously, the chat heads. What's changing with the chat heads? What should players expect that are changing?
So they'll be in line with the look of the player avatar model itself. So there'll be parity between the two. And then they'll also have all of their animations updated as well. So they'll be using a new rig. So they'll be trying to update the existing animations that we have in game, but
Bro, the feet. Oh no. Why did they have to show the feet? Okay. So I mean, something that I'm noticing that I actually like quite a bit. The new one doesn't look like a new game. It just looks like there are less shapes. You know what I mean? Like if you look at this character's ear specifically, right? This ear is a straight line and a straight line. It's like pointy because it's just 3 lines, whereas this one is actually a little more rounded. But I feel like the direction they're going for is let's be faithful to the old model, but make it look better. I don't know. I feel like that's probably a good direction to take. Wait, no more sausage hands. Yeah. This guy definitely uses moisturizer, for sure. They made the butts bigger, did they? I don't know. They definitely changed the curvature a little bit. I mean,
to
what?
high fidelity.
Yeah.
So be able to express all of those different emotions in a much better way than they currently do.
Yeah,
but while still
definitely.
maintaining that field of the existing one, just in a better way.
Sure. Got some pictures of our the latest models that are coming in. I hope everyone is excited for this because it has been a piece which we are looking forward to. I mean, how long has this been in the works now?
Well, we started it back in 2001.
Hey, yo. I don't, dude, it's kind of like when you see a mannequin at a clothing store that isn't wearing clothes and you're just like, huh? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, okay, so yeah, what I really want to do though is I want to focus on, somebody said Hank Hill ass, comparing the old to the new. I mean, it's just like more muscle definition. Something about the old Avatar refresh as well is all of the characters were like built like a tank. Like they were absolutely giga jacked. I feel like they've introduced a bit more slimness to the character, which I actually think is kind of nice. I actually think is kind of nice. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh no! Hi RuneScape, thank you for the. I was in the middle of yoinking your stream and turning it into my stream, and now, and when you raided, it killed it. It showed me my own Twitch channel. Wait, I look like that? That's crazy. Hi, everyone. Welcome. How are we doing? Hi, Mod Inc. Wait, I need to give you a mod badge in here. You now have a mod badge in here. The way that modding works here, by the way, is you can ban up to 100 people for free per day. It's kind of like a daily. But yeah, so what we're doing is we're going through the whole stream. We watched the RS ahead. We're going through the entire stream. We're like 15, 20 minutes behind right now. So we're going through the avatar refresh stuff. And then we're going to go through until the end of the stream, giving my thoughts on everything that's coming up. And then we're going to read through the entire news post. And then I will be basically just, I don't know, talking about every single update on the roadmap, what I think, the good, the bad, all of the rest. But yeah, thank you all for the raid. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Let's get back into it now. How do I even do it anymore? Wait, that actually... Okay, maybe we just go /videos, and then we can find it. Yeah, because I guess we're not watching the stream anymore. We're watching the VODS.
2001.
Okay, huge. We're so back. We are so back. The new UI is bad! Exclamation mark. I hate the brown. Hello. Okay. Let's get back to work. Does removing thresholds mean removal of adrenaline? No. You know how necromancy has abilities that cost adrenaline, but they're not thresholds? It'll be like that. Cool. All right, let's get back into this. So we're looking at the player avatar. We just finished talking about this guy over here. And now, yeah, he just seems kind of skinnier. Like, you know, his legs don't look like tree trunks anymore. I mean, they still kind of do, but yeah, I like that it looks similar to the old one, but just kind of better defined and a little less... They took our ass? Oh, between the old and the new. True. Very true. Yeah, also, if you don't like the UI, good news. With plugin support, you could make a plugin that makes your UI look like the old one. All right, let's keep it moving.
It took 25 years, people, to make. My goodness.
2021, sorry.
2021, there we go.
We pay, we leg day. That's crazy. Also, yeah, I just want to say again, thank you to the RuneScape stream for the raid. I appreciate it. Anybody coming over, we're just going through all of the RS ahead expanded stuff, and then we'll be talking about the whole roadmap, one update at a time. And then I'll give you my final review. It's going to be a 7.9.
It's been effectively on hold for the last 5 years while we've tried to work out some of the issues in the background. A lot of those is simply that we just don't have the resource to do the extent of the work that's needed. But through things like better tooling and a better idea of exactly what's required of the projects, we're able to plan it and do things in a slightly more sensible and quicker way. So,
well, I was going to say, like, what has been, the tech issues that we have faced that has kept us.
Dude, this is the most obvious one. So this is what the current avatar looks like in game right now. Like, dude, it's so much better. It's like, without a doubt, it is a million times better. Like all of the random lines and like the little like geodes, and then this just like looks like a dude's head. We're polygons maxing. Exactly. We're yeah, no, it's definitely going to look nice. I hope it doesn't look too much like Dragon Wilds, like the, you guys know the Unreal 5 engine models. So I am curious, like I would still want it to feel like the old model. I would just like it to look smoother. That would be like my preference. Also, look at that jawline. Bro is just absolutely jawline maxing right now. Crazy.
A lot of players have always asked, why, we've
Someone said they all look like Vin Diesel.
sort of said that we're going to do it, and then we don't. What has been the tech issues that we've faced, which has kept us from continuing? Because it is difficult. It's one of those pieces, and
yeah. Okay. So
do it, and then we
when
don't,
you go back, sorry, I went back a couple seconds.
The tech.
This is the thing that a lot of people said about the old character. He was like, I think if there were like body shape sliders, it would make sense. But I don't think there's going to be one because you'd then have to resize every single outfit in the game. So I'd presume there's just going to be one size. I think I'm definitely on board with this being a little too jacked. So I think the change from 2020 to now, I think it looks more closely to what a RuneScape character should look like.
Issues that we've faced, which has kept us from continuing, because it is difficult. It's
about to
it's
swap
one of
to
those
the new.
pieces, and personally for me, like, before I don't want to interrupt you, but it has been one of those spectacular moments of what an avatar is. With old school RuneScape, for example, it's a very their avatar
Access said they modeled it after Protox.
is a very known piece. That you look at that avatar, that's old school RuneScape. So we are trying to create a moment in RuneScape history where we create that moment for our own avatar as well. So I suppose it's always been about getting it right, I guess.
Yeah, precisely. One of the major reasons we didn't do it in the first place is because there was a feel that we couldn't achieve everything we wanted to in a time frame with the resource that we had. There's the sheer number of models that we have in game that we'd have to kind of update in order to bring everything in line with the new heads and arms and feet and hands and so on that go into it. But we've managed to track down exactly what's needed, work out how we can put out a first release, which doesn't feel like it's a halfway solution. There'll still be more work to do because, as I say, there's a large amount of models.
Yeah,
in the game
seems
which need
good.
updating.
Absolutely seems good. Speaking of updating models in the game, I have a personal request. Could the first model in the game that gets updated be this guy? The ogre in the Feldup Hills that's just absolutely wailing on the drums? Would it be possible to do him first? By any chance? Because, leave him alone? No. Just imagine him, but, real size. Beer belly, everything. He looks perfect? No. He could look even more perfect. Also, I don't know why that person got banned,
But we've managed to work out a way in
Okay.
which we can provide a first stage release which feels like a true update to the character avatar.
Yeah.
And we'll fill in the rest as we go beyond that.
So what can players expect from, this is the first step in our player avatar. How many steps, can we say how many steps?
It's a good
we
question.
envision, that's going ahead?
Well, the first stage should cover the majority of it.
Yeah.
But as you know, there'll be many bodies and legs and hand models throughout the game that will have, areas of skin components and so on within them. That's just not really achievable in the first stage, but we're doing our best to ensure that when players put on their helmets and their tiaras and wear different hairstyles, that
You told Jmod to ban people and then someone got banned? No. One of my actual mods banned somebody.
every one of those instances
Don't worry.
they'll have a new head, and that's where it joined onto the body, it'll match those parts of the body, so it'll look like a true update in those instances. There may just be models here and there where you may see a small patch here and there of the old skin, and we'll kind of get to those as we're able, really.
Yeah. So if you see those in game, do tell us about it, and we will try to fix it because they shouldn't be there. And the dreaded Play-Doh look, we are trying to get away from that.
Absolutely, yes. We're doing everything we can to ensure that the kind of surface materials on things like skin and clothing and hair are much more sympathetic to the way that they look on our current models. So you won't have that kind of featureless clay-like surfacing on
I hate the clay. The clay
which I know that
everything is
players
so
are passionate
bad.
about, and we have taken that on board, and we're currently looking into solutions for that.
Yeah, definitely.
The most egregious spot in game for the clay, I'm just going to show it really quick because it's absolutely brutal. In my opinion, the wilderness looks entirely like clay. All of this on the ground. It doesn't look like I'm walking on ground. It looks like I'm walking on Play-Doh. All of this. So anyway, I'm just this to me is the worst spot for it, but yeah, I'm just, I would love to see some of the textures around the world. I wonder if they could do it like a pack. Can you imagine if it was a full-blown, a texture render and replace, where it took everything that looked like this and just made it look not like Play-Doh? Would be really, really sick. But yeah, anyway, I will, I've never really noticed, but you're right. Yeah, it doesn't look like ground. The rocks aren't protruding, right? They're just painted onto the ground. And it just, anyway, I'm not a fan of that texture at all. So I'm glad they've mentioned it a lot, right? The clay texture, the Play-Doh, like they've talked about it aggressively, but like, yeah, the entirety of the ground in the wildy just, it looks like Play-Doh. Makes it kind of hungry, you know? But yeah, continue.
It's exciting stuff. It's absolutely phenomenal. We will be obviously sharing some more information. I know that there's been some requests of what the female body, the female avatar will look like. You know, when can we expect to see potentially some
that's true.
Information on that, do you reckon?
Well, we have our character artist working on it at the moment. The male avatar is almost finished in terms of the modelling. We're still looking at the texturing side of things, but it's in the works. And the female avatar sculpt is being currently worked on as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, if all goes to plan, we should have the finished avatar models that we can start utilising within the next couple of weeks.
Next couple of weeks, you heard it here, folks. It's super exciting stuff. Amazing. So I want to, you know, before we go on, it's one of those pivotal moments again in RuneScape history where we are finally doing everything within our roadmap, within our integrity roadmap as well. It's all intertwining, everything that we're seeing with the player avatar, with all the refreshes, the rebalancing, everything that's coming. There is more coming, I believe. That this isn't just the final. This isn't the only step that people can expect for the player avatar rework. There's more coming, I expect.
Yes,
in terms of more NPCs, like, because the one question I had was, you know, what in chat especially, I want you to tell me what you would prioritize. Is it hairstyles? Is it armor updates? Is it NPCs? Like, are we going to be seeing everything updated? But not obviously in April.
No, not in April.
Not everything in April.
Eventually, yes. That is the idea, that we'd like to bring all of the player avatar models, at least in terms of the kind of base skin and clothing and hairstyles, all up to a modern standard.
Yeah.
And that the work we're putting in now will roll out onto the NPCs.
I wonder if they're
going to
show the
So we'll start to
hairstyles.
see that parity, that consistency in terms of the graphical styles of any kind of human character throughout the game.
Amazing so much. It's incredible. Right, I want to say a big thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I wish they showed the hair though. Did they show the hair in the news post? Anybody know? Here, wait. I'll do a control F if they did. Really quick. Also, sorry to the person who just got banned. Coach messaged me and said it was actually an accident. So you'll get unbanned in a second whenever Coachy can find the button to, you know. No, they don't show the hair. Okay, yeah. That is what I'm definitely most curious about, though. If you look at the current in-game hair, there is like one hairstyle that looks slightly okay, and it's this one. And everybody has the same hairstyle. A lot of the hairstyles, they look like you could imagine, okay, just imagine like the handle of a mop sticking out of my head, okay? Just imagine the handle of a mop on all of them. Okay, maybe not that one. That one's like a toilet plunger. Yeah, they're not so good. So yeah, no, I'm definitely stoked. I'm looking forward to new hairstyles. I think it's gonna be big. Assuming they actually look nice, because right now, every like male RuneScape character has one of the same three, and then it's the same the other way. It's the two ponytail thing that like, it's not even like an Edator outfit. Everybody has the same one.
To Mod Demo, thank you so much for joining me. We can't wait to see everything that's coming for the Avatar rework.
All right, who's next? Oh, so this, by the way, is a mouse mat. And the reason I know it's a mouse mat... Chat, I got one! I got something. I also, mods, if you're watching, I would like to reflect that I did not steal this from Jagex HQ. Look, it's so cool. And also not stolen. This was ethically acquired. Although, I did send 200 multi... See, the only thing I hate about it, though, is the fact that Zanuck is on it. Like, bro, did we have to? I recognize most of the characters. Also, Taz, which artist was it? It was Quadri, huge. Yeah, shout out to community artists. Yeah, maybe I could cross out Xanac. Yeah, we got Xanac, we got Bob the Cat. I actually don't know some of these people. We've got the cook, obviously. We've got Ceramic Vase. We've got Wise Old Man. That's the Lumbridge Sage, I presume. Is that the sandwich lady eating a cake? Oh, yeah, sorry, that's Tiffy. Sorry. Certification, my bad. Yeah, kind of cool. Very cool, I would say. No, definitely exciting. Banned for stealing? No, we can't ban me. I can make you, if I make you a mod, will you not ban me for stealing? But yeah, very cool. All right, who's next? Oh.
We can't wait to see you. We can't wait to see you in October. So
wait,
we
they
are
made
going
Mod
to
Pickles
welcome
solo?
two of our wonderful guests. We have Mod Parish and Mod Mermaid. Welcome to the set. Welcome.
Oh, sorry, that's Mod Mermaid. Different mod.
RuneScape Expanded. So, tell us a bit about yourselves. What do
My
you
bad.
guys? How have you guys been involved in?
Wait, where's Yui? Do you think they're gonna pan the camera to the right?
Runefest. This is the first time players have seen you.
Yeah, delighted to be here.
Yeah.
Hi to the stream.
Oh, we're so back.
So I have been involved in RuneFest since 2014. So I have worked on 7 RuneFests.
7 RuneFests. 7.
None as much as 2025, where I was fortunate enough to get to work on the core planning team for RuneFest in my role as creative director on the project. So it's basically everything audio-visual, from managing the stages and all the content on the stages to what everything looked like, from thematics to the branding to pretty much anything you saw on the show.
Yeah.
So
Love that.
and I cannot wait to do this again. This
Yeah.
is absolutely the most exciting thing.
It really is. It really, really is. Happy Mod Mermaid. Mod Mermaid. There we go.
Happy to be here.
Yeah.
So yeah, my name is Mod Mermaid. I actually am fairly new to Jagex, and RuneFest 2025 was my first RuneFest, but I came on
You did a
just
phenomenal job.
Thank
Well
you
done.
very much. I came on just in time to be basically project lead of the project, so doing everything that was needed essentially to make sure that we had an event and that it was safe, and that all of the stage presenters and the volunteers and the players were able to come together and celebrate RuneScape. So it was a really amazing experience.
Definitely. So what's been for you guys? What's been the learnings that you guys have picked up on since last RuneFest that we are now applying to this year?
We could alternate a little bit. You want to go first and I'll pick up?
Sure. I'll go first. I think the main one is more tickets, right? So excitingly, this year we are actually going to be doubling the number of tickets available to 6,000. And I think coming back last year after a 6-year hiatus, none of us could have anticipated the level of demand that we saw for the tickets, with them selling out so quickly that I actually thought the ticketing website was broken. So
we all did.
We all did.
The website just completely crashed. We're like, no, it's ruined. just scrap it all.
So 6,000 ticket RuneFest is going to be like, it's going to be pandemonium. I actually wonder how they're going to do it, because for past RuneFests, like basically the JMods, the Jagex staff do a lot of the like event coordinating and running. Like they're really involved in helping with it. I actually wonder if they're going to have to hire out like an external group to be involved too. They probably will, because I'm just imagining the same amount of JMods and double the people. It's gonna be wild. But yeah, no, I'm super excited about RuneFest. I will likely be there, I would assume. RuneFest is awesome. It's very, very cool. And I'm very, very stoked. Yeah. Also just really nice. I'm scared to be H. Oh no. I'm glad RuneFest is back though. Like, I think a lot of what's happened to RuneScape in the last few years is it's a lot of, I'll use the word inconsistency. And the idea that we're going to start getting stuff like this, like if it's every year or it's every 2 years or whatever it is, that's really, really good. Are you planning on clubbing 3 hours before your flight again? Naylor, I don't know what you're talking about. And that does not sound like the kind of thing that I would do as a mature, grown adult before an international flight. But yeah, let's continue.
But yeah, I think that was an incredible test case, and with that in mind, we have now been able to really, just scale this to a level that's never been seen before. So it'll be double the size of the hall, double the tickets, and double everything that people love the most about RuneFest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so exciting. It's super exciting stuff.
Okay, well, you've definitely taken the easy one first up. But, no, I think we learned so much from RuneFest last year, and where could we start without saying, more space, more content. So we've doubled the amount of people coming in, we've doubled the size of the space, and we are getting 2 stages within our full arena space this year. 100% confirmed. We'll have our glorious main stage where we will spotlight all of the biggest content that we have in mind, but then we are going to get that secondary panel stage vibe going, a smaller stage, smaller space, more informative, more interesting, different side content that we can talk about, and that's going to run Saturday and Sunday. So we effectively operated with 1 main stage on Saturday last time round, and then we had 2 stages, one which was off-site on the Sunday. So that's gone. Everything's happening in our one RuneFest hall, and that's one of the learnings from last year that we are excited to put into play. I reckon we can probably do a few more on this, because we learned a lot from last year, and it was such a phenomenal success. But I think there's plenty more that we got out of it.
Yeah, of course. And I think bringing back the event for the team for the first time to such a large audience, there were some things that were complete surprises to us. Like, I think we did not expect that at one point in the merch store there would be over 1,000 people in the queue on Saturday morning.
It was a big queue, if anyone remembers. It was a massive
everybody wanted
queue.
socks.
It was a big old queue, and yeah, hopefully people managed to get most of the merch that they wanted, but we're hoping to really just like scale up the logistics of the merch store this year. So it's going to be like a more than doubled footprint, more than doubled queuing space, like more than doubled tills, and also we're going to be implementing learnings like how can we make pre-order pickup a bit more, separated from that, so that people can do that earlier on before the main merch store opens, staggered entry, just a bunch of different stuff to make sure that people can get those merch lines that they want. And of course, we're going to be having more in stock of those key lines that everybody wanted so much as well, like the official event tee and hoodie.
Yeah, definitely. Well, so yeah, speaking of merch, is there going to be more people can potentially expect from the stuff? I mean, we've already got some of the new RS25 merch, which has been really lovely to see. So for RuneFest itself, like the logo itself is, I'm not sure if anyone has noticed, but it is a new logo.
So yeah, it's an updated logo. We're playing off the same brand that we wanted to build on the success of, but there is a little.
It's the same logo with a different font.
With eagle eyes and a good aptitude for different RuneScape languages, they might be able to.
Everyone's taking screenshots.
What? There's an Easter egg in the. Is there? Huh? Chat, does anybody know what it is? We got 1,200 gigabrains in here. I love how zooming in made it smaller. Is it the portal behind the dragon? Is like a League's portal? Or is it a world gate? Or is it... I don't know. I need to go to the website. Okay, hold. Okay. I mean, that's just a portal for sure. Is there writing on the thingamabob? There are glyphs around the oh my god, there are! There are glyphs all the way around the rim. It's the edicts, Zamarok? Okay, yeah, that is definitely what it is. Okay, cool. I will not be translating them all right now, but if someone in chat wants to and then wants to share it, I will happily take credit for all of it. All right, continue.
Everyone's doing screenshots of the logo. What is the Easter egg? We won't tell you. You'll have to find out.
Socks?
That effectively represents what will hopefully be an underrunning theme of RuneFest this year. We are really looking to celebrate our full history, and hopefully we will have something amazing from all the eras.
Yeah, definitely. It's a wonderful piece. We managed to. I don't think we ever anticipated how impactful RuneFest really was. I think looking back at it and seeing the issues that we had with the group that we were going to work with. Obviously, we had to cancel it in September, and then we moved it to March. In hindsight, it was probably one of the best things that probably happened, because we got to see a huge moment where, you know, all the Jagex employees, all the JMods ended up, everyone stepping up and moving forward to help with running RuneFest, which is such a lovely thing to see. And then, you know, getting the line, everyone sort of going line, everyone clapping to welcome everyone coming in. That is going to happen again. We are doing that again, right?
What if we don't clap
We
this
absolutely,
year?
I hope so.
I hope that our James hands can withstand like clapping 6,000 people into the hall.
That's going to be a long queue. That's going to be a lot of clapping.
Maybe
We'll
they can
take
alternate.
turns.
But
We've
I
got
think-
one group of people clapping and then we'll swap.
But I think it's really key, Yui, and I think everybody, like, I do just want to emphasize like how much this is a group collaboration between all of the different teams and all of the JMods that we have at Jagex. You know, it's an in-house production, like our video team, our creative services team, our game teams, everybody from legal to commercial, like everybody contributes in their own way. And yeah, this year we're hoping to bring even more JMods than ever before, and I think it's just an amazing moment to celebrate that unique
That is a real thing, by the way, that like all of the JMods across the whole game get involved. Like I remember showing up at RuneFest and my boss's boss handing me an AGS to take a picture with. And I was like, huh? So yeah, no, it definitely, like, that is a real thing that happens and is very
relationship
cool.
between JMods and players and get them face to face.
Yeah.
It's been a cornerstone, I think, of all the RuneFests. But it's
Okay.
always been staffed by JMods, and I can tell you not just from the perspective of I know how much, you know, on site our players love, you know, merging and getting to meet and
I think we
prosecuting us
can
to
jump
talk to
along
JMods,
because
but
it's not
very much
really new content related, but I'll say right now, like, it is a massive W that RuneFest is back. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome. I hope to be there. And we love RuneFest. It's the best time of the year. If you've never been to a RuneFest, it's really, really special. It's a ton of fun. Ooh, we've got Ryan and Breezy now. Okay, what's
Breezy,
happening next?
who are going to be talking to us about Leagues 2. So yeah, let's get
okay.
into it. So what can players expect from...
Really quick, just for context, I was not happy with Leagues 1. I made an absolutely scathing review for it that has not come out yet, but I'm going to save it for when Leagues 2 is, like, either announced or, like, is coming soon or whatever, just so we can remember all of the pain from Leagues 1. There were things I loved about Leagues 1, but mostly it was the fact that it was a Leagues, but so much wasn't balanced well, so much wasn't. So I'm hoping that there's a lot that they say here about quest skips, about progression, about player power, about just a whole bunch of other things. And my hope here is that there's clearly an integrity roadmap for it, like 7-8 months. Leagues is in 7-8 months. My hope is that the game is in a way better state where it's properly balanced so that old school players can then jump in for Leagues and have a very, very good experience, a lot better than Leagues 1.
Leagues 2 this year.
More. Just more.
More.
Just
Just more.
More
That's
power.
it. That's it, folks. More.
More power, more fun, more things to do.
And a real big focus on resolving / all the issues that were mentioned in Leagues 1. You know, it was a good, really big success, but equally a great testing ground for, like, you know, what to do better next time. So
Yeah.
Leagues 2, I think we said it in the RS Ahead, it's like, you know, faster progression,
Good.
better sort of power creep, I want to say. You know,
Good.
It's not 100 hours before it feels like a league. You know, it might be like only 5 hours and you're suddenly
Sure.
like, you know, feel like you're cheating the game, which is exactly what League's about.
Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. It's just like more. We want more. But yeah, that was my question. It's going to be like, you know, what has been the learnings of Catalyst that we are now applying to Leagues 2? You know, we've got the quests. We are being overpowered. We are doing more to take away from.
They're saying the right things here
grinds
for
that people
sure.
complained about in the first league, and is that what players are hopefully going to be expecting for this league?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely something you should expect. I mean, some of the big things that came out of the first league was things like the power fantasy, what we call the power fantasy. We, you know, like Leagues is about having things that are busted and just fun. It's not about sticking to like certain rules or whatever. It's just going all out. We want to like really dig even deeper into that and just make things feel even more busted. The same applies for like for combat as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like melee ended up being the big choice for everyone, and that came quite late. And even then, when you got to the end, it kind of felt quite sort of standard, so to say.
Sure.
So we want to dig into that again deeper, go and give everyone just much more powerful abilities, stats, whatever it may be, and then also like bring that in earlier as well, because we feel that and the players feel that came in a bit too late for the first leagues.
It's really about I think when you play leagues, you want to play the game but in a different way, and you want to feel. I used the word cheated earlier. Like I think it's like that sort of like modded game type where it should feel like you're cheating the system. I think in the one we just ran, the League's Catalyst, to the point of like there were nice buffs for combat, but it was just a little buff. And now I think it's more. I think this time, doing crazy things with the styles that just feel insane and just feel overpowered, and that's kind of the intention.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing that was missing from leagues, other than quests.
Leagues,
obviously,
this is our first leagues, and it's we take on the learnings as much as we can from we take on learnings with the help of from OSRS. They're about to go into their 6th leagues, so it's been great for us to be able to learn from everyone, players included, on what we can improve on. So in terms of talk us through like the faster progression, the quests, relics, tier pacing. Like, is there anything that we can potentially talk to players about, or is this more you want the feedback from players to sort of help guide us into what we want to do next?
Yeah, I mean the feedback is always welcome. Like whether you have ideas now or next month or whatever, always give us it. Some of the other things that we
thank you, Dizzy, for the sub. I appreciate
and again,
it.
Seen from the players was things like better task balancing, so better balancing on points. Some of them felt out of whack. It didn't feel like the input was proportional to the output. So we want to make sure that's much better this time around as well. Similarly, like with the relic balancing, we want the relic balancing to be much better.
They haven't
because,
said
again,
a lot
if you look
about
at the
quests.
stats, everyone more or less picked the
That's
same
what I'm scared
relics
about.
all the way throughout. We want there to be more of a choice. We don't want it to make you feel like you made the wrong choice, but we definitely do want it to be a harder choice. And for those relics to be more impactful to like the things you want to do, the tasks that are at hand, and whatever other sort of mechanic
They said in the
or,
blog,
like,
awesome,
overlying system that there is. We want those relics to really feel part of it. Feel meaningful.
And from a progression standpoint, I think goes without saying, the Leagues One, like I said, it was massive success, but equally some of the gameplay felt linear. It was like, I'm just doing what I would have done in the main game. Whereas this time round, it's really about putting that spin on it. So, your route, as they say, through Leagues 2 shouldn't be, well, this is how I train an Iron Man, I go and do all this stuff.
Do you think there's going to be
Leagues
area
1 was very
restrictions?
much like play the main game, but with massive buffs, massive like XP boosts and stuff. Because, of course, we mentioned in the RS Ahead, like, did I say it? I think I said it. And a new twist or something like that.
What's the
Of course,
twist?
in old school, they have area restrictions.
Right.
We are, as Breezy mentioned, looking for feedback on what would you love to see from Leagues 2. Now, we don't need to be doing area restrictions, but it's a possibility, There's many twists you could do. We have a 25-year-old game, which we're celebrating. You could flip it on its head in so many different ways, and we have a good amount of ideas, but equally, it's one of those things. We want to make the journey throughout the league feel completely different to how you'd normally play the game. People rooting in different areas, and as Breezy mentioned, the choices you make should feel meaningful. Not everyone just taking the invention relic, which was like a 99% relic choice or something.
Too many.
But yeah, taking your own routes, but the route feeling good. One of you might be insane at something, and then the person next to you is insane at something else, and that's just based on the choice that you made.
So
I have a thought. I actually think RS3 players are not used to having to make choices that mean something. And even in Leagues 1, there was almost always a best relic choice. And I have a feeling Leagues 2 is going to be balanced correctly, and it is going to put the RS3 community in the gosh darn spin cycle of, like, I genuinely think a lot of the community is going to implode when they have to actually make a good choice between 3 good options. And that is a good thing. I think it's good that the community, like, are going to have to, like, learn and, like, go through that experience, and maybe it'll apply better to the rest of the game too. But oh my god, it is going to be crazy.
How does this tie in with, we've got the integrity roadmap?
You mean I can't have it all? Yeah, exactly. Or why aren't all of these passives? But yeah, no, I think it's a good thing.
Map that we're currently working on at the moment. What can players expect that's going to be tying in into leagues? What will they see? What will they hopefully see by leagues to this point?
Yeah, I'll start on that. I think by the point in which Leagues 2 is released, we see where it is on the roadmap. We don't give any specific dates, but you can see where it is on the roadmap. there's let's say a good 6 months, I think, of meaningful integrity updates. So by the time you played Leagues 2, you'll get to start the game fresh. You'll get to feel like, early game rebalances, albeit XP rates are massively inflated, but, daily scape changes would have been enforced ahead of that. There's a bunch of other stuff. So it's quite a nice, fresh opportunity to play RuneScape again and feel a bunch of the changes that have been made. So I'm excited for that, to just see, those who only played Leagues 1 and then maybe say haven't been playing RuneScape since, when they come back for Leagues 2, they'll be able to play and talk about, wow, since Leagues 1, look at all the things that have changed.
I think that's what I said right before, right? It's in a good spot on the roadmap to hopefully have the game in a good spot for like a Leagues experience that's really, really fun. Also, sorry for yawning occasionally. I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'm just very jet lagged. Yesterday was my big travel day. Like I woke up yesterday in Cambridge in the UK, and we got home and we passed out and we woke up and we're live. So I'm just gonna grab a coffee really quick, but I am listening and I'll talk about everything that plays. But I'll be back in like literally.
Yeah,
That's really nice.
We had a lot of that on mind during when Leagues 1 had released. We were already in discussions and designs for all the integrity roadmap pieces. We were sitting there the whole time like, man, we can't wait until people come back to this the next time around and see all the changes to play through Leagues. There's lots of things like Mod Ryan says. There's daily scape changes, so you might not be doing all the events every hour on Leagues anymore. No more D&Ds on Leagues. There are various like early game, maybe mid game rebalances coming out between now and then. So there might be a little change up to how you approach certain skills, maybe even combat encounters as well. Lots of things like that. And I think also just to touch on as well, there's lots of smaller bits of feedback throughout Leagues that we got. So it might be things like drop rates, maybe things like dupe protection. These are things that we're investigating, where we know like when it got to that, especially like near the end of Leagues for people, those things felt really sort of grindy and really sort of monotonous. We want to look at making that process smoother overall.
I think honestly, if there's a dial, like we're dialing it to max. Like,
don't be scared. Just tell it all the way up.
Honestly, that's probably what I'm going to say exactly to the team working on. I'm just going to say, just dial it to the max, and League 2 maybe too busted. We'll find out, and then everyone's like, please, don't make it too fast. But I think it's a good opportunity to,
we made it too hard at the beginning, and now we're making it too easy for the
We'll see. It's just a nice opportunity. I think that's one of the great things about Leagues, is it gives us the opportunity to take the game we love and just mess it up in a good way. Like change it however you like. The freedom is quite there's a lot of freedom with it.
Yeah, definitely. I want to touch on some other parts. Obviously part of not just Leagues, but we didn't touch on fully on some of the areas that we hadn't near the beginning. But there were some, looking at the integrity and the content roadmap. Is there more that you could potentially go into? Because obviously, looking at the content, could we look at the content roadmap?
We can put it on the screen, absolutely,
and see what we've got coming up. So, is there more? Obviously, players could potentially expect on this that you wanted to touch up on.
Yeah, absolutely. I do not remember what the blog says. So if this is said in the blog, if it's not...
Sorry, that was like... I feel like I was in my like XQC bag where like I remember like he'll like literally put on a movie. Like he's like teaching like an elementary school class. He'll like put on a movie and come back like an hour later. Hi, sorry. The fact that Ryan, like, you got to remember this too, right? We're used to seeing Ryan like on the ground, on the, like, he made Raksha, whatever. But the idea that he is now the person telling the team what to build, right? The fact that he was like, yeah, I'm just going to let the team know that's working on Leagues. I want them to crank it to the max. That it's going to happen. Like, he's the person that gets to make those decisions, I think, in a lot of respects. So, yeah, anyway, very excited. It feels like this league is going to be the opposite of the last league, and that's exactly what it should be and what it needs to be. So that's great. Very happy about that. Okay, let's hear about what the rest they have to say about the integrity roadmap. And then we've got a big, massive news post to read through.
So in the blog, then feel free to quote me. But yeah, I mean, looking at the road to restoration, there is a bit of text at the bottom that mentions, includes further UI updates, balancing updates, and visual updates released throughout the year. The actual section at the bottom is trying to outline like key updates, but things like sweep up, the deep clean, you might be asking what's that. I think that is quite general, like it's quite general purposely. The idea is, this could include things like cleaning up the buff bar, simplification of elements, whether it's login messages. It could include things like unified collection log, which I know people spoke a lot about. So there's a lot of these opportunities for things. I think I mentioned it earlier, but cleanup of how we reward certain content from events. I'm just riffing now, but like the 20 buffs that when you go to Wiki and say, hey, how do I woodcut? And it lists 20 buffs that you should be getting before you start woodcutting.
I hate that.
Like really trying to simplify our game for the better, not like simplify just to remove everything, but to remove the complexities that are unnecessary. So that's what a lot of the sort of sweep up updates are, the balancing updates are. I think you'll notice with Havenhe, sorry, I have loads I could say on this, but I won't say too much. But if you look at like Havenhe, it mentions like 2 new early game bosses. We released the mid-game boss last year.
Yeah.
We want to focus on, modernization of combat. We want to build out the early to late game. We know late game RuneScape is insanely fun. There's so much cool stuff in it, but we want to build that out over time, allow you to enjoy the journey more, progress through the journey, have meaningful reasons to do things. We want to remove some of the linearity of skills as well.
Yeah.
I'm sort of Breezy's got some examples, but you could pick a skill and there's probably maybe like 1 or 2 methods of how you train it. And we want to get back to the idea of, I want to do this because it's AFK and reasonable XP, or I want to do this because I'm happy to lean forward, do a lot of gameplay and it's more XP or more rewards. So there's more options available to you.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, covered in some of the balancing updates. Breezy, I don't know if you want to give some examples maybe of things like...
Before the examples, I think the most important thing of today is what he just said right there, that last minute. He basically said everything that separates RS3. And I know some RS3 players aren't going to like the OS or S-ification of the game, but the success of the game cannot be understated. Like, Old School has a formula that works, and they're clearly trying to apply it to RS3. So one of the things that he said, that Mod Ryan said, is he's talking about how the journey in RS3 doesn't feel good. So you have a bad experience until the end game, and then you start having fun. And making it such that there is an adventure and a journey all the way up, adding things like early game bosses. Like, I think that's one of the biggest differences between RS3 and Old School. It really is. I'm so excited. Like, that is the right message. It's the right idea. It's the right, and this is the person that's directing, right? And to me, that's a really, really big deal. I think it's lost on me a little bit by default because it's Mod Ryan, and we've known Mod Ryan forever. But you got to remember, like, this is the equivalent of, like, the top dog saying these things, right? He's got such a deep understanding of the game. He's got such a deep understanding of what people enjoy and don't enjoy about it. And yeah, I'm mostly just stoked that he got a huge promotion and he's in a position to be able to do this. And everybody working under him, is going to have a unified vision that clearly comes from someone that knows about the game, cares about the game, wants the best for the game. Reminds me a little bit of Old School with like Mod Ash and Mod Kieran and like some of the Old School goats that have done so much good for the game. This is big.
The cache conversation, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if you mentioned it earlier at all in your Dailyscape.
No, I didn't, no. One of the examples that we spoke about for like cache, for example, Gafixian caches, in terms of Dailyscape, it's a problem. It's a problem at different bits in your RuneScape journey. That, like, especially when you start leagues or things like Group Ironman, everyone's in there, everyone's doing it. We know it's an issue for Dailyscape, having it capped. It's really, really powerful. So one of the examples that we talk about when we talk about fixing Dailyscape is, what if we just made it part of the training, part of the core training of divination. So let's just say you go to a certain level and you unlock the divination cache as a method similar to how you unlock Hall of Memories, for example. And
that's such a fat W. Like, yeah, I think that's literally exactly what I said I thought should happen with caches like months ago, which is like, why not just QOL it and convert it into a training method? And it fills a level bracket of, like, let's say it's 20 to 50 or 30 to 60 or 50 to 70 or whatever it is. You go there, you do the activity as a way to train. It's not a daily. When you want to train divination, you go and train divination. Like, that's the whole point.
And then for certain level bands, you train divination as an option using Gafixian caches. And that's just about where it's like, we're not going to remove the content, we're not going to remove the rewards from it.
Sure.
But we might make some tweaks and just integrate it into the skill much better. And that way, again, you have options. So if you just want to sit and AFK a bit of divination, you could just sit at the Rift and do that. If you want to have a bit more sort of lean forward and active gameplay, go and do caches. Sure. And we want to take that approach to as much as possible and look for ways that we can integrate like, can we take problems and turn them into opportunities? If I had to use some corporate speak, almost. But
there's one more thing on the roadmap that I will mention is because again, the RuneScape ahead, of course, while a meaty video, there's
Very
detail.
meaty.
It's
A lot of
the
details in
detail
there.
in there. It can be small in places. Things like social improvements. I think it mentioned things like broadcast for collection log achievements. Mentioned like
Collection
improving
log
chat
mentioned?
distance, but a slight comment I think was made on clans. But like our ideal for things like RuneScape was always a social game. It still is today, but we want to improve on that. I think things like clans. It's very hard to even find a clan right now. You have to be invited to it. So things that we'd love to look at there, potentially a clan finder. Just imagine something simple, little notice board, clans that are advertising, but they want people. You click it, you say request to join or something along those lines. So just a bit more details in some of these. But we are going to, throughout the entire year, this year, I would say next year, but we are in 2026, is work with yourselves, the players. This is a massive journey,
I have a hot take. Maybe it's not a hot take. I don't feel like a clan finder is nearly as important as a PVM party finder. Like, I don't know. We do get a lot of people coming into chat and being like, hey, anyone have a clan I can join? And that's fair. But I don't know. I feel like Discord kind of killed the clan chat a little bit. Like, what I want for clans, my ultimate clan update is expand the API out so that I can have a clan Discord for Clan Tall, and I can see a news feed of every time somebody gets a level or a drop in my Discord. Like, there's stuff like that I think does more to enhance the clan experience than a clan finder.
It's your journey just as much as ours. We want to talk to you about everything on here, keep you up to date on what our plans are, why we're changing things or why we're doing things. Equally, what do you guys want? It's a really, I think Rahman said it well earlier, putting the game back in the players' hands. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolute journey we're all going to go on together.
It is. It's a super exciting time for RuneScape history at the moment. It's been so lovely being able to read all your comments on this as well. We do have a lot to go through. It's one of those moments of your being here with us to witness history being made. Treasure Hunter being gone, all the other stuff that's coming in with Integrity, the Road to Restoration, and with the content roadmap itself. So it's a big day. It's a big day. But I want to say a big thank you to Mod Ryan and Mod Breezy for joining me. Thank you so much, guys, for being here with us. So, okay, Scapers, this has been a big...
Is that the end? That might be the end. That is the... Wow, that's such a long outro screen. Holy moly. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Dude, can you imagine making this like a screensaver? It would kind of go hard as just like a... Like, dude, imagine like my stream starting soon screen. And it's just like... Anyway. Okay. Well, I feel like... Just like... Gut check, there's an Easter egg in the outro screen. Where? Okay, I see Lumbridge Castle. I see the Guard. I see the Sword of Edicts. I see the Lumbridge Mill. I see an archaeology monolith. The Cape's moving, maybe? Is that the Easter egg? I don't know. There was a thanks to me near the end. Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Wait, give me a timestamp. I didn't do anything. I'm just a PVMer. Okay. Very quick. Gut feeling. How are we feeling about the roadmap? They shouted you out? Oh, did they? Okay, wait, I'll go back. I'm sorry for skipping you, Yui. Oh, like right there.
It is still live at the moment. The day of the first day of Gillinor, he probably has been. It has one of our. So we love you so much. I love you too. All got me on your second. And thank you for joining me on stream today. I know everyone's itching and dying.
Surely
to be
they
playing,
didn't.
RuneScape. I'm hoping that you've all got me on your second monitors at the moment while you're playing and looking through.
You're first monitor right now.
We love you so much. I love you too.
So before we go out, I want to raid one of our creators who has been again with us since day one, since the day of beginning, the first day of Gielinor. He probably has been in Gielinor from the first day, but I want to raid the RS guy who is live right now. Thank you so much, everyone, so much for joining us. Go to our Discord for our giveaway channel. It is still live at the moment. We love you so much.
Huge.
We will see you in Gielinor.
Thanks, Yui.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Okay. Dude. Jump scared by my ogre goat with the crazy jiggle physics. That's too funny. All right, team. It's time for the mother of all news posts that has a ton of info that wasn't in the roadmap reveal. It's time to rampantly speculate. It's time to rate. It's time to review. And it's time to renew. RuneMetric subscriptions. No, I'm kidding. Please don't. But yeah, so I think the plan now is if y'all are cool with it, I would like to just go through this news post and I'd like to read 100% of it and actually take some time to give you guys my thoughts on every single update for the year ahead. I think it's probably time for that now. If y'all are cool with that. But yeah, no, dude, I'm excited. I think the thing about this roadmap in general, for what we've seen so far, as excited as I am about it, I think in terms of playable content, I think it's a little bit lacking. Like, when you think about the actual roadmap, right? Like, let's look at it right now, okay? We'll look at the roadmap. Here's the thing. Treasure Hunter removed. You don't play that. Havenhe Part 1, you definitely play. Player avatar refresh, like, that's not... It's big, it's awesome, but you don't actually play it. POH you'll probably play a little bit. Leagues you'll play. But the first, I'd say, half of this year is not that much that you're actually going to play. And I think for an endgame player, I think you're going to see some people, you know, a little less in tune. But I think once you get to Leagues 2, the game is going to be in such a better place because of it. I think it's going to be exceptional. Like, to me, this is exactly what RuneScape needed. In terms of like what it's going to take to make the year better and actually fix stuff and clean stuff up. Things that I'm really excited for on this roadmap. I'm looking forward to combat modernization. I think a big reason for it is I just want it to be done and over with. I want to rip the band-aid off because we all know a lot's going to change there. I'd like to learn the new rotations, figure out what the game is like, figure out the new power of the styles, just get it done and over with so that we can then get, you know, sucked back into playing the way that we want to with the new stuff. I think right now everybody's a little apprehensive because a bunch of stuff that you have and you own is about to change. Excited for early and mid-game balancing, although it's been very vague. Free rune metrics at the end of the spring is really, really big to me as well. Like, it is one of the most egregious things of all time that RuneScape is an MMO that makes you pay an extra subscription to know how much XP you're getting. That is absolutely absurd. That is one of the things that absolutely pushes people away from the game, and I am glad it's finally going to be free for everyone. It's something that we as players have been asking for years, to make rune metrics free for everybody. That's what it should be. And that's exceptional. I'm just glad it's happening. Grant exchange improvements too. I've said this for years as well. It is really, really poor that the in-game marketplace doesn't work. You have no way to know the price of items. You have no idea how much things cost, how much things are trading for, buy limits, everything. It's just a really, really bad, outdated system. And I'm really excited for that. It's going to be really good. Can we have an RS guy plugin? Yeah, what do you want it to do? Do you want it to say bang a lot? We could do that. A lot of people said they would take a content hit if they could fix the game. Exactly. No, absolutely. And I think that's exactly what is happening here. So to me, this isn't the roadmap that I want as an endgame player, but it's the roadmap that RuneScape needs. And I think, without a doubt, these are the right things to be focusing on. In spite of the fact that, like, yeah, man, if you could give me a roadmap that had an endgame boss every 2 months, you know, would I have a more fun year? Probably. But these are the things that need to happen to allow the game to grow and to breathe and to continue to exist and to thrive for years to come. It's bin time. We gotta fix stuff. It's time to fix stuff. So yeah, really cool. I like how they announced a plugin API and broke most plugins on the same day. Well, that's because Alt1's a screen reader and the screen changed. That's not, like, it's not RuneScape's responsibility to fix Alt1. Alt1 needs to get updated. Alt1 breaks every few updates because they change something ever so slightly. It's okay. It'll be fixed. A new expansion is a content hit? It's an endgame content hit because they're using Havenhe as a means to fix the early game and the mid game. My clues aren't reading. I'm broke. Your name is Alt1 Toolkit? Bro, instead of complaining, fix it. You're Mr. Alt1 Toolkit. Like, hello? Start coding. What are you talking about? I am broken right now. Fix yourself. Has Legacy UI always had 2 tabs open? No, just 1. Yeah. Okay. So why don't we get into this roadmap? Get into this news post, dude. I'm excited. I think there's gonna be a lot to talk about for sure. Wait, is your RuneScape name Alt1 Toolkit? That's funny as hell. What a terrible day to be you. Yeah, no, my expectation is that the Alt1 plugins that are broken will probably be fixed in the next day or 2. That's just like, that's something that was always going to happen with the UI being changed. Okay. So we're getting an RS version of Obor and Scurious. Seems like it, yeah. All right. Let's get it going. Does the world have a more cool tone to it? Everything seems more blue and bright. Yeah, so I think the big thing they did to the they updated the free-to-play areas on the map. And one of the things they did is they got rid of the really harsh contrast and the harsh shadows. So here, I'll just go to Lumbridge really quick. But yeah, you'll see pretty quick, like, the whole world looks just kind of brighter because of that. Because in the past, Lumbridge Castle was casting these huge shadows that would take you, like, really, really far. So I think that's probably what it is and why it feels a little bit different. It's a little too bright. Well, I sure am glad there is something called skyboxes and filters so that if you prefer it to look a different way, there's some options there. But yeah, no, definitely, like, I'm glad it's customizable, but I think in general it looks better. But all right, let's get to this news post because it's a big one. She is a long boy. So with that said, sip of the coffee and let's get to work. There's a brightness setting in graphics. Wait, what? Is that new? Are there Willy events? Right now, for now there are. Wait, really? Brightness graphics. Brightness. Oh my god. Wait, what? Has this always been a thing? Surely it's always been a thing. Okay, that's really cool though. Okay, so if the game looks too bright, just turn down your brightness. Nice. Pretty exciting. I'm gonna keep mine on in the middle. I don't know why I've never changed it before in my life, but yeah. Huh. Yeah, we're gonna throw it there for now. Ryan discovers the brightness slider. Yeah, no, I literally just discovered it too. Okay. It used to not do anything if I recall. I definitely don't remember it being a thing. But yeah, anyway, okay. News post time. Okay. Welcome to our biggest RuneScape ahead ever and the start of a bold new era for RuneScape. As we celebrate RuneScape's 25th anniversary, this moment isn't about reflecting on how far we've come, it's about looking ahead. RuneScape has always evolved alongside its players, and what we're sharing today marks a defining step in that journey. We're unveiling our roadmap for the entirety of 2026, along with a brand new identity for RuneScape, one that honors our heritage while embracing our ambition for the years to come. A new chapter is a symbol of renewal and growth, and of our commitment to delivering meaningful experiences and lasting value in everything we create. This anniversary year represents more than a milestone, it's a turning point, one that sets RuneScape firmly on a course for the future it deserves. As we continue to evolve across the studio and our games, we do so with a clear purpose, to deliver brilliant content and incredible value and experiences that are worthy of your time and trust. And then there's a picture of the roadmap. The road to restoration. Let's dive right into it with our new integrity roadmap, aptly named The Road to Restoration, a dedicated track of integrity-focused releases running alongside our main content roadmap. With an incredible year ahead, we're excited to finally share what's coming through 2026 as we give the core RuneScape experience the attention it deserves, strengthening its foundation for every player now and for years to come. Through these updates, we'll be tackling long-standing challenges like daily escape pressure, early and mid-game skilling balance, visual identity, and much more. But before we dive into that, let's not forget the other thing happening today. Treasure Hunter is no more. By the time you're reading this, Treasure Hunter will be removed from RuneScape, and hundreds of gameplay impacting MTX items will no longer be available for sale. Ending the sale of these items is the first step towards our long-term ambition, removing their presence from the game entirely. Over the course of 2026, players will have the opportunity to use up any existing stockpiles with additional chances later in the year to clear out anything that remains before these items are ultimately made obsolete. On top of that, we're excited to kick off the road to restoration with 3 brand new releases going live today. So first thing, obviously, this is a massive W. I have said this before. I have personally wrestled with the morality and ethics of being a content creator who is streaming a game like RuneScape and promoting it to people when I also know the game features gambling and garbage that genuinely has a terrible impact on a lot of players' lives. I know people personally that have struggled with Treasure Hunter, spending more money than they want to on it, getting addicted to the rush of spinning the keys. The way that it's designed, I always found it absolutely sinister, and it's actually one of the reasons that pushed me to play an Iron Man many years ago. And I think when you look at Iron Man mode, a lot of people play it because it was the only mode without garbage MTX, and a lot of the time, they didn't like the Iron Man experience. They just wanted to play the game without MTX. I'm so excited that Teach is gone. It's something that I never actually thought would happen, and it's done. Obviously, there is still MTX in the game, but it is a lot more ethical. It is a lot more, morally evergreen, I will say. It fits a lot better into the game. And to me, it's a lot closer to old school selling bonds that you can use to increase your XP rate and that kind of paid progression than a casino slot machine, squeal of fortune, lottery roulette wheel kind of nonsense. So very excited about this. This is without a doubt a major win in my book. Some people are going to be upset about it. And to those people, I would ask you to question why you're actually playing the game and what you enjoy about it. Because if the thing you enjoy about the game is logging in and getting free XP that lets you skip the game, perhaps it might be time to have some difficult conversations with yourself about what you're choosing to do with your time and what you're choosing to spend it on. There might be other games that, scratch that same itch for you if that's what you're looking for. There are lots of gacha games that exist. But to me, Treasure Hunter should have never been in RuneScape, and it's gone for good. All right. Who's next? UI update, a new look. Starting with the UI, we unveil a fresh look. It delivers a familiar UI experience that keeps all the functionality you need while introducing a cleaner, more classic and refreshed look throughout. As part of that new visual identity, we're restoring the stone UI icons and reintroducing the circular minimap, a small but meaningful nod to the RuneScape many grew up with. So, okay, talking about the UI, I will say this. In general, I like the brown UI more than the blue UI, but there are a couple things that I don't like. First off, I love the circular minimap. I wish the calendar wasn't on screen, and there is no toggle to remove it. The reason I don't like the calendar on screen is when I get sucked in to a world, I want to be immersed in the world. Like, my system tray has a clock. I don't need to know what game time it is all the time. I would much rather just enjoy my adventure and play it. To me, right now, this is going to serve as like a daily escape reminder. And maybe dailies die and we're chilling, but In general, I like the circular map. I just don't like the calendar. I'm definitely going to switch over to a circular map because not only is it like nostalgic, it also takes up less space. So that's really good. I'm stoked about that. This chat is so much better than the old chat in the game. It just is. Having the tabs, they're familiar to old school players, but they also just work better than having all of the like the cogs and the filter menu. It's no good. Invent, I'm good with. The new legacy interface mode that looks like this, it has 2 tabs open. It seems really good. I think a lot of players coming over are going to log in, switch to that UI, and use it forever. It kind of reminds me of old school's Fixed. And that seems good to me. The one thing I will say about the new UI, though, I am not a fan of the brown in the bank in particular. Here, I'm going to log in and show you guys what I'm talking about. I am not a huge fan. That is the only thing I don't like. And but I also think it's fixable, right? It would not be impossibly difficult to improve upon this and fix it and make it look better. But yeah, like I love the new font. I love the new overlays. Like, does this not just feel so much more medieval? Like the brown over top of the black. Like, I'm good with this. I'm happy with the tabs. I like what things look like. The one thing that I don't like is the bank is not doing it for me. Let me throw my pin in. But even all of the interfaces in the game too, all the interfaces just look better. Even when you go through the settings menu or the gameplay, or you open up the quest list, like all of this to me just looks way better than it did before. The new font is really nice. Like all of these interfaces look better in my opinion. They look different. I know some people, it takes some getting used to, but I do think they look better. The one thing that doesn't look better is the bank though. It's way too dark. And I have a lot of trouble seeing items. Nothing really stands out and pops. So yeah, I am not a fan of the bank interface. Everything else is good though, and this is very fixable. So hopefully they make the bank a little bit lighter. But yeah, cool. I think that's all I have to say about the UI. I think it's better. I think it's nice in general. It's more grounded. It's more RuneScape. And then really quick, I'll show you guys the legacy interface too, because you guys know how this works, right? Whenever like you want to like start skilling, you go into legacy interface mode so you can resize your screen. Now, you're just going to hit classic. And now you've got a resizable screen. Look at this. If you go too small, it takes it down to 1 tab. And then you go a little bigger, it goes to 2 tabs. So they stack really, really, really nicely. It's fully resizable. This is going to be awesome for skilling on the second monitor. And you get the 3 action bars. They go on top of your invent until you go big enough for them to pop into the middle. To me, this is really clean. I don't like that these tabs go longer than the interfaces, so I wonder about amalgamating 3 of these tabs so it's a little smaller, but in general, I think this is going to be way nicer because not only is it fully resizable like Legacy Interface mode, but you could actually use it for combat too. Like, genuinely, I think a lot of players will make accounts and just play like this forever. And the way that it works too is your invent is permanently affixed, and then whatever you click on secondarily will pop up. But you still have your keybinds, you still have your teleports, you still have like... Yeah, to me, this is so much more functional. So this is like the biggest win of all is killing the legacy interface mode, in my opinion. I'm extremely stoked for this. Sorry, I realize you guys can't see it because I cropped my screen. But yeah, this feels like very resizable and very nice to me. But yeah. I'm a big fan of this. I think long term it is way better. It's a lot more playable. But yeah, very stoked. So yeah, anyway, I could actually see myself genuinely switching over to this and streaming with it. Also, if you don't like it, that's okay too. Don't take it personally. If you don't like it, you're allowed to say you don't like it. You don't need to like call me an idiot for liking something you know. That's a little bit crazy. Also, I'm just gonna time you both out for 10 minutes. I'm sorry. We gotta chill. We gotta relax. Y'all can come back in a few minutes. It's okay. It's not that deep. Very nice. We're taking both. That's what they do in hockey. When they give both teams a 2-minute penalty. All right. Very nice. I'm sad they didn't address the buff bar. So what they did say, they said it during the stream, is that they were going to address it. But yeah, not yet, clearly. But yeah, okay. That's the new UI. Just wanted to showcase it really quick. The resizability of it, I quite like. I think this version of it is the one that's the best, though. Like, the changes to the other UI look kind of weird because you're just taking your old game and now it's brown. And this feels a little weird to me. Like, this is going to take a lot of getting used to, but I think you can kind of see the vision when you swap it back to Classic of like, yeah, this is what they want RuneScape to look like. It checks. Cougar, thank you for the primer. Appreciate it. All right. After playing for an hour, I forgot about it, but I didn't like it at first. Yeah, that's fair. But I also think it's a big change, right? It's going to take some getting used to. One thing I don't like about this UI either is the chat box is tiny. Look at that little guy. It's very, very tiny. But yeah, anyway, with that said, what's next? Step in the right direction. RS will never fully get its DNA back until they remove EOC. That's a crazy first time message. Yeah, I hate to tell you this. RuneScape 3 players actually love the combat system. At the end game, reverting EOC would be making old school 2.0. RuneScape 3 is EOC. But, you know, you're entitled to your opinion. It's not happening, though. Okay. What's next? We've also improved the default layout to make it stronger, more versatile, works no matter where you are in your journey. This is just the beginning. It's the first step in a series of iterative UA improvements with many more enhancements to come as we continue working closely with all of you to take it even further. Okay, huge. So that's one thing I was gonna ask is like, is this the end of them working on UI? And it's not. This is like step one of many, and that's good because there's a lot of stuff here I would tweak. Like it didn't feel feature complete, and it's not. So cool. Looking forward to UI batch 2, I would assume later in the year. Seems good to me. Okay. Next one that is absolutely huge is cosmetic visual toggles. This, I mean, you can show of hands in the chat if you're not happy about this. This is a massive win, in my opinion. This is something that, like, cosmetic free worlds were kind of bad in a lot of ways, and a lot of people didn't like them because it wasn't a player choice. It was either all or nothing. And now, being able to choose what you can see and what you can't see, I have no idea how they did this on the tech side, but I am very stoked about this. So there are 2 new toggles, one to hide cosmetics and one to hide animations. I will say this. The thing that I'm most excited about here is probably the animation ones. I talked about it before, but I find it very immersion breaking when you're training mining and the person next to you is using like a drill from Home Depot to like drill the rock, and it makes a sound like a drill in your ear. And it's like, bro, I'm trying to play a medieval game. It doesn't feel like a medieval game right now. That's absurd. Or they're headbutting it, or whatever. Like, to me, being able to turn off the animations is massive. The one thing I would want in this, though, is I would love it if conjurers as well were part of this, too. But yeah, we've also got hide other players' familiars. Oh! Wait! That I should have just read instead of suggesting something. I could have just read. So later on, you'll be able to hide people's conjures. Yeah, that's awesome. I said it before. Actually, I did this one with Mod Ryan when we did the Grandmaster Beastmaster achievement. Everybody uses necromancy for it, and you all stand on the same tile. Seeing 10 players and 40 conjures, it just looked so bad. And then you get familiars too. Oh, that's true. Actually, wait. It's only the spirit customizations. That's true. Okay, so yeah. New feature I would like. I would actually like to be able to hide the conjures completely. That would be very, very good. Yeah, sorry. I didn't read well. But we're making up for it. But yeah, no. I'm very excited about this. It's the right direction too, right? I think the right move was making it a player choice. I also think some people are going to hate this because if you like your cosmetics because they're punchy and people have to stare at them, like you might be a little annoyed that people don't have to stare at your cosmetics. But I think in reality, it is a good direction for the game. I think this is the perfect happy middle ground. And the truth is too, if you want people to have to stare at your cosmetics and your bank standing, instead of having it in your keepsake box, wear the stuff. Just wear clothes. You know, you want to wear your blood-dyed Fasoa, put it on yourself. You can't hide stuff on a purse slot. Yeah, it's all or nothing. But yeah, I'm very cool with that. Somebody said they can be annoyed for wanting to annoy players. Yeah, exactly. I think it's very fair. If your whole aesthetic is I want people to stare at me and be angry, you lose on this day, and that's okay. Okay. Who's next? Not a fan of wings? Hide them. Or perhaps you prefer to see what other players are actually wearing. No problem either. All the toggles will be released in today's update. Later this year, we'll give you even more toggles, including hiding other players, summoning familiar customizations. Nice. Who's next? Visual update Misthalin and Asgarnia facelift. Later today, last today not least, our third release is a world update for Gildor, focusing on iconic free-to-play areas like Lumbridge, Draenor, Varrock, and beyond. The locations have been brought up to the visual standard we're establishing across the game, with even more updates planned later this year. Also did normal oak and willow trees across the entire game, bringing them to a stronger and more consistent visual standard that better ties the world together. I've got to say, I have not liked a lot of the visual updates. Like, some of them I've liked, some of them I haven't. I actually think they did a pretty good job with this. Like, if you look at this castle, you can tell it's Lumbridge. It's very obviously Lumbridge, but it looks new. It looks chunkier. It looks, yeah, looks more modern. Same with Varrock. I think they did a good job with it. I like the new trees as well. This was across the entire game world. The only one I don't like is the willow tree, which we talked about before, but yeah, this it already feels more like a world that I could get sucked into. So yeah, to me, this is just like, it's just a win. It's just good. Also, something interesting to look at here is they've actually put it on paper which areas were updated in which ways today. So they fully updated a lot of areas, actually. Wait, did they do the Wizard's Tower? No, not yet. Just the causeway up to the Wizard's Tower. And then they've done a little bit with Falador, a little bit with Berthorpe Taverley, and then the areas they haven't looked at all. It's like Southport, Sarim, and Al-Kharid in the desert. What's wrong with the new willow trees? Here, I can show you what I don't like about them. I mean, like, this is nitpicky. Like, at the end of the day, I'm glad they're overhauling what the world looks like, but I will happily show you what I mean about the willow trees that I don't like. Here, let me go to Draenor really quick. It's also not like a huge deal. Like, I'm not like seething about the willow trees. I just think they don't look like willow trees, and the old ones did. But yeah, dude, new Draenor, kind of cool. Yeah, so these are the new willow trees, and to me, they're too spiky. Like, they look like, someone made the point that they kind of look like palm trees a little bit, where they've got all this spiky foliage going up, and it's sort of layered to make it look like it's a willow tree that's kind of womping. Where I don't think they drape nearly enough to like look and feel like a willow tree. But once again, that's not like the end of the world, right? If they make a huge graphical overhaul, like, I'm not going to dedicate 10 minutes to complaining about one singular tree that I don't like. But if they are looking for feedback, like, the one piece of feedback I'd say is, I like all the other stuff. I'm not sure about the willow tree. I will also say there are some crazy frame drops happening in these new areas. You'll see as I run around, look at my FPS. It randomly drops to 30 at random points. That is one thing that I'm not sure why it's happening, but it's not good. So I really hope the optimization, yeah, look at that. Like, that this should not be the case whatsoever. Yeah, that is one thing I would say is there are lots of areas that don't feel very well optimized, and I'm not sure why. And I'd love to see that changed, because yeah, performance in a lot of these areas is just really, really bad. And I hope hopefully it's just like a memory leak or something that can be hot fixed. But Yeah, that is I've said this before too. Performance is the most important thing. If your area looks good, but you can't run it on an expensive gaming computer, for a game like RuneScape, that's crazy, and that shouldn't be the case. But yeah, in general, I think the new areas look very nice. Like, there's not a lot I can nitpick, and there's not a lot I want to nitpick. I think it's good that they're tackling free-to-play areas first. I think it's really good that they're keeping them the same, but making them look newer and nicer. As an example, you can tell this is Varrock. I think if you're an old school player and you pull up, this still looks and feels like Varrock. It just looks more unified in terms of art style. And I think that's a really good thing. Like, to me, that's the right direction to have. I've never liked the graphic reworks they've done on places that make the entire area feel completely and utterly different, like I'm in a new city or a new place. It's just Varrock, but it looks a little bit nicer, a little bit more kind of modern and less of a patchwork of all these different places. Like Catherby. Yeah, Catherby is an example of one that, like, really, really bad. Yeah, it's the perfect antithesis of what they've done here. But yeah, very cool. Love that. I'm down for that. Barbarian Village looks a lot nicer. The old one just looked really bad. So yeah, cool. Happy with this. Glad it's out in the game right now. I'm glad they're focusing on free-to-play areas, and I want to see them do more to a lot more areas. Show Catherby? So they haven't touched Catherby, but yeah, I would love to. So Catherby, you've still got the Play-Doh textures. You've still got the crazy harsh shadows. And then it just, if you're an old school player and you see this, like, what the hell is this, man? It looks so different. And then you've got, like, the new ship right next to things that haven't been updated in forever. It just doesn't fit the game very well. Yeah, so anyway, but they could also go back and revert, right? But yeah, these are some of the less good areas for sure. Where you just have a patchwork of inconsistent art styles, right? Camelot Castle hasn't been touched in forever. This place hasn't been touched in forever, and then Guthix's Shrine just randomly in the middle here. The ground texture isn't even blended. Like, this is what I mean when I'm talking about, like, the lack of cohesion in the design of areas. Like, they literally just plunked this place down here. And it's very much no good, in my opinion, compared to what they're doing to these new areas. It looks way better. They've done a much better job of it. Like, even going to Port Sarim and seeing that Armadil's Tower is gone, I think that's really good. It's an absolute eyesore, and RuneScape moved away from the God storyline, right? Yeah, really, really good example. New player running around, seeing a massive freaking tower in the middle of the ground. It's not great. Like, I'd much rather this and seeing the water wizard, fire wizard, air wizard, earth wizard just kind of chilling here, not next to this massive tower. And then to climb the tower, they've added a teleport. I'm cool with that. I think that's a lot better. What the hell happened to the clan camp? Is it completely dead? I think all of this is new? Yeah. It's in the Grand Exchange? Fair enough. Yeah, they added a bunch of trees and a bunch of stags. And yeah. It kind of, not to, like, quote nature is healing or anything, but it kind of feels a little nature is healing-y. To me anyway. I'm cool with that. All right. Let's continue on. All right, next steps on the road to restoration. Game update, free rune metrics. The in-game rune metrics function, wait. Wrong one. There we go, we're back. The in-game rune metrics functionality will become completely free for all paid members, including bond users, later this spring. As part of a wider effort to make tooling more accessible and genuinely useful. Furthermore, we're no longer offering the purchase of rune metrics pro subscriptions from today. and have wider plans to decommission the RuneMetrics Pro website feature entirely later this year. Existing Pro subscribers will have additional time to download any data stored on the web. We'll share more information about this in the coming month, including info for players with existing longer RuneMetrics Pro subscriptions. If you do currently use RuneMetrics Pro, keep an eye on your emails for further information. I kind of want to check my email right now and see if there's anything about it, because I do currently pay for RuneMetrics Pro because I need it for like making guides and things. Okay, I don't see anything. But yeah, I'll keep you guys posted. If I get an email, I'll share it with you guys, obviously. These updates mark the start of the road to restoration and set the stage for a year of rebuilding and strengthening RuneScape's core experience. So this is a very obvious one. I've talked about this before for years. It was a huge problem that you had to pay an extra subscription to see your XP rates and stuff, especially when you compare it to old school, right? On old school would never in a million years have like pay extra to see your XP rates. It's so grubby. It's so scummy. It's so kind of backwards. And I mean, realistically too, RuneLite enables so much really good tracking, and it's better tracking than RuneMetrics. So you're telling an old school player that they have a thing for free that is better than the thing on RSC that you have to pay for. So yeah, I'm very excited about this. This is large. This is just like a massive W. All right, what's next? Combat style modernization in February. Wait, we're at the end of January. In February, we'll be launching our combat modernization update. We'll be taking on the 3 original combat styles and bringing them up to the modern age. This update focuses on making combat more intuitive and easier to learn through experimental gameplay, with streamlined ability lists that are gradually introduced as you progress through the levels, alongside simpler yet deeper synergies between abilities. Melee range and magic have long suffered from dated designs and general inconsistencies. Especially in the early game, this results in a confusing and contradictory experience, ultimately resulting in unnecessary friction during early game combat. So, something I'll say about this is I actually generally agree with everything that's being said here. When you talk to new players or players that quit early or old school players, especially the early game is really bad. You get a bunch of random abilities thrown on your bars. They don't make sense. There are no synergies between them. So I actually do think it shouldn't be that hard to clean this component up. I think the question I have is, are there going to be significant knock-on effects that mess with the endgame combat that a lot of endgame people actually quite like? I also do think you're going to have to, there's going to have to be some kind of happy medium, but I definitely don't want to see endgame all 3 styles that aren't necromancy feeling like necromancy. But early game and mid game, I'm very on board with this. I think necromancy actually does a lot right for those types of players. All right, on to the next. The plan update takes learnings from previous combat updates such as Necromancy and 2023's combat update to modernize the styles and provide a clean foundation. This will make the systems easier to introduce new players to without compromising the experience for endgame players. Okay, good. So that is sort of what I said. But once again, I'm not going to say like I'll believe it when I see it, but that's the hard part, right? The hard part is cleaning up without getting rid of stuff that endgame players like. Below is an overarching change list. Ooh, okay. Removal or rework of unnecessary bloated abilities. Over time, additional abilities have been added to the original styles kits that in hindsight did not add additional gameplay or nuance to the style. As a result, these have been removed or reworked. Shock and horror, anyone? Removal of thresholds. Thresholds are a dated concept from EOC, leading to situations where abilities often compete with one another due to similar costs. Removing thresholds allows for nuanced abilities with variable costs, leading to more dynamic gameplay. So, they're not saying they're deleting abilities that are thresholds. What they're going to do is they're going to make them into abilities. So it's just an ability that has a cost. Think about bloat. Bloat is not a threshold. You can use it at any amount of adrenaline, and it costs 20%. So I'm imagining their ability to, like in the range beta, right? They made Snapshot cost more adrenaline and have no cooldown and do way more damage. In general, I like this. The one thing I'm nervous about is I hope that they normalize the adrenaline costs across the board a little bit. Because I think it would be very confusing for a new player, correct me if I'm wrong, if every ability in your book costs a different amount. Like, I don't think I want abilities that cost 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 55, 65, and 70. I would much rather the bulk of my abilities cost either 20 or 40 or 60. You know what I mean? I still think they should normalize a little bit. But, yeah, this is good. Introduction of a basic attack. Basic attacks are core to RuneScape's identity. Fundamentally, RuneScape has always had them through the original point-and-click gameplay. We've introduced an action bar-based system with the EOC. Auto attacks are moved to the background of combat. Utilizing learnings from Necromancy, we're reintroducing basic attacks to the 3 core styles through modernized for action bar-based gameplay. Yeah, it depends what they do with this. We need to play it, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna be like a doomer. Some people hear basic attack and they just like freak out. Because they go, what's going to happen to stalling? What's going to happen to this? What's going to happen to that? I'm hoping they can introduce this without killing a lot of this stuff that endgame players like. But we'll have to see what happens. Redistributing ability unlocks by level. This is a big one. Abilities for melee, range, and magic will be redistributed to better introduce players to each style over time. With the reduction of abilities, introduction of a basic attack, each ability can be made meaningful and deliberate in where it's unlocked. So this is one of the things that Necromancy, in my opinion, did actually really well, right? You get abilities a couple at a time at a level that it makes sense, and you slowly layer on complexion. Whereas if you play the other styles, it's very jarring. You kill like 10 cows, and all of a sudden you have 7 abilities that are on your screen, and you don't know how to use any of them, and none of them make sense. So this I actually think is really good, that they're changing some levels around for things. Is stalling an intended mechanic? Sure is. Stalling is bug abusing? Bro, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing this today. If you think stalling is a bug, you are factually incorrect. There ain't no way. By the way, stalling is what lets you use abilities out of range. That's all stalling is hitting an ability out of range and then going into range and casting it. But yeah, very cool. Next up, removal of lesser abilities. Lesser abilities will always serve as a point of friction for new players. I agree, they're garbage. Given where they're positioned, they were often worse than using an auto attack and were oftentimes worse than using slice, piercing shot, or rack, yet visually they appear to be more interesting. With the introduction of basic attacks, redistribution of levels, lesser abilities are removed. This is great. This is a good example of something that like could have happened years ago, but this will have no impact on endgame players, and it will make the game easier to understand and less overwhelming for new players. And this is something that is enabled by having a basic attack. Because what you're doing now is, instead of needing to fill a bar with basics so a player can build, which is what the lesser abilities were for, you can give them the basic that they can fire as often as they need a Dren, and then they can gradually weave in other basics that are more interesting as well as spenders. This is a W to me. I got no issues. But yeah, very cool. Visual cleanup, animation reworks, VFX, projectile updates. Melee range and magic suffer from various visual inconsistencies, from ability sharing the same animation, looking at you, Rack, to clipping or jagged animations. We're taking time to modernize each ability visually, whether that's through remastering the original animation, using modern tech, reworking the visual effects to remove duplicate animations, or adding additional VFX to ensure abilities feel satisfying to use. This, I think, is going to be really nice. I think this will be nice for everybody, right? I think when you're maging and your character does the, like, that over and over again, regardless of what you hit, yeah, really cool. Like, this is a win for, I think, for everybody. I don't think this is a controversial one. I don't think anybody is upset about this. But yeah, very cool. That seems good to me. I don't have any complaints. Sorry, chat's freaking out about stalling. Bro, is stalling, like, how is that controversial? I gotta make a stalling guide, bro. I think a lot of people don't understand how it works and what it does. But yeah, anyway. I'm gonna table the discussion of stalling unless it comes up in the news post, if that's okay. Because, holy guacamole. Stalling is unintuitive, but if you delete stalling, then you can't melee anymore. Melee just wouldn't work. Okay, I'm tabling the discussion on stalling. We could talk about it later. We can talk about it at the brand new RS Guy and Friends podcast with Mod Sponge later, all right? But I'm going to keep going through the roadmap if that's cool with y'all. Normalizing ammo consumption. There's a large disparity between ammo consumption for both range and magic from the early game to the end game. In the early game, minimal ammo is consumed, leading to confusion of when it should be consumed. This is then flipped in the end game where many thousands are consumed per hour. This consumption will be normalized, resulting in consistent experience across the board. So this to me makes sense. When you're training ranged, the fact that you can go from 1 to 99 range with 1 Chinchompa is kind of bad. And likewise, dying arrow consumption rate is way too high. So normalized usually means with Mod Sponge, I didn't agree to this. I didn't know you were here. Bro, how? You haven't been here all day. I even checked. Would you like to do the RS Guy and Friends podcast featuring myself and Mod Sponge? When is it? Whatever you want. No, it's not right now. 2027, book me in. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it with Pup instead. I'm going to do it with Pup, and we're going to control the narrative. But yeah, thanks, Shore, for the gift sub. Yeah, that's too funny. Also, we literally talked about it last year. But yeah, no, I actually do want to get more mods on the stream and start talking to people about the game more, because it is always really, really fun to do, and I think it helps a lot. But yeah, cool. Very nice. Next, he'll be saying stalling isn't a bug. Bro's a professional rage baiter and pot stirrer. It's actually inconceivable. Bro just... He doesn't want me to ever, like, have a good night of sleep ever again. It's just constant. It's just, how much rage could I... All right, I'm going to keep going through this news post. There's a reason why they removed 4-tick auto attack. They didn't remove 4-tick auto attack. You can still do it. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna keep reading. Amazing. So yeah, normalizing ammo. So usually what normalizing means is you do a big squish. So you bring the high amounts down, you bring the low amounts up. It also applies the same in like audio design. Like normalizing just means you take the high band, you lower it, take the low band, you heighten it. Everything sounds similar volume. So this actually should mean that dying arrow rates are going to be improved. So the rates will go down of use per hour. And then early game, it makes sense, right? You shouldn't be able to do 99 range with 1 Chinchompa. Very cool. Next up, tutorialization of abilities. Currently, when abilities are unlocked, they're directly added to your action bar. This is easy to miss and does not offer guidance on what an ability does. By adding necromancy-style UI tutorials, preventing it from being auto-added to your bar, we aim to better explain these abilities and guide the early game players within their combat journey. This, to me, is just a W. I think automatically populating abilities onto people's bars is both annoying for experienced players making different accounts when your bar gets all messed up. And two, I think for a new player, having to actually have a pop-up that tells you what it does, find it in the book, and then drag it onto your bar, and then you know where it is, like, that is a ritual behavior that helps somebody learn what an ability does. So I am very excited about this. And I know people are like angry about some of these combat changes. I totally get it. There's a lot of stuff here that I'm going to say isn't good or I'm not looking forward to, but everything in here is, in my opinion, exceptional. Like, this is a fat W. All of this is. Okay. Increasing attack, strength, range, and magic to 120. Each of the original skills will be brought to 120 to keep parity with necromancy. This is something that I've talked about before. I have concerns about this. The concern I have about this is partially done because auras are being deleted. And when auras get deleted, you're going to lose power, and then this brings the power back up. But to a player that has 99 range, There's a big difference between popping Reckless Aura at 99 ranged and having to get 104 million XP in range to do the same amount of damage. So this is something I'm going to flag up early, and I've made sure as well to pass this to the devs as well. I would not want to make it like, all of this is to make combat less frictionful for newer and less experienced players, requiring, like not requiring, but making it so that you need 120 in a skill to PVM, to me is a problem. And I'm hoping what they'll be able to do is look at the level curve for damage and accuracy and make changes to the curve. I think that you should have lots of leveling benefits from 99 to 120. But in terms of like your accuracy and your damage, I would like it if those levels mattered less so that you can start PVMing earlier. So I'm okay with this and it makes sense. And I think it's weird that Necro goes to 120 and the others don't. But yeah, I have some concerns here, especially for newer players. Very cool. Also, just for the people that are still fighting about stalling, I'm just going to start timing people out for like a couple of minutes, and then you can come back when we're talking about other stuff, just because, I don't know. I'm going over the roadmap. We're not doing the great combat debate of 2026, even though Mod Sponge seems to think we are. All right, next up, removal of specific auras. We understand that auras time blocks you into engaging in certain content for 1 hour increments. Alongside the skill gap increase for core styles, removing Berserker, Reckless, Maniacal, and Modular auras for overall power creep, while reducing the reliance on auras to complete content efficiency. So reducing the reliance on auras is actually a good thing. This is something that I wanted to talk about, and we'll talk about it more because they're removing all auras. It's later on in this news post. They talk about killing every single aura. A lot of people are very concerned about it. I think they gave a lot of detail where they, and we'll talk about when we get to it. I think the plan is to take some of the benefits that people like from auras and bake them into the skills. And I would hope that the same thing happens with combat as well, where if there are aura effects that people like I love being able to pop penance. That's great. I'd love for there to be a way to like actually do that. But something that I care about a lot is I don't think RS3 players, including myself, understand how truly immersion breaking and limiting it is to have to schedule every single PVM activity in increments of 30 minutes or 1 hour. Like, when you talk to old school players about that, when they want to do a boss and they make a team for AOD, they go to AOD and they have fun until somebody has to leave. And I don't know, the idea of that just feels very liberating to me. The entire 1 hour time block thing, it doesn't exist in RuneScape, or sorry, it doesn't exist in old school. This like, let's do an hour of this raid. You just kind of go and have fun with your friends, and then you leave when you need to leave, and you get replaced with somebody else. Like, that feels like it's gonna feel great. I think it's gonna feel really, really, really good. But yeah, cool. Bit of a double-edged sword. You might have spending 30 minutes making a team for somebody to leave after 20 minutes. But also, conversely, I mean, it comes down to who you're PVMing with. If you're PVMing with your friends, it's, you know, it doesn't need to be scheduled in. I think it'll be fine to fill people. But yeah. The biggest issue there is the timer, then not the aura. So I agree. One of the things that came up is like, what if auras just lasted infinitely? Here is something that I'm going to say about auras, and this is a bitter truth. Auras are possibly, in a game that had Treasure Hunter, the single most egregious, disgusting form of monetization that the game has ever had. Do you know, auras were designed so that people that aren't playing feel FOMO if they cancel their membership. The loyalty point system is absolutely disgusting. The way that auras come into the game, if you want to buy all the auras, you need to be a member for 11 years? 11 years of membership to get your legendary auras. And when you tell a new player, hey, come over to the game, oh, by the way, these really powerful buffs, you have to be a member for 11 years to get them. It's absurd. So anyway, like my personal thing is, you might say, okay, so what if you made them last forever and gave them to everyone for free? And you know what I would say to you? That sounds like a leveling benefit. Just make it a leveling benefit. Bake the effects you like into the skills so that your progression in the skills is meaningful. And then you know what else you can do when you do that? You can delete every single like aura from the interface. You can delete the whole interface itself. To me, you make the game simpler, you make it clearer, you're getting rid of a massive interface that you'd have to go into and tinker with all the time, and you can bake all the effects you want into the skills themselves. I think removing auras is a W. I know a lot of people in the comments are going to be angry at me for saying that because a lot of people love auras. I would much rather keep the effects that you want, bake them into skills themselves. But yeah, anyway, that's my take. I think removing auras is a huge win. Sick Nerd bought RSC membership 2 years before he started playing just so that he'd have auras. Yeah, it's no good, in my opinion. I don't know. I just think a lot of this stuff is normalized in the community because we're used to it, because we've had it forever. I have had a membership that hasn't lapsed in 20 years on my main, or 10 years, however long it's been. It's been a long time, right? But when you're a new player, it's a huge barrier to entry. But yeah. Oh, whoa! Okay, reading on further. Solid food rebalance. Actually, one more thing I'll say about aura. Someone is talking about Greenfinger's aura and how it's really, really strong. Can you imagine how nice it would be to have that baked into your farming skill? So once you got a certain level, you could just have that same benefit without having to turn a thing on before every farm run. Like, I love doing farm runs, and I do them between PVMing, but sometimes I can't do my farm run because I don't want to turn off the aura I have on for doing something else in order to farm. So imagine just being able to farm whenever your crops have grown, whenever you want to. That just, to me, seems a lot better. Like, why make it a thing you have to turn on? If you always want it at all times, just make it a leveling benefit. Okay. System bloat. Yeah, that's a good word for it. This doesn't need to be a system. Very nice. Okay, solid food rebalance. Solid food within RuneScape has always been a bit of an odd spot. In the early game, the adrenaline cost negates any generated adrenaline through basic attacks. This reminds me very quick, I do a lot of teaching people PVM, and I remember people will send me VODs, and I'll take a look at them, and I'll give them feedback, and whatever else. Like, I help people out like that, and I really enjoy it. The amount of people I've sent who send me a VOD and say, I can't figure out how you guys are killing bosses so fast. And then you watch their kill it next, and they never get above 50% adrenaline because they're guzzling food the whole time. It's like, it's so bad. Leading to situations where you can't gain adrenaline. In the endgame, on the other hand, reliance on Soul Split avoids this. To prevent Solid Food being a noob trap in the early game, Solid Food has had its adrenaline cost reduced. Additionally, in the early game, food scales with your constitution hit points level. This creates unnecessary confusion where you're punished for having a lower level. This has been removed in favor of healing static amounts. This is a W. We don't know what it's been reduced to, but to me, this is awesome. Like, people should be using food as the main way to heal, or as a viable way to heal. So I still want to see Styles getting some form of lifesteal, but this is great. Food being a noob trap was a huge issue. I love this. I would love it if you could eat food and not, mess up your whole rotation. And then on top of that, I love the idea that a shark just heals 20. The fact that that was a thing for so long, and you'd have to use lower tier food at a lower level, to me was very un-RuneScape. Because in RuneScape, if you want to make a new account and you want to train fishing to 80 for sharks, and you want to cook them, you should be able to heal to full HP every time you eat a shark, because you did that thing, you got that unlocked. That's how it works in old school. That's how it should have always worked at RS3. I like that you can kind of get out of whack with you unlock really powerful food at a low level, and now you can heal to full every time you eat one. This is gonna go so hard for new accounts and new players. I really like this, and I think it's really, really good. Also, panic cell blubbers probably. But yeah, I'm stoked with this. And then the last one is default action bar changes. With the introduction and subsequent removal of redundant abilities, the automatically generated action bars have become notably out of date. They've been updated to better take into account the reduced ability count, optimized to be revolution friendly. Oh. Wait. So does that mean they're giving you a good revo bar by default? Huh. that could be interesting. Oh yeah, because wait, isn't there a button? Oh, okay. I think I know what this is. Sorry. I think there's a button that, yes, there is. Setup action bar. Auto setup action bar. Okay, yeah. So what they're saying is they're going to make it so that the auto setup action bar button is actually good and gives you an actual usable bar. Yeah, that seems really good. Love that. Absolutely love that. Very cool. Ryan, if changes to combat are good enough, do you think it'll incentivize PvP? I think PvP is dead in the water and always will be. I think in a game where you could do 1 million damage per minute and you have 10k HP, PvP is never going to make sense or work. The wording on solid food thing is really odd. Punish for having low level is exactly how level is supposed to work. Well, no, like, I think what they mean, Adam, is they mean you're punished for having a low HP level. Because making food heal full was introduced as an HP leveling benefit. And it probably shouldn't be, because food should heal, like, food should heal what it heals across the whole game, probably. But yeah, they're basically saying, like, you should be able to. Constitution isn't the food eating ability. It's not the food eating stat. But yeah, okay. So that's all of the combat stuff. In general, there's a lot that I need to see more on. Like, I'm a little nervous about basic attacks. I'm a little nervous about going up to 120. But in general, all of these bullet points seem really positive. Like, almost everything in here should be a positive across the board. So, yeah, I'm definitely stoked. I think it's needed to happen for a while. I'm in. I'm down. Oh, yeah, speaking of, can we change Constitution back to hit points? Everybody calls it hit points. Everybody wishes it was hit points. HP is so classic. You know, if you write Constitution and then you have to put hit points in brackets next to it on the news post, maybe it should just be hit points. One's in chat if it should just be hit points. Sponge said I said this the other day. I'm so in. Like, it shouldn't be it should just be hit points. They're hit points. Yeah, okay, cool. Surely this is validating. Sponge, take a screenshot. Take it all the way to the top. We're getting hit points back in 2026. But yeah, they should be Constitution points. But yeah, very cool. One thing I was gonna say too, yeah, that's a good question from Saren, is it doesn't look like anything specific about defensive abilities is here. So I'd love to maybe, dude, this would be a good opportunity to like get the combat team on a thing and just ask them frequently asked questions. But yeah, very cool. All right, next up, balance update, new beginnings. Continuing in February, our focus shifts to the early game experience with the first of many rebalancing updates. You're tackling unnecessary friction in those early levels by addressing root issues like shrimp catch rates, pickpocket stun chances, drop tables, and much more. Our goal is for skilling to feel simple, rewarding, and engaging, encouraging players to progress naturally into the deeper system these skills have to offer as they become more invested. We'll follow this with a similar update for the mid-game midsummer and an endgame one in autumn. So this is obviously very vague, but my hope, the thing that annoys me kind of the most about skilling in RuneScape, and I mean this very genuinely, is a lot of the time, I want to go chop a tree to train woodcutting. So you'd think, okay, so maybe you've got a lumberjack outfit. Maybe you've got to equip your hatchet. And then you should be able to go chop a tree. And instead, what you end up with is you end up with a list of 20 different buffs that work at different level brackets in order to actually train woodcutting effectively. Okay, so we want the lumberjack outfit, the sentinel outfit, we've got urns, we've got juju potions, we've got beaver, we've got aura, urn enhancer, we've got all of this stuff. Well, not actually all of this stuff, wait. You've got an archaeology relic, skill chompas, a chain axe, a skirmish. Some of these aren't so bad, but the amalgamation of all of them together, incense sticks, wood spirits, bird whistle, sharpening stone, bird feed, all of this, and then it's these ones. These are the ones that are really bad, the generic ones. The skill-specific ones, kind of okay with. This. All of this. Avatar boost, desert pant. Don't forget your torso incense sticks. Don't forget your wisdom perk. Don't forget your wisdom aura. Don't forget your archaeology relic. Don't forget your pulse scores. Don't forget to do your coin flip and your scepter and your rock of resilience and your love letter and your knowledge bombs and your skilling pack and your gift of. I find it adds so much bloat when people just want to train skills. Like, you shouldn't have to run around the world and turn on a bunch of random crap in order to train a skill properly. I think to train woodcutting properly, you should have a hatchet, an outfit, maybe a potion if you really want, and then start chopping trees. So a lot of this stuff I would very much like to kill. But yeah, cool. I think that's what they're talking about, though. And that's really good. I think it adds a lot of bloat and confusion to skilling in RuneScape, where I think at its core, the interesting stuff in skilling should be your gameplay. The gameplay should change as you level up. It should get more intense. There should be a mix of AFK and non-AFK methods. But what shouldn't change is a list of shit you have to turn on in order to train the skill, respectfully. Sorry for swearing. That's the thing that frustrates me the most, especially when you want to flip between different skills. And then eventually you look at your buff bar and you've got 12 different timers going, counting all your different buffs. I don't like any of it. So anyway, that's my vision for this. I think that's what they're saying they're doing here. That would be really, really good. But yeah, very cool. Okay. Game update. Life after dailies. RuneScape shines when players log in because they want to, not because they feel they have to. Dailyscape is fundamentally at odds with what makes RuneScape feel like RuneScape. The other day, we'll be taking a holistic look at all Dailyscape systems, from shop stocks to Viswax to D&Ds, and yes, even those hourly wildy events. We want RuneScape to be a game you can enjoy playing for what it is, when you feel like, and without a checklist of chores to complete. So, they are not saying much about this specifically, but if they could come out of this, turn half of the dailies into training methods, like what Mod Breezy said about caches, where what if caches was just a permanent training method? You go there and that is how you can train your divination if you want to train active div at a certain level. But stuff like wildy events, I think a lot of people are going to be really mad at me when I say this, but like stuff like this needs to go, in my opinion. I don't think there's a world where it's this, right? It's fundamentally at odds with what makes RuneScape feel like RuneScape. The idea of dink donk, you have to go do this thing at this specific time or you miss out is not good. Like, I would actually kill wildy events completely, and then I'd put the Dark Onyx core on something else. And I know a lot of people are in the Kool-Aid of you're used to it and you love it because of all the content it lets you skip. But I think if you think about it holistically, dailies that allow you to skip the core gameplay loop are not good. In a similar way to why MTX lamps are not good. It's sort of the same thing. So I would be way happier seeing, and that's one of the things that came up in Leagues a lot, right? A lot of people got really burnt out because if you didn't do your wildy events, you completely missed out. If you did them, you'd literally get 99s at a bunch of skills. And I think that is a problem. The way to train your skills should be training your skills, not doing other stuff. But yeah, I'd be very down for stuff like the Dark Onyx core, put it somewhere else. Stuff like caches, turn it into a training method. There's a long list of dailies. I think there's a website called like Dailyscape that lists all the different dailies that the game has, with a bunch of timers as well. Daily gathering. And I really like that they talked about shop runs too, because shop runs are another daily that especially impacts Iron Man, but it's frustrating. On my hardcore Iron Man, I have over 1 million of a lot of runes because I did shop runs for every day for over a calendar year. Not super fun. Training some skills are just unbearable. I agree with you, Box of Stuff. And that is why what I would like is if you kill the dailies, right? I think dailies exist as a band-aid for bad skills and bad content, where it's not such a bad thing that early agility sucks because you can just skip it. I think in reality, what could end up happening as a knock-on effect with killing dailies is if you kill dailies and then at the same time in the same update, you actually improve the core skills themselves, you end up with a way better game. You do them both at the same time, though. And then the whole game is just better. Because it kind of feels like a lot of dailies were added as a band-aid to skip bad skills and bad content, instead of just fixing the content. So, fix the content. And then you don't need to worry about, like, why players want to skip it. They won't want to skip it if it isn't bad. If it isn't imbalanced. But yeah, very cool. But yeah, look at all this. Viswax, feathers. This is all just shop run stuff. But some of it isn't. You've got your sandstone. That's a crazy daily that probably doesn't need to exist. You've got you've got the herb runs, that's just farming. I'm kind of more okay with that because it's on a timer from when you do it. It's not on daily reset. But I think in a perfect world, daily reset doesn't matter at all. You know what I mean? Like logging out at exactly 7 p.m. game time so that you can redo all of your chore list. I would love it if daily and weekly and monthly reset, like, you barely noticed when it crossed over because you're just playing the game. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, like, resets every period of time. And I don't think you need to kill all of them. Like, you know, if you want to keep Herbie Werby or keep Tears of Ethics or whatever, like, totally on board. But there are just too many. There are too many. But yeah, very good. Especially if they do this before Leagues, which it looks like it's on the roadmap for before Leagues. That's going to feel amazing. If Leagues comes out with none of the dailies and none of the hourlies and all of it. What about penguins? Okay, so here's my thing about penguins. The XP they give is overpowered. It 100% is. It allows you to skip way too much content. It's like 500,000 XP a week, something like that. But the gameplay on penguins is really good. It brings the community together. People enjoy it. People like finding them. What I would do to penguins, and people can get mad at me for this, and I'm fine with that. I don't mind. I think penguins, if they offered a bonus XP, would be a good compromise. Because then you still have to actually train via your core loop. That's how I would do it. Thanks for responding. No worries. Screw you, RS guy. First you caused EOC, and now you want to nerf penguins. Absolutely. Can't that work for world events too then? No, there's a huge difference between the two. World events are every hour on the hour. Kill them. Kill them with fire. Penguins are do them whenever you want to over the course of a week. That's a lot less bad in my opinion. But yeah, cool. I'm new to RS. I love how passionate people are about their opinions. Oh yeah, I mean, I think it happens with any MMO, but everyone's played for so long, and everyone has their own vision of what the game is and what the game should be. So you get a lot of opinions, and that is why I am sure people will get very mad and or not mad about different things. But I don't know. I always like to tell it like I see it, though, because I think it's better to have a discussion than to stifle discussion. And I will also always defend my opinions, right? I'm going to say what I think and why I feel that way. It's cool if you agree to. Okay. What about caches? So they already talked about what they want to do with caches. They want to make caches into a training method. So it's not an hourly or a daily or anything. It's just a place that you go at a certain level bracket to actively train divination. What about merchant? So here's what I would do for the traveling merchant. The traveling merchant, everything in its shop stock. Here, let me pull it up. Everything in the merchant stock. Oh, I'm about to make some people mad, but that's okay. Everything in the stock allows you to skip content that is considered bad or isn't balanced. This feels like the ultimate band-aid. Livid farm is miserable to do. Buy it from the shop for months. The best way to get RuneSpan points isn't RuneSpan. It's not doing RuneSpan. The best way to get Shattered Worlds anima is actually probably still Shattered Worlds. But you know what I mean. Best way to Livid plant. That's the best way to get Livid points. It's not doing Livid farm. Harmonic dust. The best way to get it. Every time you buy this dust, it saves you like an hour of harps. So what I would personally do with Traveling Merchant is look at everything that is on this drop table and improve the content and then delete it. That is what I would personally do. So, Livid Plant, rebalance Livid Farm. And just go all the way up the list and do it the whole way down. So, that is what I would do for Merchant. I think if you look at it, it's really, really strong because everything in here allows you to skip content. And in a lot of ways, it's better than playing the content itself. I don't think the Merchant should ever be the best way to get anything. What about the Clay? Maybe people would play Stealing Creation if the best way to get Clay wasn't to not play Stealing Creation. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things. You're not going to get people to play Stealing Creation by offering Stealing Creation skips. But yeah, anyway. I'm not a big Traveling Merchant fan. There may be a couple things on here that, you know, would be fine, but I think the vast majority of stuff here, like, okay, I'll give you a really good example. Large Gobi Burial Charm to give you Metaphos Trap, okay? What if you just delete the raids lockout completely? Then you have no need to sell this at the merchant shop because the reason people were buying it is no longer. So you gotta do that across the board. But yeah, anyway. On to the next thing. All right, chat, before I read this one, I'm going to need everybody to not freak out. Thieving update already fixed techie for non-bosses? Yeah, that was really good. That was a Mod Sponge one, but I don't want to give Mod Sponge any, like, credit. He's already got a huge ego, and I don't want him to, like, you know? I don't want him to cause even more problems in the community, so I try to not say anything good about any of Mod Sponge's updates. At least when he's here. When he leaves, we can talk about how he's great, but right now it's just, like, not fair. Okay. Next update. Aura Overhaul. Auras create time pressure and a feeling of complexity with extra things you feel like you should consider in your setup before you start the task at hand. That's why this spring we intend to fully remove all auras. No more refreshes, no more limited peak efficiency, just more enjoyable gameplay loop. Meanwhile, we will investigate if those benefits can be moved to be part of the core game experience. This is a Giga W, in my opinion. This is... Dude, if I never have to see this interface again, I legitimately would be happy. Genuinely. It just... The way they come into the game is bad. The way that they impact your gameplay loop is bad. Like, even like skilling auras are definitely worse than combat ones because there's no way to reset them. So I know a lot of people that will spend their day min-maxing their auras. Oh, I need to train fishing. Let's do my 2 hours. And then I'll do my 2 hours of woodcutting and my 2 hours. It just imagine if all of these catch rate benefits were baked into the skills. What if this is a crazy idea. What if as you trained fishing, your character got better at catching fish? We don't need auras. We don't need them. They're not needed. Just bake the benefits you like into the skills. What if, as a leveling benefit for thieving, as you thieve more, you become better at thieving? You can just do that. It's crazy. But yeah, anyway, that's my general take on auras is like 90% of the benefits you could bake into the skills. And then for the other 10%, you might need to look at like different unlocks or different reward spaces or like ways to give them that. I think a good example is like vampirism and penance. I think fundamentally, penance, people like it because prayer drain rate is high and it's good for AFK stuff. Vamp, people like it because until you get soul split, healing is really, really limited. So to me, like, are there ways to fix those core issues so that people don't need those auras or feel like they need them? That would be really good. But yeah, no. I want leveling benefits. But I want meaningful ones, right? Like, obviously, as you train attack, you get a little bit more accurate, right? But can you imagine if the Brawler aura tiers were baked into the attack skill? So as an example, you knew once you hit level 50 and 75, you actually got, as a passive buff 10% more accuracy. And then when you hit that level, it's meaningful, right? It's more meaningful than like, oh, I got a tiny bit more each time. Give actual leveling benefits at specific milestones for training, and then people will aim for those things, right? You're splitting up your grind from this gradual 1 to 99, and you're actually, you're building out the skills in a way that has a lot more depth and a lot more meaning. So yeah, anyway. That is what I want for auras. Most definitely. Equilibrium. Yeah, that's a good example. Equilibrium is really, really widely used for necromancy right now. It's absolutely the meta. But you have to wonder, is there a way to do that via the game, right? Is there a way that at a certain level, you unlock the ability to trade crits for consistency? The actual gameplay is good. The fact that it's tied to an aura is the thing that isn't good. Why not adding auras to minigames? Because that doesn't fix any of the problems with minigames or with auras. But yeah, anyway. Throw it on the necromancy talent tree? Yeah, you literally could, right? But yeah, anyway. That's my take on the aura stuff. I think it's going to take some getting used to, but I think if they do it right, it's going to be really good for the game. I would love to wake up and not have to think about popping an aura between every single activity. Like, we use auras for everything. Every single activity has a different aura. And it'd be cool to, like, not have to do that, I think. I also think, like, in terms of simplifying the game, and maybe this might be, I mean, I don't even think it's going to be a hot take, but to me, when we're talking about, like, RuneScape's new era, chat, imagine if this interface was just gone. Imagine if this whole, you just delete the whole box. I'd be pretty cool with that. Like, on my character's loadout, like, it's just gone. I'm in. And then you know what you're doing? You're making room for the foot ring slot that everybody wants, right? There's space now. You can't see my loadout. Oh. All right, we're so back. But yeah, no, just getting rid of this whole thing. I don't know. I think it'd be cool. Yeah, we can finally add 10 ring slots. But yeah, all right. On to the next thing. Game update, GE improvements. If you've ever watched one of my rebuilds, videos, or streams, you will know that I'm the world's biggest Grand Exchange hater because you have no idea how much items are actually selling for, and item prices take forever to update. The Grand Exchange will also get some love, as we said, to address your most desired features and improvements. We're going to improve things like how items update their price, item buy limits, and more. As we kick off development on this, we want to hear from you with what changes or improvements you'd like to see at the GE. I personally would love to see recent traded prices on items. That is what I like to see. I want to know how much stuff is actually trading for. That would be big. How would you implement the Wisdom Aura? I would delete it completely. It's just an XP boost. It's so boring. It doesn't change anything about the way you play. It's just an XP boost. And if you really can't live without 2.5% XP, you could rebalance skills if you really wanted to. Buff the XP of skills by 2% and then kill it. Yeah. To me, the mark of it, if this update works or is successful, is if LE.GG exists after this update, the update was a failure. Chat, over the holidays, I saw back-to-back trades on LE.GG. It was 2 Megan legs sold for 1.6 bill. And then the very next day, the next trade was 3.6 bill for 2 Megan legs. 2 billion gold. Oh, it's actually shameless, bro. It's actually shameless. Okay, next up, social update, squad goals. Later this year, as part of the wider road to restoration, we'll be delivering a dedicated update focused on improving RuneScape social systems. While the full design is still taking shape, our aim is to strengthen the overall social experience through improvements to areas like chat range, broadcasts for collection log drops, and similar. Some clan-centric features that will make socializing in RuneScape feel more connected and impactful. I talked about this before while we were watching the video. I am happy with this. and I think it's worth looking at. The one thing that I think is missing, well, it's actually two things. One, they're talking about broadcaster collection logs. I'd love to see a unified collection log. And two, I think we need a PVM group finder. They talked about in the video about a clan finder. And as much as I would love a clan finder, and I'm cool with that, I think realistically, a PVM party finder would be more impactful. So that is one that I like. Somebody in chat said proximity chat. Bro, you go to World 3 Lumbridge with proximity chat on, holy moly. It'd be like the worst. Don't do that. Absolutely not. Chat, I don't think collectively, as a group of mostly aged 25 to 35-year-olds, I don't think we are mature enough to use proximity chat in RuneScape. Dude, you go to World 70 Artisans Workshop, proximity chat's on, you end up radicalized. I don't think we're there. Okay. Okay, next one, game update. API plugin support. For many years, you've asked for plugins in RuneScape similar to those in old school. Plugins empower the community to create tools, features, and functionality that enable unique experiences and give players greater control over how they interact with the game. Something you've long told us could help RuneScape truly thrive. As a result, we're investing in a dedicated new development team with a single mission: to bring plugin support to the RuneScape client before the end of 2026. Bro, can we fast forward to the end of the year? Like, if you could put me in a coma for 8 months and then I wake up and then I don't need to sleep for the next year, I would take that in a heartbeat. To do this right, we're designing the very foundations of the system to empower talented community developers to do their best work. If you're one of those devs, visit the dedicated API channel in our Discord server, where we'll begin to build an API community for months ahead. So, this is massive. I've been saying this forever, obviously, not to sound like a broken record, but plugins are such a strong net positive on the game, because when people want tools, instead of begging RuneScape to make things forever, and maybe they will, maybe they won't, maybe they can't see the value, but it's valuable to you as an individual person, it gives you the opportunity to make it yourself. And this is things like Quest Helper. This is things like Tile Marker. I'll give you a really good example. I really want to do a group Iron Man with one of my friends, where we're each restricted to different sides of the world. And then over time, the world border moves. You can make that with plugins, where you can actually show the areas that are restricted and the ones that aren't. You want to make Bronze Man mode? You could do that with a plugin, where it will flag items that you've already seen, and then only those items will be buyable in the Grand Exchange. If you want to do Nightmare mode, you can do that with a plugin. Like, most people won't give a crap about any of that, but as a creator, these are all of the ideas that I've had for content that I want to make, and with plugin support, I will be able to, without having to try to advocate for Jagex to make these things, because they're not going to make it if it's just for me. So, this is exceptional. This is exactly like, yeah, to me, this is probably the update of the year, in my opinion. I think, and people will talk about scope creep and RuneLite and how there's some bad about RuneLite, and I agree with that, but I think it's such a strong net positive. I don't think RuneScape is as successful as it is in terms of old school without RuneLite. I think RuneLite is a big part of the reason the game has had so much success. RS3 getting RuneLite is going to be massive. Even Quest Helper, like, if you don't like Quest Helper, don't feel like you have to use it. But for a lot of people, like, here's the thing. I've played a lot of accounts. I lose a hardcore Iron Man to fire every 3 years. So when you're looking at someone like me, I don't want to experience every single quest again. Give me a Quest Helper. And on the next hardcore that I probably, I'm going to lose to fire 3 years down the line, it's going to be sick to be able to have it. It's going to make life so much easier. This is exceptional. This is an update of the year type thing. It shows such a massive shift in the design and the idea for the game. Here's another big one. Every single old school creator uses something called Creator Kit, which is a set of plugins that allows you to take cinematics and keyframes in the game and customize scenes. RS3 just can't have that. Doesn't get that. We get the crappy free cam tool that doesn't even let you move. This is going to allow a renaissance for content space. It really is. It's going to enable so much. It's going to be so big. I'm very excited. Should I just focus on API? Why make an in-house XP tracker? I think the reason for making some stuff in-house is that it should be part of your default game experience. That's one thing that comes up in old school is I was told if I ever play old school, I might be playing the League, by the way, as a spoiler, because I said if Foe came over to RS3 and played the RS3 League that I'd play the old school one. So as a man of my word, I will be doing that. I was told, make sure you're streaming all the time because your chat will tell you what plugins are good. And like, I think there's value in having the core game also be good. But yeah, no, that's massive. This is really, 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 really big. Okay, next up. I listened to the Theory-Wise podcast, and this was your big wish. Yep. Next up, a visual update, noise control and cleanup. As the year progresses, we'll continue unifying the visual identity of Gielinor. This means decluttering content that hasn't stood the test for 25 years, while steadily bringing the world up to the cohesion, modern standard that we've been building since 2020. That includes the avatar refresh, which you can read about more below. The road ahead. The road to restoration is just the beginning. Our first look at the core initiatives that will give the fundamental RuneScape experience the care and attention it deserves this year. The road will continue to evolve with your feedback and will be shaped by your voices, your ideas, and what you think should come next. There's only a start. There's so much more coming in 2025, and we can't wait for you to experience it all. I have a prediction. One, I think as an isolated integrity roadmap, out of 10, like, this has to be at least a 9. I don't usually do this. I'm going to give it a 10. I know someone's going to say you're glazing or whatever, but if you actually think about it, everything on this roadmap is the stuff that we've been asking for that we thought would never happen for years. Like, that's the truth. This is all the stuff that I've wanted forever. So, I don't know. I can't really not give it a 10 in terms of a roadmap for integrity specifically. Like, it feels like they watched a No Monkey video flaming RS3's leagues, and then they just like fixed all the stuff he was complaining about for 20 minutes. You know? Like, I don't see how this isn't a 10 out of 10. This is the fan service roadmap. I'm in. But my prediction is that at the end of this year, the players are going to want another year of integrity roadmap. I think they're touching a lot of the game here, but then you have to look at things like drop rates, unified collection log, dupe protection. Like, there's so much more that needs to be overhauled. Even content as recent as Elder God Wars probably could use a new lick of paint. So, to me, this is a great start, but I think it's going to take more than this. The relic system, yeah, there's so much more. Like, I think they're going to have to do more than this, and I hope they're not thinking about this being one and done. Like, oh yeah, we do that this year and we're good. I think they're going to have to do 2 years of this easily. But yeah, very cool. From an integrity roadmap standpoint, I'm very excited. I think the ones that stand out most to me, obviously API support is probably the update of the year. Other than that, Grand Exchange improvements are going to be awesome. Early, mid, and end game improvements, they're so vague, I can't even say we don't know enough. But hopefully, as we hear more, we'll get excited. And then the Dailyscape overhaul is a really, really, really big one for me. Where, like, just my excitement for that is so high. But yeah, okay. Quick show of hands in chat. Just for the integrity roadmap, give me a number out of 10. I'm curious what you guys think. After, spending 4 hours going through everything about it. 10s, 8.5s, 9s, 7s, 8s, 9s. Yeah, like a lot of high numbers. A 6 or a 7. I see what you did there. Okay, now people are going to start spamming 6, 7, and then you're lowering the average. But yeah, no, a lot of high numbers. I think to a lot of RuneScape players, like, I'm disappointed that there isn't a lot of content for me to play this year, but I think without a doubt, this isn't what the RuneScape community wants. This is what RuneScape needs. Okay. But you know what is crazy? this is only part 1. Because we're only halfway through this news post. Dude, Montezana needs a raise. I'm sorry. The fact that Montezana look at this news post, bro. This is like a dissertation. But with that said, let's get into the new content for 2026. We've talked about the integrity stuff, and I would agree that's probably the more important stuff. But what is coming out that is actually new and playable in RuneScape next year? Let's get it. Step 1, Havenhe Part 1. What is Havenhe? Havenhe is RuneScape's biggest area expansion to date. It's a massive stretch of land on the east of Mauritania filled with villages, stories, people, adventures, and encounters. Like a massive bloodthirsty hedgehog. We'll get back to you on that one. Once the home of a First Age civilization, it's a landmass that's packed with lots of rich, layered history. In the First Age, Havenhe was the home of a magical nexus, the birthplace of Colossi, and a long-dormant gateway to Vampirium itself, which is nothing to worry about. Feels like a land full of life, a grounded and organic region, populated with stories, oddities, and those small, familiar RuneScape moments. But as you venture further, beyond the village of Wendlewick, things start to change. The forests thin, the air will grow colder, and as we expand Havenhe through the year, you'll begin to feel that pull towards the east, where the region becomes more treacherous and vampiric. We got pictures to look at. Love me some pictures. Okay, so this looks like a town. This is probably the town of Wendlewick. Looks fine. Not a lot to discern here. We've got a town. One thing I am going to mention, though, you can see some big mountains. So I'm wondering if there's going to be like a lot of verticality here. We've got a new flower patch, new farming patch, kind of makes sense. Lots of new trees. Is that a an access point to Puro Puro? It kind of looks like it. Dude, it would actually be kind of cool to make a Wendlewick locked, a Havenhe locked account and see how far you can get. Be very, very cool. These are like the giants, the fire. Not a lot to see here. There's a cave. Is that a spinning wheel or a well? Maybe it's a well into... No, sorry. It's a well, and then it's the cart. New fishing area looks like some kind of crab on the beach, which is interesting. Do you guys think that's the big crab? I think that's just a rock. The new ivy they talked about. Whatever this thing is, which I have absolutely no idea. Also see some magic trees, though. Seeing a magic tree is interesting. So it's not just going to be like a low-level hub, clearly. And then whatever this thing is. All right, who's next? Nothing strange happening here, probably. Like the beginning of many a great story, you meet a stranger in a tavern and have a questionable drink with them before ending up on a boat, sailing towards a land that doesn't want to stay hidden anymore. A typical Tuesday afternoon for an adventurer. Once you land in Havenhe, you'll hear of strange rumors spreading through Wendlewick. Rumors of a pale-skinned woman, long, pointy ears, silver hair, sharp canines, red, hungry eyes, single, and ready to mingle. Sorry, I made that part up. Alongside the main story quests, there will be standalone quests that are fun little local stories intended to go beyond the core storyline and help you familiarize yourself with locals and their customs. Small town stuff, neighbors, chores, and the odd crab problem. What do you guys think of them having some RuneScape-y quests where it's like, bro's house is breaking and you need to fix it? I think I'm down. I think when these come out, I'm going to be like, that's it. This week's update was helping a dude in Havenhe fix his wall. And it's going to feel like kind of annoying. But I think if you look at the whole game, RuneScape used to always have quests that are like that. Varlamore was like that on Old School. Awesome. And how did it land? Did it land well? They did that in Varlamore? Very cool. And then like at the end, you get access to his shop or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Monk's friend type stuff. Very cool. Yeah, no. I think I'm definitely on board with it, but I think for a lot of these updates, they're going to feel different to an RS3 player that is used to a certain type of update only. And this is definitely like a deviation from that. But yeah, very cool. The local wildlife is friendly. Okay, but what is that about a dreadhog? Silverquill, the sanguine? Sangin? Hold. Bro, let me get in my Kai Cenat bag.
Sanguine. Sanguine. Sanguine.
Sanguine. Huge. Silverquill, the Sanguine Hedgehog, is one of our 2 brand new early game combat bosses that'll be available with the launch of Havenhe Part 1. She'll teach you more about reading your opponent and responding to telegraphed attacks. If you can best this hog, you might just walk away with a handful of the silver spikes she's carrying. Those could prove rather useful later on in your Havenhe journey, especially given the vampires and all. Make it through that, your next challenge awaits. Ivar, the King of Bones, a massive hill giant with a generously average IQ. Wait. Holy moly. Do we have any hog handlers in chat? I have a feeling I'm going to be able to handle the hog. Surely it's going to be winnable. What? What? Because he's a... But yeah. I can handle 1 or 2? Very good. But yeah, what about this guy? I was going to say they finally put a Reddit mod into the game, but maybe that's a little too harsh. But yeah. We got Ivar. It's just war? No, war is all smart though. But yeah, very cool. This not-so-gentle giant will help you learn a little more about mastering your defensive prayers and may drop one of his signature clubs. With these 2 early game bosses, our goal is to bring bossing back to its roots, easing new and returning players into combat, preparing them for what lies ahead, and helping close the gap between early and end-game bossing. That's all really good. For completionists, there will still be plenty of chase with unique drops, pets, and titles to unlock. Alongside the bosses, we'll be introducing a new not-so-native early-game slayer creature called the Sanguine Crawler. Very nice. Is that how you think of the Reddit mods? No, not all Reddit mods, just some Reddit mods. I don't know. Here's the thing. Okay, I will explain my beef with Reddit. The RuneScape subreddit, some parts of it are cool and great. And some parts of it are mods intentionally not enforcing their own rules or making up rules to push their own narratives because they're power hungry to the point of actively stifling the game and the community. Like, there are so many examples over the years of like, I'll give you an example. Iron Araxor can make a really good RuneScape video and post it to the subreddit and say, check out my video. And it will be allowed and it'll be great. Someone will post my website for new players onto the subreddit. They will post it themselves to be like, hey, Ryan made this really cool website. Check it out. And you know what will happen? What will happen after that is it will get removed for self-promotion and I'll have to send in a mod mail where the mod is giving me all this attitude. And it's like, what? Anyway, it's just so wishy-washy and it's so inconsistent and it's so, it's frustrating. It's really, really frustrating. And I just like, I wish it was better, right? I really do. Yeah, maybe they're upset that I made the EOC. But yeah, anyway, continuing on. I just like, I don't know. I've had a very frustrating experience for a very, very, very long time. And also like part of the reason for it is like, I know like one of the lead mods on Reddit just like doesn't like me and just deletes everything about me and has for years. And I'm just like, I don't know. I wish it wasn't like that. It's frustrating and it's beyond obvious. It's like, I get messaged about it all the time. Like, I know who these people are. It's just not ideal. Wait, I'll pull the screenshot. Let me pull the screenshot. So when we made the rsguide.com, our our new player website to help new players learn RuneScape before leagues. Which, by the way, took us like 500 or 600 hours. We didn't post about it on Reddit or anything, but people in the community did, right? So there were a couple posts about it. And we were using those posts to collect feedback to make the site better. And one of the Reddit mods decided to go on a power trip and delete it. A website to help new players before leagues. Like, let's delete it. Let's remove it. And so I sent in a mod mail and was like, hey, we were using this for feedback. Could we not? And what ended up happening, wait, I'm in a split view here. Like, so I sent in a mod mail, not sure about post removal. This post is being removed for being similar to different posts. As far as I can see, there's one post about my video and one post sharing my website. There seems to be lots of positive discussion in both threads. One about the video, the other about the site. So I'm not sure why one of them was removed, as they are distinct while being loosely related. And what I heard back was posts concerning your website generated some reports for excessive self-promotion. BS. Absolutely not. I do not believe it for a second. Although the two posts are not actually distinct, this time we'll go ahead and restore the second post. Like, get out of here with that. Like, that's garbage. So I said, interesting it was classed as self-promotion considering I did not make or have anything to do with either posts, and nor did my team. Like, come on, bro. It's shameless. So anyway, sorry if I make the occasional comment over the years about, like, being frustrated with the subreddit. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. Anyway, sorry, I felt like I should add some context. Yeah, it also, like, for a little bit, because it was super requested, my website was, like, pinned to the subreddit, and then one day it just got deleted. But yeah, anyway, it's just it's a frustration point, right? Like, I'd love to work with the subreddit. I'd love to help, you know? But it just, there's so much cattiness and so much immaturity that, like, I don't know. Like, it frustrates me that some of the things they do actively hurt the game. They are actively hurting the game so that they can have a power trip. But yeah, anyway. Less important, but yeah. Anyway, long-standing history of that. It's the same one too. This is the last thing I'll say about the Reddit. There are rules that go against posting people and, like, flaming them and naming them and stuff. Reasonably so. But whenever there's a post flaming me, it gets left up. But if it's anybody else, they take it down because it breaks one of the rules. And that is one of the other things that has really, really frustrated me about it too. Like, it's very clearly, like, F you in particular to me. And anything about me in my content. Your public figure. Okay, so then make it consistent. Make it consistent. Yeah, it seems more like a direct attack. Yeah, it is. That's kind of the whole point. But yeah, anyway, very cool. Not important, but yeah, no, I've had a lot of, like, there's a reason I just don't go there, right? I don't go there. I don't talk about it much. Like, they made it very clear that I am not welcome there. And pretty cool. All right. Do I know why they don't like me? Nope. They've never told me or contacted me or anything. I just know that one of the head mods in particular has had it out for me for like a decade. I've never interacted with this person in my life. Like, that's the awkwardness of it, right? That's why it's such an awkward thing. But yeah, cool. Can Jagex mods do anything about it? No, because Reddit's separate. Like, it's a player-run community. But yeah, cool. Game update, Hunter 110. The first part of Havenhe brings an extension to the Hunter skill, raising it to 110 with a new expansion of the big game Hunter system. This time, though, it's not just about tracking, it's about surviving. Giant creatures will be hunting you, sniffing you out as they try to gain the upper hand and bring them down. In return, you'll get valuable loot, the best Hunter XP in the game, all those important materials needed to craft the new level 85 to 90 range armor. Or if you're aiming higher, brand new masterwork range with more details as we get close to release. So this is really cool because what they're doing is active XP skilling, best XP in game. Beautiful. That is exactly what it should be. I'm hyped. So this is the Havenhe big game Hunter layout. Is there anything we can discern? But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of excited. It'll be fun to be hunted. Yeah, clearly we're in a cave. We don't see any creatures or anything. And then this is the Masterwork range gear. Ooh, okay. You know what it looks like to me? It's like Pernix. If Pernix had a baby with like a Marvel superhero. It looks pretty cool. There's a little Assassin's Creed. There's a little bit of, you know, Moon Knight. Yeah, it looks cool. I mean, as always, the Masterwork stuff, like, it depends where it fits in the meta. Like, everybody knows already it's going to be worse than Dracolich. And you need Dracolich to range well, but hey, I'm down for cool-looking armor. I'm in. Who's next? Beyond hunting giant creatures, Havenhe also introduces new ways to trade hunters, such as clockwork trapping. You'll craft a mechanical birdhouse, place it across Havenhe with bait, and return later to collect your catch. Ooh, these birdhouses are crafted using logs from recent 110 woodcutting update, rated from basic all the way to eternal magic, with each year forming the foundation of a stronger, more effective trap. Okay. This feels like a daily, no? I mean, I guess it's more like a farm run because it doesn't happen at a specific time, but I don't know if this aligns with the direction of the game to run around Havenhe, set up a bunch of bird traps, and then do a bird trap run later. That is also very similar to farming, though. So it's a farm run for Hunter. Hate them in old school, hate them in old school. It's like Herb for Hunter. Yeah, I'm not as sure about this. I will say right now, I'm not sold on this being the right thing. But fair enough. For those who prefer a more laid-back approach, clockwork box traps are making their debut. Last week we spoke about introducing new integrity-focused trading methods to feel rewarding and grounded without relying on MTX. Clockwork box traps are built around that philosophy. A fully craftable, efficient hunter trading method that becomes available early and remains useful as you level. Designed to be more relaxed and flexible, they're perfect activity to slot in between your hunts. Huh. So is this protein traps? I feel like this is going to be protein traps. I mean, I'm like, if you look at Hunter as a whole, Hunter is a fully active skill. There's basically no AFK in the whole skill. So maybe they're introducing some light AFK, so there are AFK options. And maybe they are doing that because all the AFK options are being removed. We'll have to see how AFK it is. I don't like the direction of like 15-minute AFK. I think it's a little too much. But yeah, we'll see what happens, right? And then, yeah, we also have black chinchompas. Additionally, you start spotting a new jackalope hopping around in Havenhe Part 1. They're a natural step up from rabbit snaring, smoothing out early hunter experience and making it more enjoyable for players just starting out. Yeah, I mean, as long as AFK is low XP, like, I'm generally okay with it. It's just, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's makeable in the game. It's kind of like note paper, right? Note paper is getting deleted, but you can make your own note paper with invention. Seems similar. Okay. So that's the Havenhe Hunter. Next up, game update, skilling in Havenhe. Alongside many new hunter skilling nodes venturing beyond Wonderlook will reveal more resources never before seen in Gielinor. You'll encounter Red Ivy, a slower depleting tree, perfect for relaxed woodcutting, and giant crayfish for level 82 fishing, alongside a host of familiar skilling nodes. Also being introduced is a new soil sifting archaeology familiar. That is going to be so good for early game. Imagine early game arc where you don't need to sift your own soil, because instead of getting the auto screener, you use a familiar. That's great. Love that. As you explore Havenhe, you'll meet new faces, lend a hand where it's needed, and earn achievements tied to people and places you'll discover along the way. Havenhe will continue to expand over the year as we add more content to it. A new story quest later in the spring, a first stage archaeology dig site in the summer, and a conclusion to Havenhe's story with part 2 releasing towards the end of 2026, where you'll also meet the Grazi Blood Knights in a brand new solo and duo combat boss encounter. Can I say, I am really excited that it's a solo or duo boss. I think that's the right move, especially after a Masket that, while being like a masterpiece of a boss, it's just so restrictive. It's locked so many people out that I think a solo duo boss is perfect. I would have been fine with it being a just duo boss, but solo duo seems really good as an endgame boss. I think these guys are going to be terrifying. They look really cool. Yeah, this is going to be really, really fun at the end of the year. It's a ways away, right? Like, we've got to get there. And getting there is going to take some time. But yeah, the idea of fighting vampire knights, like, I'm imagining, you know what I'm imagining? This won't be like a huge spoiler. There's a boss in Expedition 33 called the Duelist. And I just feel like the movement of the Duelist is going to be like they're very elegant, but they're also very strong. Wait, let me see if I can find a video of it. Just to show like what it looks like. Let's see here. Yeah, like this kind of thing. Wait, hold. This won't like spoil anything crazy from the game, I don't think. But yeah, just like a boss fight that has like super elegant, smooth attacks like this. That to me is like what a Blood Knight would attack like. Anyway, just the visual, the image made me think of the Duelist. Would be really cool. We're at the point where people just need to play E33. Yeah, that's fair too. What game is that? Expedition 33. Okay, who's next? Player Avatar. Yes, Player Avatar is off the shelf and on its way. As a heads up, I have already paid out the 30 million channel points I needed to, and alongside that, we will be overhauling all of our channel points, because we have to. For those who don't know, Player Avatar Refresh is a project we kicked off in 2021. Through lots of community consultancy and live streams, we worked with you to develop a remastered visual look for the player avatar that feels true to your character as you know it today. After we discovered some technical limitations in 2022, it was placed on the shelf when we spent the last few years investigating in technical upgrades that could help us make it possible. And now we're ready to get this modern, grounded avatar into your hands over the course of multiple updates. Our first associated update will lay the foundations with a new base avatar, updated hairstyle and facial hair options, plus newly updated base clothes. We'll also be improving the quality of the chat heads during chat head animations. And I'll be looking for your feedback to help prioritize our future releases happening throughout the year, from which items or cosmetics we should update first, through to NPCs you'd like to see brought up to this standard. Look out for a survey in April to shape the future of Player Avatar Refresh. Finally, we know that some of our modern outfits can feel a bit off at times, looking slightly too shiny, flat, or smooth to a certain environment compared to the older, grainier textures. As part of the road to restoration later this year, we'll be rolling out rendering updates to begin addressing this, and as we move through 2026, we'll be fine-tuning and improving the look and feel of your character until we get it just right. So, this is really, really good, the Player Avatar. I'm very excited for it. It's been a long time coming. One thing I will say, and this is sort of a theme that comes along with the entire roadmap, a lot of this roadmap and a lot of the updates on it are not playable content. And I wanted to bring that up because I do think, especially in the first 6 months of the year, there's going to be a lack of new content to play. It feels like a really good year to like make a new account, make a new Iron Man, start a new adventure, possibly, you know, look at like a possible old school arc, stuff like that. If you're the kind of person that just likes new content because you've beaten all the other content in the game. Because I'll give you an example. Player Avatar, I'm sure it cost millions and millions of dollars. It is a massive update, but it doesn't change gameplay at all. It does nothing for gameplay, right? So yeah, very cool. But yeah, I don't know how meaty it's going to be for an endgame player. I think for an endgame player, there's going to be a lot of like, you go to a place, you do the quests, and then you're done. Okay, next up, game update. Wait, I'm going back to the RS3 music, sorry. Game update, construction, 120, and player-owned house. Later this summer, we'll be bringing new life to player-owned houses. The POH has been part of RuneScape since 2006, almost 20 years. While the game has evolved significantly since then, POHs remain largely unchanged. This year, we want to change that and give POH the attention it truly deserves. With this update, we want housing to feel connected to Gielinor once more, offering a space that's personal, welcoming, and worth returning to, whether it belongs to you or a friend. You'll gain a whole new level of control over your home with expanded options to personalize, design, and refine the details. We'll be giving construction a skill increase to 120 for good measure. Wait, are they trying to say that magic trees don't exist IRL? That's cap. There's no way. Is it bad that I didn't know a yew tree was a real tree? I honestly thought it was one of the RuneScape ones. That probably says a lot about me as a person. What? Yes? That's bad? Holy crap. Wait, really? Yew tree. Okay, like... it's a shrub. No, okay. No, forgive me for not knowing every shrub on Earth, bro. Like, no. I actually think I'm fully safe. Brother, that's a tree? This thing's a tree. Is this a yew? The ancient yew. Hard as iron, yet flowing like water. Bro, I don't want a tree that flows like water. Okay, you know what? I don't think these are native to North America. All right? I think I'm fair. Okay. Temperature zones of the northern hemisphere. Norway. Okay. There's a European yew, a Pacific yew. There's a Canada yew? Okay, but they don't even have a picture of it. Nah, they don't even... no. Nah, miss me with that. You have them in your backyard? You just got rolled and smoked by a tree? Nah. I'm giving myself a pass. I have chosen to investigate myself, and I have found no wrongdoing. All right, anyway. What's next? We're introducing a new recipe system that lets you unlock and build furniture inspired by your past, present, and future adventures. Imagine defeating a boss and proudly displaying... Imagine buying a boss leech and proudly displaying a trophy from that battle that your teammates carried you to in your own home. Or completing a quest and earning a keepsake that preserves the memory of that journey. It'd be so funny, you spacebar a quest, and then you get something you build at your house that's related to the lore of the quest, and you have no idea why it's there. It's like, what is this needle in my garden after the needle skips? I have no memory of that thing. Through this new recipe system, our goal is simple. Make your home a living reflection of the path you've taken, the memories you've made, and the victories you've earned. Okay, let's see some of these. So we got butterflies, Noxious fumes? Bro. Who's putting noxious fumes in their own POH? I want to set that up in somebody else's POH. Sparkly crystals, that would be like from Prif questline, Bando's questline. Floaty clouds from Armadil. Evil rising smoke for Zamrock. Like, this is cool. This is like there's some cool in here, to be honest with you. But I also think like none of this would get me to want to go back into my house. I'd spend a bunch of time making it perfect, and then I'd never go back. And that's the one thing I think is missing from this. Part of the update is about bringing back the social spark and joy of showing off your home, inviting friends over, and maybe even hosting the occasional house party. We're still in the early design at the moment, so we reach out to hear what you'd like to see from POH in the coming weeks. Additional updates. In addition to everything we talked about today, there's plenty of other updates that come this year. In the spring, you'll be able to jump into a brand new standalone quest. It's a fluffy adventure and the spiritual successor to Gertrude's Cat. Think Lady and the Tramp meets Fort for Rinthry. Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to be mad about a dog quest. And in autumn, we'll release another standalone quest. It's something a little different, but still true to our roots. We'll also be bringing in remastered content updates at the end of the spring and again in autumn as we revisit some classic pieces of content. More on exactly what that involves later this year. This is something I'm really interested in, remastered content updates. And I think there was a Reddit thread the other day that was talking about, what was it? It was basically an open call to the community of what content you'd want to see remastered. Which, by the way, show of hands, what is the thing you'd most want to see remastered? It was one thing. It could be a boss. It could be a skill. It could be an area. What would you do? Minigames, Vorkath, Nex, Giant Mole, Remove Agility, Vorkath, the Relic System, Calfight King, Dungeoneering. Yeah, so my top two were Vorkath and Dungeoneering. I think it's so bad that not even archaeology. The fact that necromancy, one of the core combat styles, doesn't exist in Dungeoneering is just ungood. Hi, Theory-Wise, what's good? How are you? Welcome in. Wait, Theory-Wise, should I plug your YouTube channel? I'm doing it. Chat, I'm doing it. Theory-Wise has a podcast. And he put me on the podcast. And I talked about all the stuff that I would change if I could change whatever I wanted about RuneScape. I'm going to link it in chat. You guys should check it out if you want to. You could also not do that, and that's cool too. But yeah, shout out to him. Okay. And of course, seasonal events throughout the year, which focus on stronger integrity and quick ways to drop and take part and leave it the fancy reward. This is one where I will believe it when I see it. I think we've been absolutely blasted by so much AFK event slop that I absolutely despise. Like, I really do not like the AFK events. The click on the snowball node forever. The click on the whatever station it is to gain whatever XP. Like, I don't care about if people choose to engage a lot in these events. I don't want stuff where you have to log in and play at a specific time. The FOMO, like, oh, I have to unlock all the cosmetics, so that's AFK for 30 years. I would love it if they actually kill all of that. And I guess when's the next event? It'll be Easter, right? We'll see what happens in Easter, but if they went back to do a short quest, get some bunny ears, and then back on your way, that's perfect. That's exactly what I'd like them to do. But yeah, that'd be big. The boss that spawns every hour like a world event, yeah, I don't like that. I don't want that whatsoever. Okay. Runefest is back, talked about that. And then the next big one is Leagues 2. Leagues is back this autumn. After the incredible response from all of you in our first ever Leagues, we're taking everything we learned and pushing this even further with Leagues 2. There's going to be new overpowered relics, tasks, challenges, rewards with brand new Leagues twist that'll flip RuneScape on its head. We also heard your feedback from Catalyst, and with Leagues 2, progression will be faster as we want you jumping in to the madness right away. We're talking more auto-completed quests, thank God, earlier access to combat relics, smoother climb through the tiers, and more power than before. But for now, just know, Leagues will be back, and once again, you'll be rewriting the rules and bending RuneScape to your will. So, I am still burned out from Leagues 1. I don't know if I'm the only one. Leagues 1 was implemented in such a way that it just killed me. It was such a grind. And it was so poorly balanced, in my opinion. So something I am excited about, at very minimum, is I was very scared that we weren't going to see a Leagues 2. The thing that worried me is, what if the learning from Leagues 1 wasn't this was a poorly implemented Leagues, and it was instead maybe Leagues doesn't work for RS3. I was very, very worried about that. So I was truly elated to see Leagues 2 on the roadmap and coming so soon, but it's late enough in the year that my hope is if you go back to the roadmap, look at all of the integrity updates. Combat modernization, rebalancing the early and the mid game, doing a sweep up, deep clean, get rid of auras, free rune metrics. They're doing all of this right before Leagues 2. And I think what you could see here is this might be a really good opportunity to get old school players in for Leagues 2 and show them how much better it is than what Leagues 1 was. Very cool. All right. Next up, new visual identity. This is actually pretty important too. As we celebrate RuneScape's 25th anniversary and today's RuneScape Ahead, this marks more than a milestone. Alongside our roadmap plans for 2026, we're also introducing a new visual identity for RuneScape that reflects where our game has come from and where it's heading next. The new identity is a symbol of renewal and growth, representing a renewed focus on strong game integrity, meaningful updates, and experiences that feel worth your time to return to. Think of this moment as a turning point, grounding us in what makes RuneScape special and setting the game firmly on the course for the future it deserves. This is the start of a new era, and we can't wait to build it together. So, something I was going to say about this is I think it's really good that they're done trying to make RuneScape into something it isn't. I think for a lot of years, they've been trying to turn RuneScape into there was a cyberpunky, modern kind of game. And I think that's where a lot of the blue came from. It wasn't very grounded, not to use a buzzword. It was very we're trying to go into the future where RS3 is the modern RuneScape. And it kind of feels like with this, what they've decided is they're done trying to make RuneScape into something it isn't and continue to move it forward. And what they've decided is this is the art style that represents RuneScape. And instead of making stuff as modern as possible, they're now going to try to make stuff that fits into this world. And I think when you've got a game with 25 years of content that's so vast, I think this is actually really, really important. Because what you're going to end up doing is, over time, you can make the whole world feel like this, and it's always going to feel like this. I think the issue with the past era of RuneScape is every 3 months you'd get a new place that didn't fit into the rest of the world because it was trying to be something it wasn't. So it's very clear to me they figured out what they want RuneScape to look like and feel like, and now they're making that happen. And I think if this banner is any indication, it's a direction I'm personally very pleased with. I think RuneScape seems to be done trying to be this modern MMO, and it's kind of doing what Old School did, where Old School is loosely based off 07. RS3, it feels like they're trying to build it into I don't know, we'll call it 2026scape, but permanently. So even in 10 years, it's still going to be 2026scape. It's going to feel like that. So I think it's a really, really good choice. I like the new logo. I like a lot of it. But yeah, what do you guys think? The CEO change may have been a good thing for RS3. I will say this is a new, bold direction, and it's one that I'm personally excited about. I think, this is the stuff that I've been asking about for 10 years, that I've wanted for 10 years, that I've been advocating for 10 years. So it's kind of hard to not be excited about the new direction. I'll still say, I'll believe it when I see it, right? It's really easy to say, we're going to finally make the game good and build it the right way and care about players' time and not do FOMO mechanics. But we need to see that, right? And it feels like they're stacking the deck to be able to deliver that. And today's update's a really good showing of that. I think there's a reason why they didn't just announce in today's roadmap, by the way, we're making the game good again. They actually combined it with the game update. And I think that was very important, because if they hadn't done that, I think a lot of the commentary would have been players going, yeah, right. I don't buy it for a second. Like, yeah, sure you will. Sure you're going to make the game better. But because they've done it in this way, I think it's a lot easier to actually buy into the, you know, the stuff that they're saying, right? It's a lot easier to pick up what they're dropping when you wake up and you log in and half of the free-to-play world actually looks better and actually looks more grounded. Like, even something like this, not seeing the clan camp here, like, I feel like an adventurer in a forest in a way that's really, really nice. But yeah, of course, the biggest thing that I would say, is like, I'm excited not for today, but I'm excited for it 8 months from now. Because I think in 8 months, the game is going to be unrecognizable from what it is now. But yeah, I also think the interface is going to grow on people. I think it's going to grow on me. I definitely need to overhaul my own UI as well and change some things about it. But yeah, they're clearly taking, they're taking big swings, but I like the idea that if you're an old school player or an RS player, when I log into old school and I go to Lumbridge, I know it's Lumbridge. And an RS server would have the same thing now, where there's not going to be crap everywhere. It's just going to be like, you know, you're going to immediately know exactly where you are. Like, yeah, this is Lumbridge. That's Lumbridge Castle. That is always going to be Lumbridge Castle. My only issue is the bank color. Yeah, me too. I mean, to be fair though, that's fixable, right? I would assume that they're able to fix the bank color. The one other issue I have, it's the calendar. I don't want the calendar on my screen. I think it kind of goes against the whole idea. Wait, can I do numbers for my bank pin? No, I can't. I thought I could. The idea of like pushing people back into like being immersed in an adventure and then slapping a clock directly on their screen. Are roofs always on now? No, I turn them on just for this because I wanted to showcase the new areas. Because I feel like it's easier to appreciate a new area if you can actually see the roofs. But yeah, the only thing I don't like about the new UI, like I love the blue being gone. It's just the bank is way too dark. And nothing pops the way that it should, but that feels like the kind of thing that you could hotfix, right? But yeah, even the new font when you mouse over stuff, I find it way more legible. Really, really nice in my opinion. And then, yeah, the last thing I'll say about it is I think the update of the year, actually, I'd love to get your guys' update of the year. Before I say what mine is, chat, what do you guys think is the biggest thing coming in 2026? Every single person is saying API. Yep, that's mine as well. A couple people saying player avatar. Some people saying POH. Yep, I agree. API is the update of the year. It absolutely is. I think that's the update beyond everything else that genuinely gives me faith for the future. It's taking a learning from old school and hopefully they can deliver it better and bigger than ever before. And the idea that I can have a creative idea and instead of begging Jagex to update something for 10 years so that I can do the thing that I want to do, I can beg Josh to make that update. And he is susceptible to bribes and Jagex are not. Trust me, I have tried it. And that to me is genuinely the biggest difference. Like, good example. RuneScape 3, right now. Free cam mode. The only camera mode we have. I can't move my camera while I'm moving my character. You can't click move. Why can't I just click to move? There's no reason why I can't, except that I can't, and I've been asking for it to be changed for ever. You just can't. But if I asked Josh to make something where my interface looked like this and hit all my UI elements and I could move around and I could be in combat, he could probably whip it up in an afternoon and then I'd just be able to use it. You can get the stuff that you need without having to determine if everybody needs it enough for it to be added to the game. So stuff like Creator Kit, possible. Stuff like Chunkman, possible. Things like Quest Helper, possible. It's so big. It's really, 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 really good. And I think it's so important for the future of content creation in the content space. So that's a personal one, like very, like, I'm not gonna say selfishly, but personally, API is my update of the year. It's going to enable so much QOL across the board. So many things that players want, but Jagex can't bake into the core game. I'm nervous at the combat update. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I hope they roll out API features in steps. Yeah, I don't, like, no one knows exactly what's being done. All we know is that Jagex has hired a development team specifically to make API happen. So nobody, I don't think, really knows what they're doing, how they're doing it, what it's going to look like, how open it's going to be, how closed it's going to be, how invite-only it's going to be, how accessible it's going to be. All we know is that it's coming, and the desire is to allow players to make the stuff like Quest Helper, like tile markers, that we've been asking for years. So I think overall, like, I'm sure it's going to be a bumpy road. I'm sure there's going to be stuff that not everybody is happy with. I'm sure there's going to be stuff that, you know, isn't going to be allowed, and it might be more restrictive than RuneLight. But the fact that it's coming, and it's coming to the game, and it's going to be part of the game is incredible. Noob spotted from the level 66? That's crazy. Level 66. At the RS guy, have you seen this? Let me look. What is this? Oh! Namonkey, hello!
To YouTube! RS3? RS3? What are we doing? I'm an old school RuneScape channel. I wanted to talk about this because they are making some major changes to RuneScape 3, and it's good enough that I think a lot of old school players are going to be willing to give that game a shot. I've always said that RuneScape 3 is good at its core, but with some major flaws. But effectively, it looks like they're willing to just get rid of all the major flaws. So we'll see. We'll take a look at it. There's a lot to talk about, and there's a
Okay, to be fair, we literally just went over the entire news post, so I feel like watching an entire video of a person going over the entire news post. Like, maybe not, but to be fair, right? This is literally every single thing that he complained about in his Leagues video. They're fixing all of it. So I'm not surprised that he's happy about it. It's good. You want me to watch it because it's good for old school perspective? All right. If y'all want me to, I guess I could do it for the people. I am a man of the people. Let me pin it. Dude, I don't do reacts like ever. This is such a crazy thing. I've never done this before. But yeah, by the way, got to speak with Gnome 2 days ago at Jagex. Super cool dude. Very nice. Very kind. Loves the game. All right. It's reacting time.
A lot of really cool stuff. If you've ever even had a slight interest in RS3, there's some really cool stuff that they're doing to make the game a lot better. The first big, super obvious change is they are getting rid of Treasure Hunter completely. So no more Squeal of Fortune, no more opening chests, paying money to get rolls at XP and useful items. That's all gone. It's completely been removed. And they're also looking, I think they'll talk about this later, but they're looking.
Wait, can you guys get him to react to my reaction?
To start purging the items that come from Treasure Hunter out of the game as well. So they're looking to just completely pave that over, get rid of it, pretend it didn't happen, and move on, which is really sick. But they're doing a lot more than this as well. Even though this is like a massive change, there's way more coming that's even more important, I would say. This is something I'm really excited about, is they're reworking the UI. I've seen a lot of people come into my chat saying like, oh, I wanted to try RS3 and then I couldn't figure out how to open my inventory and stuff, and I just quit playing. Well, they're like old schoolifying the basic interface, which is really sick. So if we look at it, basically what they're doing is they're giving us the bar, the classic bar that like old school has with all your tabs. It's like the modern layout that we all know. The only difference is they basically, let me move a little bit. It's basically the same layout except with the slight RS3 twist of letting you have 2 of these open at once, which I think is just perfect. RS3 lets you open.
Holy perfect? Gnome saying an RS3 thing is perfect. See, and this is kind of what I said too, not to do like a reaction to a reaction of a reaction, but this is going to feel good for old school players to log in and not have to fiddle with that interface at all because you just have something familiar by default. I think a lot of people are going to start playing on this. I would even consider, if the combat update gets rid of enough abilities, I would legitimately consider playing on this interface from here on out. It's the first time that RS3 has had an interface that you can just use right off rip. You can log in and it will look like this, and you can use this. Like, there is a world where I try this as my actual interface because it's that clean. It's easy to see where things are. The clickable tabs are very old school pilled, but I think I could get used to having only 2 things on screen.
Open as many tabs as you want at the same time. So this is really familiar, I think, to people looking to get into the game, but also gives you a little push towards messing with the interfaces and messing with customizing it. Like putting things you want. Like you put the inventory here, you could put your worn equipment here, you could put the skills tab here, you could put your friends list here. So you have two options. The full RS3 interface, you could have like, a lot of people do this as well. They have like all 8 of those open at once, right? This is just a little push towards like, hey, this is how the interface works and this is what you can do with it, but it's still like familiar and digestible for people looking to get into the game. I think this is gonna be a massive help to them getting new players because they've had a massive problem with getting people to try out the game.
They have.
This is a very, very good change. They're also adding a toggle in the settings to hide all of the buyable cosmetics in the game. So there, if you haven't played the game, there is a whole ton of cosmetics you could buy with real money, and they are ridiculous. Tons of particle effects. They make your character fly. They make you have a different idle animation. Just like really, really over the top ridiculous. You can also transmog all of your pets instead of it being like old school where it's like, oh, I did a really cool thing to get my pet transmog. In RS3, it's you buy it. You buy it and you get this ridiculous looking pet override that goes over your pet. You can just toggle that all off now. They've had a real problem with the art for the game just going in a crazy chaotic direction. It reminds me of the game Team Fortress 2 where it's just like,
you know what I just realized? Yeah, you can hide other people's but keep your own. Wait, is that actually how it works? So I could, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because you want everybody else to look bad and you want to look cool. What the hell is my head? Huh? Wait, I didn't realize that. That's actually hype. It means like you can look however you want to look and it'll show that on your screen. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I don't know how I didn't realize that. But yeah, like that's actually really cool. I love that. That's very smart.
Super over the top and it's hard to like follow what's going on. You can now turn that off. I love that you now can like tell like when someone's wearing something expensive, like you can just see it on their character. Like if the armor looks really, really cool, it's probably because it's endgame armor versus a thing they bought from a shop, right? I think it's really, really important for giving newer players stuff to like look forward to. When you first log into old school and you walk to the Grand Exchange and you see someone holding a god sword, you're like, what the heck is that? That thing looks sick. I want that. Well, you don't really have that in RS3, so now it's coming back. That's a great change. Speaking of art, they're also reworking a bunch of the early game areas, art-wise, to just look a lot more visually coherent. If you played RS3, you'll know that like you can kind of recognize some of the cities you've seen in.
By the way, one thing I'm going to say about GNOME really quick is a lot of old school creators cover RS3 but never actually played it. And it's kind of like it feels like it's content made for old school people to watch who hate RS3 so they can join in on bashing RS3. But when you watch it as an RS3 player, you can tell the old school person never actually played the game or played like 4 hours or whatever, and then just kind of goes in and shits on everything. Something I really appreciate about GNOME is he actually took the time to play the game. He played the game a lot. He understands it. And that doesn't mean like he's not going to understand the game the same way that you and I will, where we've been maining the game for a long time. But he gave it the time of day enough that the things that he says are actually insightful. So even though he's making a video for his old school audience to watch about RS3, and he's explaining things like he would to an old school player who may not know a bunch of stuff, the things he says actually make sense because he actually played the freaking game. So yeah, just to say, like, I respect that and I appreciate that. And I think if you're watching an old school player's coverage of RS3, the people that do it the best are people who've actually played it a lot. So like people like TheoryWise, really awesome. Josh Hayes has put hundreds of hours into RS3 and really, really loves the game. Yeah, TheoryWise obviously actually played leagues and played the entirety of leagues. Foe, same deal. He went in and he played like 50, 60 hours. Like that's enough time to, to know what you're talking about a little bit. Sick Nerd as well, same beat. So there are a lot of old school creators that do a really good job of like actually playing the game. But I just want to say, like, it's one of the things that I really appreciate about Gnome's RS3 content. It's very thoughtful. That's the word I'm looking for.
Old school, right? But they'll have a ton of bloat, like a ton of stuff is going on. Lumbridge has a giant crater behind it.
Not anymore.
Varrock has like a million things going on. Basically, they've cut out all of the clutter, and now everything is like the way you remember it. We saw Lumbridge there. This is Varrock. It's looking a lot more like it does in old school. A lot of these changes are like old schoolifying it. I think Jagex is really seeing the success of old school, and they're looking to
That's what I said.
bring RS3 kind of back to its roots. Like cutting out all of the stuff that doesn't really work and the clutter, and just trying to get people more on board with trying it out. You can see how similar Edgeville, like you can recognize all this. If you've played only old school, you can actually recognize all the areas, which I don't think you can necessarily say with RS3 as it is right now. These are some really, really good changes.
Dude, he's being so positive. One thing I will say is like, that's sort of what I said is like, I hope as an old school player, you can log in and recognize it. And he's confirming that you can tell that's Edgeville. And that's really, really good. Like that means that they've executed it properly, which bodes quite nicely, I think. But yeah, continuing on.
Also just look way better, like graphically way cleaner.
I hate the
Here
willow
they show
trees,
all
though.
the areas that they're reworking. Green is areas that have been fully updated. Blue is considerable work done, and then red is stuff they're probably going to do. So they haven't hit the desert yet, and they haven't hit Port Sarim. But you can see basically the entire early area they have worked on like really extensively, trying to tweak that new player experience of getting lost, not understanding where everything is, and logging out. Like, I'm sure they have a problem with people not understanding what's going on, getting confused, and just like logging out of the game. So this helps with that. This helps with that a lot. Like, if you can recognize stuff in the map, I think that's really, really important for keeping you playing the game. Okay, free rune metrics, much needed update. Old school players, we are very used to having things like XP trackers and that kind of thing. Well, in RS3, you rented that. So you would rent XP trackers, things that like Wise Old Man does, that kind of thing. You rent that for, I think it's a bond every 2 weeks or every month, something like that. They're getting rid of that. They're getting rid of that. It's completely free, as it should be. That's one of the more ridiculous microtransactions RS3 has. So that's really good to see that going. That was horrendous. Combat style modernization is really, really interesting. I'm
really curious to get an old school POV on this because a lot of old school players try the game and the combat makes them not want to play the game.
So I've never gotten super into like the end game PVM, so maybe I'm not the best person to speak on this. But basically the idea I'm getting from this is they're simplifying combat. They talk a lot about what they learned from Necromancy. Necromancy is the 4th combat style they added. Necromancy is like a more simplistic combat style with charges that you're spending on different big attacks. So it seems like they're kind of trying to make the other combat styles more like that. They're getting rid of unnecessary bloated abilities, just simplifying things. Complete removal of thresholds, which is kind of crazy. These are like, you have an adrenaline bar that builds up as you do attacks, and you can spend that adrenaline on ultimate abilities, which use the whole bar, or thresholds, which use a small part of the bar, and they're just getting rid of the thresholds. Like, that's not a thing anymore. Interesting, interesting. A lot of these are really powerful, but definitely going to simplify the combat a lot. Introduction.
So this is just bad wording, right? Because they're removing thresholds as in an ability that requires 50 and costs 15, but they're not removing spenders. They're just converting all the thresholds into spenders. So yeah, that's just bad wording, I would say, because a lot of people in chat were tripped out by that too. I had someone who was like crying in my chat earlier today. He was like, they deleted all my thresholds. I'm never going to do damage again. But yeah, cool.
Of a basic attack. So they have this weird thing going on where your character can constantly do these auto attacks in the background. It's kind of not attached to the abilities you're using. Now it seems like basics are going to be like its own ability, basically. So it's like part of your rotations, your combat bar, that kind of thing. Redistributing the ability unlocks by level is really good. I know like a lot of the styles like have basically no combat you can do until you're like in the 40s or 50s. Like the early combat is just terrible because you have no options. Like there's no abilities you can use. So hopefully they give you some more stuff earlier. That'll be good. Removal of lesser abilities, visual cleanup. This is really good. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on sometimes. Normalizing ammo consumption. Yeah, there's a big problem with endgame, like using a ton of ammo. Like it makes ranged really hard to use. I assume they're gonna make that less bad. A little bit more tutorialization. They're increasing all the combat levels up to 120. This is a thing Necromancy had, but they're just bringing all the other combat styles up to line with that, which makes sense. Removal of specific auras is cool. So they said they're removing Berserker, Reckless, Maniacal, and Moderate auras. These basically just give you damage. That's what they do. And it allows you to have extra damage for 1 hour. And in a case where you're trying to push really endgame combat or that kind of thing, it kind of just feels like, oh, I can't do that until I get that aura back again. So it's cool to see they're just getting rid of that. Like just getting more damage occasionally is really silly. Solid.
I feel like the wording of this was weird because it says removal of specific auras and then you get mad about it. And then you scroll down and it's like removing all auras. And then you're no longer mad about it because it makes more sense that it's all of them. I feel like they could have just like amalgamated them maybe, like put the removal of all auras right after this. Either way though.
Food rebalance and then default action bar change. Just a bunch of stuff to clean things up, make it simpler, more intuitive. I know a lot of people are really averse to the combat in RS3. I think it has a lot of merit, and I think this is going to really, really help get people into it that haven't tried it before. Like it's going to be more intuitive, simpler, make a lot more sense, more digestible what's going on, what your attacks are actually doing. I think this is going to help a lot. Balance update. One of the things RS3 has been tending towards as well is always adding end game stuff all the time, which sounds like it'd be a dream for a player like me, but they've really just been neglecting early game stuff.
This is
which
true.
It seems like they want to work on, like make the early game more enjoyable, a little less annoying. A lot of people say, like when I went to play the RS3 Iron Man for a while, a lot of people are like, oh, you should be like maxed by now, right? Haha, you get levels so fast. Levels are not fast until you're in like the 80s. Like that's when the skills actually start. And until then, they're the same as in old school for the most part. Some are even slower. So this is going to help a lot with people getting into the game, I think. They're looking at dailies, which is honestly, I think the worst part about RS3, how many dailies there are, how important they feel. There's entire skills you train.
Is that Baba Yaga music? It's whatever he put behind his video. Might be. Squad Nation, David the 2 months, appreciate it.
Just on daily events that you do once and then you ignore the skill until the next day. So in this update, we'll be taking a holistic look at all dailyscape systems from shop stocks to Viswax. All shops in the game restock every 24 hours, by the way, or at least most of them. Very awful. Viswax, D&Ds, and even yes, those hourly wildy events. God, flash events are going the dream. I've talked about all this before, but these systems are just super annoying. They're extremely heavily rewarding and they really sink into that FOMO of like, oh, if I miss them, I'm really missing out. You feel like you're playing the game just to do dailies versus play the game. We want RuneScape to be a game you enjoy playing for what it is, when you feel like it, and without a checklist of chores to complete. Oh my God, imagine.
So in the Monkey's Leagues video, I believe he absolutely ripped the hourlies and the wildy events in particular. So you can tell he's very happy about this, and that's good, as it should be. Like, they're really bad gameplay. And sometimes it takes someone that plays a different game to play your game, fresh eyes, to like really well, react to how bad things are / can be. Because I think to a lot of RSC players like me, I'm kind of desensitized to auras and dailies and hourlies because we've had them for so many years that I'm kind of just like used to it. And then having somebody else go into the game and be like, what the hell, man? It's helpful. It's good because that's what the new player is going to feel.
Aura overhaul. Auras create a time pressure and a feeling of complexity with extra things you feel like you should consider in your setup before you start the task at hand. That's why this spring we intend to fully remove all auras. So these were a thing you bought with like membership loyalty points. You would get more points if you stayed a member longer. Just getting rid of them. which is amazing. Auras really feel necessary for a lot of content, and they only last an hour, and then you have to wait the full cooldown to use them again, unless you use like a refresh. There's ways of getting those, but it's annoying. It's annoying. They feel necessary, and they limit what you can do in PvM. No more aura refreshes, no more limited peak efficiency, just a more enjoyable gameplay loop. Very refreshing. Very, very refreshing. And finally, what might be the biggest line is the API plugin support. So the big takeaway everybody had when they tried RS3 Leagues is, dang, I miss Quest Helper. I miss Quest Helper a lot. So for many years, you've asked for plugins in RuneScape similar to those in old school. Plugins empower the community to create tools, features, and functionality that enable unique experiences and give players greater control over how they interact with the game. Something you've long told us could help RuneScape truly thrive. As a result, we're investing in a dedicated new development team with a single mission to bring plugin support. The dream, bro, the dream. Quest Helper may be real. It's not just Quest Helper. Like, there is just... Imagine old school with no plugins and it's all the official client. It's so clunky, and it's so nice having plugins that the community works on. This is going to make the game so much more approachable for everybody. I really think this is really, really, really important. More so even maybe than the cutting back on dailies for me is plugin support. Stuff like a menu entry swapper would be amazing. Like not having talk to on the bankers anymore. I forget if that's a thing still, but like basically there were so many times when I was playing the game that I wished I could like flip menu options. Basically the RS3 community just has to beg the devs to swap menu entries, and then it takes like a month for them to swap it. Imagine you could just like do it on the fly. It's going to be so much better. Even if you're like anti-plugin, I know a lot of people are. Even mobile has built-in plugins, like basic ones. There's no way to mark ground tiles in any way. There's no way to swap menus. Like, this stuff is really important for just removing friction from the game, like making things really annoying. This just cuts down on that, so it's gonna be really important. A little smaller change, but really nice. They're working on making the player avatar way less ugly. Your expressions, they try to make you in quests and like cutscenes have like expressions and stuff, and it's just like super polygonal, super janky. There's a lot of memes of how the RS3 character looks, so this is gonna help a lot. It just looks so much smoother, so much cleaner.
Polygonal is a good word.
They also announced Leagues 2. Of course they're gonna do that. Basically they just were like, hey, we know all the mistakes we made in the first leagues. There were a lot of them. I made a video on it if you missed it, but it was very, very slow. Very, very slow. So looking at a lot of quest unlocks, that kind of thing, just making it better. They're also just doing a new identity. Basically, instead of the like weird old background they have like a more solid like background showing the whole game world. It looks really, really clean. I like the new logo as well. I think it looks a lot better. But what they say here is really important. They say this new identity is a symbol of renewal and growth, representing a renewed focus on strong game integrity, meaningful updates, and experiences that feel worth your time to return to. Think of this moment as a turning point, grounding us in what makes RuneScape special, and setting the game firmly on course for the future it deserves. It just feels like with all of this, they're just trying to hit the brakes, stop what they're doing, and turn around and go, okay, what's making old school so successful? Let's dig into that a little bit while not just becoming old school.
Someone said this looks like AI. I have to say, one thing that I like about RuneScape is they don't really seem to do anything with AI art, which is really good. RuneScape has a huge, incredible art community, so I just want to say there is zero shot there is any AI in this. 100% somebody drew this and made it. And then the other thing too is for RS3, even stuff like the mouse mats, where someone else might use AI or do something like that, they just hire artists from the community to design them. So this was designed from an artist in the community, and it's beautiful, and that is one of the things that I really like about RuneScape.
Like, take from old school what works and make a different game better. Pretty much, like, if Blizzard owned this, if any other company owned RS3, you have a declining player base, sales are going down. Just crank the microtransactions up, milk it for all it's worth, and then throw it in the trash after you're done with it. That would be...
Wait, that's what RuneScape did for 10 years. What?
The typical, like, business approach. But they're clearly dedicated to taking a hit in the short term for making the game better in the long term, which is so rare. Like, no companies do that these days. That's such a rare approach to anything. And they've seen it work with old school. Like, old school is 25 years old now. So, like, they know that, like, this can last a really long time, and it's worth a shot. Like, see if they can revive the game, bring it back, and get another game going that's been as successful as old school at the same time. They're looking at the long term versus the short term, which I really respect. I really, really respect that from a business, because so many companies are looking to just impress the investors and just make short-term games look really good, but here they're willing to take a hit on that front. It's really cool to see. Very rare approach. One of the really annoying things with the RS3 is that it felt impossible to play the game unless you made an Iron Man, because that was the only way to avoid the microtransactions.
Hey, I said that.
But Iron Men get hit really hard with the problem with the dailies, where upkeeping all your resources and stuff is done through hours and hours of dailies per day. So not only have they cut out the microtransactions, allowing me to play a main if I want, they've also cut down on the dailies, making the Iron Man experience good as well. Like, this is amazing. I now have the option of playing either game mode, and
I'm so amped seeing him excited about this. Like, this is exceptional. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is big, right? This is really, really big. Seeing an old school lifer saying, I now feel like I could play a main account is like, dude, let's freaking go, man. I'm excited. Bro's legitimately excited. Also, I feel like I had to do this. New desktop background just dropped. Because, come on. It looks so good, dude. Like, it just, I don't know. It just looks so good. It looks so much better than the previous one. I'm stoked, bro.
I'd much prefer to play a main, typically, than an Iron Man.
Where did I get that? What? I right-clicked save as from the news post. That's it.
But for the people that want to play an Iron Man, it is not going to be as chuggy of an experience as it was before, where you really get hit with dailies every single day, constantly doing those wilderness flash events every hour to collect resources that you need desperately to train the skills. It's just going to be smoother, more old school, where if you want to train a skill, you go train the skill. If you want to go kill a specific monster 10,000 times in a row, you can do that. And it's not going to give you different loot. It's going to be the same loot every single kill. Nothing is changing. You're not getting any boosts, hourly refreshes, hourly auras, hourly, daily, weekly, monthly. It's gone. It's all gone. Oh my God. Imagine. Like, this game has never looked like brighter. It's never looked better to go give RuneScape 3 a shot, genuinely. Almost every major issue that I have with RS3 has been talked about in this blog, which is crazy. I never thought they'd go this far with it.
I will say, me too. Bro had a lot of issues with the game. Like, it is actually kind of a giga cook to take someone that did not like most of the stuff the game did.
Only plan on giving Leagues 2 a shot. I might even, assuming a lot of these changes go through, it's not going to be quick. They're planning a lot of this throughout the year. After some of these changes get made, maybe I try a RuneScape 3 main. I'd be down to give it a shot. It wouldn't surprise me if some other old school creators also give RuneScape 3 a shot as well. I think they've got a really good thing going here. I think there's a lot of potential. The prospects are high. They're very high. A huge shout out to all of the RS3 community.
What the? Huh? Wait, now I feel so bad because we've redone the whole website, but we haven't pushed it yet. This is the old version. This is the wrong version. Oh no.
As well, for like constantly pushing this stuff and like never giving an.
Do you think if this video gets posted to the RS3 subreddit, the mods are gonna remove it because of this part?
Edge to Jagex, like never just being like, oh, it's fine, apathy. RS Guy has been really trying to help the new player experience a lot. If you're looking to try out RS3, I'd highly recommend checking out his website, the RS Guide. It has full breakdowns of how the game works. So when you're really overwhelmed, you're like, oh my God, how does everything work? He explains how the tick system works, how keybinds work, how combat works, damage, all the different styles, the combat triangle, prayers, anything that you know from old school, but you're like, how does it work in RS3? He has an explanation of how it works on his website with really clean animations, sounds, that kind of thing. It's just, for me personally, it's just going to be really nice for when there's a while between.
Wait, that feels so out of nowhere. Like, he's just talking about the roadmap and the roadmap and the roadmap, and then he's like, that felt like a 60-second ad read. I appreciate it. I'll take it. But that
boss releases in old school, maybe I can hop on RS3 and play that for a few months. Like,
My
it's always
goat.
an option. Love this. It's gonna make things so much more fresh and interesting to be able to try a different game for once. And that's it for the video. Leave a like and or subscribe.
I'm
I'll
leaving
see
a
you in
like.
RuneScape 3.
I'm subscribed. Wait, did he blow us a kiss?
And or subscribe.
What?
I'll see you in RuneScape 3.
Bye. Huh. I didn't know that was an option. Huh. We're in. I'm telling you, Anna. I'll have to give him one back, I guess. Isn't that how that works? But yeah. Huge. Good video. If you want to check it out for yourself, I pinned it in the chat. I'm gonna unpin it from the chat in a second though. But you're married, right? Yeah, so is he. I don't know. But yeah, no, that, like, this bodes really well, right? Seeing an old school, by the way, good recommendation. Thank you for suggesting that I watch that. Because when you see an old school player that, like, ripped the league to shreds, it's really, really good to see that these are the things that he would have wanted to see improved. Like, yeah, to me, that means a lot. Like, as much as it's good for an RS3 player like myself to be like, we're so freaking back, bro. I think it almost means more that one of the core players that, like, Gnome is the exact person that RuneScape 3 has actively pushed away for years. And he's saying, this is the most optimistic I have ever felt about the game. That's really, really good. Like, I think this can't be seen as anything other than a win. Like, this is important, right? Because this is also how you influence public perception on the game. RS3 has a reputation in the garbage. And repairing that is going to take a lot of time, but it's going to start with creators. And, yeah, no, that's really, really cool. I'm glad to see it. I think it's going to take a long time, obviously, to repair the rep of the game fully, but what a freaking start. What a day. What a huge freaking day. Chat, how are you guys feeling? I'm like, I am so excited. Like, I just think this is just a win. Like, I think it's just a win. A win is a win is a win. There's a bloodweed tree in 5 minutes. Get out. Oh, sorry. He said wrong chat. He said wrong chat. I'm sorry. You can come back. I thought the unban button isn't working. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. It was a misclick. All right, welcome back. Whew, I was close. Welcome back, gamer. As an old school player, I'm debating trying it now or waiting. I would wait. Personally, I would wait a few months. Because it's only going to get better and better and better. But yeah, that's the one thing, right? RuneScape has launched their new era. They've launched it today. But realistically, the game is going to be a lot better in like 6 months than it is right now. That's sort of where I'm at with it too, where it's like, what do I do for the next few months? Because like, I don't think I want to make a new account yet, but absolutely, I would love to make a new main account at some point. I'd absolutely love to. I'd love to make a new Iron Man, a new Hardcore, a new Havenhe locked account. It's just, it's tough because it kind of feels like with the direction we're on, and this is a crazy thing to say, every month the game is going to be better than the previous month. And that almost makes me not want to play the game. Maybe I should go be a Grandmaster. Do that first. But yeah, anyway, I'm very... Dude, look at the new mouse over. It's so much nicer. Like, dude, it just looks so much better, bro. It looks so much better. try old school. So you know what? While I was at Jagex, I talked to a lot of old school creators about what they think I should do for old school. I talked to Sick Nerd. I talked to Torvesta. I talked to Settled. I talked to I talked to a lot of people about it. And I got mixed responses. The two options I gave people, I talked to Foe, I talked to a lot of people. The two options I gave people were, if you were me, would you come over to old school and make an Iron Man? Oh yeah, I talked to Sardacco a bunch, by the way, too. Bro, so nice. Sardacco was so nice. He's one of the WoW streamers that went to old school. Lovely dude. Spent a ton of time chatting with him. So option one is I make an old school iron and I grind it heavy for like 8 months. Right? And then option two is I go to old school for leagues as my first time playing it. And I think, you know who convinced me? Sick Nerd kind of convinced me that I should do leagues. That was his suggestion. And the reason he said it made a lot of sense. It's more of a pit stop if I come over for leagues. I can do exactly what Foe did, where I can do a completely blind leagues run. And it's the same as regular old school Iron Man, but it's a lot faster. But yeah. That's that's probably what I'm planning. But I will say, there is a temptation to do an old school arc, because RS3, when I come back, is just going to be in such a better state. But I actually do think, realistically, there's a lot I can do that I will enjoy in RS3 right now. I just need to find the right things and attack them. And that's probably like finishing my rebuild, becoming a Grandmaster, finishing up my Hardcore Iron Man. Like, there's a lot we can do there. But the general is wise, yeah. But I mean, I got a lot of feedback from a lot of people asking me what to do. Just kind of fun. What I have left for GM, it's like 5 things. But it's all group content. It's all very scary. But yeah, all that to say is, like, this year, I will be playing old school in some capacity at some point. But obviously, RS3 is my home base. It's always going to be my home base. I want it to be my home base. And to me, like, I know a lot of us were pretty nervous about the roadmap. Now that you have seen the roadmap, how are you guys feeling? Do you think, was it up to expectations? Was it less than expectations? Was it better than expected? What do you guys think? 9 out of 10, W. I'm pogging out of my mind. Better than expected, better than expected. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Very, very lackluster. I think for playable content, it's pretty lackluster. I think this roadmap is clearly about cleaning up the game more than anything else. And that's the only thing, is like, I think we're going to have to do a lot of making our own fun throughout the year, if I could use that term. I don't see there being like a huge content release until the end of the year where I'm going to like log in and lock in. But I think, I mean, without a doubt, it's the right stuff, right? It's absolutely the right stuff. I think they're on the right track. And yeah, we're good at making our own fun. We've been doing it before. I remind people of the content drought after ED3. There was 500 days without a boss. Like, we can do it. We know how to do it. Yeah, we bring back Teaching Tuesdays. We could do a lot. Is there a short-term fix for Alt 1? Probably not. It's probably just gonna be like a day or two. Just running through these free-to-play areas. I know, don't they look so much better? Kind of sick. Kind of sick. Wait, I'm popping sure-footed, so I don't run out of run energy. And then we're gonna reset the musician. And then it's gonna fix it. Maddie, thank you so much for the 38 months. I really appreciate it. You using an aura, dude, it's gonna be so big to not have to anymore. It's gonna be big. Build sure-footed into agility. Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. this makes me want to recommend RSC to friends. I mean, just also the fact that Treasure Hunter is gone. Like, holy crap. Like, it's actually almost borderline indescribable how big of a deal that is too. Like, I feel like the path has finally been forged for people to start making main accounts. Like, I would never recommend Mainscape to anybody. And with Treasure Hunter gone, like, I kind of feel like I can again. If that makes sense. Trader Manor was updated a long time ago, I think. But, yeah, no. I think, for me, like, overall thoughts on the roadmap are, like, this is the roadmap that RuneScape needed. It's not the roadmap that has the most content, that has me pogging out of my mind for all the new bosses, but this is the roadmap that, if RuneScape can deliver on this, I'm gonna say it. I believe in the vision. I think they've got the right people at the helm. They have picked the right things to tackle. And I think RuneScape as a whole, dude, look at the monastery. I think RuneScape as a whole is going to be undescribable at the end of this year. It is going to be that different from the game that we're used to in the best way possible. New rock textures, yeah, they're trying to get rid of the Play-Doh as much as they can across the game. And, yeah. I still think it's going to take a lot of time, though, right? There's a lot of, respectfully, there's a lot of garbage to get rid of. There's a lot of crap to clean up. Like, it's not going to happen overnight, but I think in the past, the sheer amount of garbage has made it easier to just continue building on top of the garbage. And they're finally getting back to the foundations and saying, you know what? If RuneScape is going to keep building up for years and years and years to come, we need to fix the foundations. And I am very okay with a lackluster roadmap as the trade-off. I'm entirely okay with a little bit less brand new evergreen content this year in order to remaster old content, rebalance the early game, do all those kinds of things, build out API plugin support, get rid of Dailyscape, get rid of auras. Like, I'm in. I'm fully on board. I'm fully invested. I fully believe this is the right stuff. Havenhe is going to be huge, so I don't care. Yeah, Havenhe could be really cool. I'm very curious about Havenhe and how people feel about it. Any opinion why they want to build API plugins before leagues / combat changes? Wait, what do you mean by that? I think plugins are going to be after leagues probably, right? But hey, maybe leagues won't have any quests so that it won't matter. We won't need plugins for leagues. This year is not for us, exactly. This is the year that allows other people to enjoy the world of Gillinor and get into RuneScape in a way that we haven't, you know? There's been so much preventing people from getting it. I've said this before. I don't recommend RuneScape to my own IRL friends. And I think that should be like a huge red flag. And it's because of a lot of this stuff. A lot of these systems. Wait, is Solomon's Store gone from Varrock? Wait, I didn't even notice. I'm running back. But, like, my brother even asked me. My brother is one of my closest friends. He asked me, like, Ryan, I think I want to start playing RuneScape. Like, I've got a new work from home job. I got a bit of time. Like, is it a good game? And you know what I said? I said, hell no. And I think with some of the changes, even some of the ones that came out today, I would no longer recommend he don't play the game, to be honest with you. Oh my god, yeah, they got rid of all the Solomon Store and all the MTX crap from here. And they replaced it with some trees. Dude, it's massive. Look at me go. No, don't chop the dog. Pet the dog. Holy. Clan stuff has an entrance on the right side. Ah, that's what they did. So there's the Vex, Clan Cup, Clan Badge. Dude, isn't this so much better? than just having it randomly in ports there. I'm like, yeah, this is aight. We aight, RuneScape. We aight. Did you call the dog chopped? No. It was because I was swinging my axe at the tree, and the animations kind of like overrode each other. Does the action bar no longer have arrow swap up and down? It appears to not, but maybe there's a different way to do it? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Yeah, the other thing too is I think I'm going to have to remake my UI. Like, without a doubt, I'm going to have to go in there and make some changes to my UI. Dude, look at the Varrock Castle too. Looking pretty tall and manly, if I do say so myself. Do I play 1440? Yeah, I do. But yeah, no, I think, realistically, I think it's going to be too jarring to go to the other UI, but would I potentially send a circular map? Yeah, I probably would. There. Oh my god, it still snaps like... Brother! I hate this. Help! Combat. I have to move this. I think I gotta move that out of the way. And then I can put my mini-map. No. I hate it here. Okay, there. Did I win? Bro, they gotta fix edit mode for sure. They definitely do. But yeah, even that, like, it buys me so much more UI space. Because then my actual game view, I could just extend it over that way. Jagex is making it hard to remain not playing. Dude, I'm kind of there too. Like, I was really burnt out from leagues. This is kind of fixing my burnout, to be honest with you. Like, legitimately, genuinely, this is really cool. Yeah, so I would extend my map, and then I'd extend my game view. And then now my character's in a slightly different spot. Oh, dude, okay, I've got to say, the circular map is sick. I didn't think I would love the circular map. I am liking the circular map. It's making me want to redo my entire UI. Yeah, this is clean. Thank you so much, Rob, for the 84 months. I appreciate it. Finally getting some of that old school love that made it grow. Yup. That's how I feel as well. I came back to RC a week ago. That's a good time to come back. Holy. You're gonna go back so you can see more on the map? I mean, you can scroll in and scroll out. Surely they just need to make the scroll out range a little more. Is this the new OSRS? It might be. It very well might be. Yeah, no, dude, I'm very impressed with this roadmap. I think they're doing the right stuff. That would be my current feeling. What am I looking for? I was gonna move my camera, but I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, dude, we're cooking. Circular map is cursed? Well, I think it looks cursed when you have a block interface, right? I think the reality is, I think we might need to move off of the block interface. So, like, as an example, if I change my interface to classic, right? And then I resized my interface to, like, that. And, like, that. Right? And I went to, like, there. This looks freaking clean, bro. It looks really clean. Now, I don't know that I could play like this. Because you're down to 3 action bars, and... Oh, you can make it bigger! Plug! I was about to say the chat interface looks really short, but you can actually make it bigger. Okay, huge. The graphic update is pretty wild. Legit looks like a different game. Haven't been on it since it dropped. Move the backpack to the left? You can add more action bars, can you? I didn't think you could. I don't think you can. No, you can in classic. Edit mode. Yeah. Only in the other interface mode. Yeah. Dude, you know what I actually really do like? I really like the ribbon. I think the ribbon is pretty cool. So you either have one thing open, no things open, and then two things open, and it automatically keeps the invent. So like when you're actually PVMing, like what would you even have open? I don't even know. What would you put up? This is genuinely making me rethink my UI. I think I would do equipment. Yeah. I honestly think if the combat modernization gets rid of enough extra abilities and I could get it down to 3, I think I would legitimately play like this. You can't keybind F keys? Wait, really? Okay, that's a problem. Maybe that's a bug though. But yeah, what do you guys think? Like, to me, this feels pretty decluttered. Like, I'm assuming for like a viewer experience for you guys, this is probably... Is it crazy to say this is better? Yeah, it feels kind of nice. You can use the classic chat in the modern interface style. Wait, can you really? Here, wait, let me swap. Let's swap back to modern. And then we go here. Okay. And then from here... Wait, what were you looking for? You're looking for... Chat. Oh my god, you can! Okay, that's an instant change. Dude, the modern chat with this stupid game messages, broadcast... We can kill it, chat. Classic. Done. Instantly done. Like, instantaneously, one ticked, we've got the new chat. Also, I realize my crop is slightly off. I'm going to try to fix that. There we go. Yeah, dude, that's... Dude, being able to, like, turn my private off and on, but... Oh, dude, it's so nostalgic. Just by clicking on the thing. Yeah, it's so nice. And then when I want to switch chats, public, I click public. Private chat, click that. Friends chat, click that. Yup. We're freaking back, bro. We're back. That's how it should have always been. Genuinely. It looks so much better. In my opinion, yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna do that. I don't know about the circular minimap, but I think in reality, right? If I get rid of my ribbon, I get rid of the magic book and the necromancy book here, we can make a pretty nice lightweight looking interface that looks very similar to the resizable one. And then we can use that on our day-to-day. Like, if I were to just kill the magic book for now, throw it back there. Kill the necromancy book for now, throw it back there. In event skills, yeah, the only difference is I want 3 things open instead of 2. Keep the tabs, and then we're in a nice spot. Like, we can get there. We can absolutely get there. How's the new era? Sick. Very sick. Bottom part of the chat looks a little bright. Yeah, I agree. It's a little bit too bright. It definitely is. Because it's dark brown on light brown. Is 120 combat coming next month? Yeah, looks like it. Get training. Get to the abyss, quick! Read the roadmap? Y'all are eating this year. I'm just... This is what I've always wanted. For RuneScape to win. When's Old School's roadmap? 2 weeks? Something like that. I'm just happy to be running around, you know? That's really cool. Mostly for my Silverhawks, though. Let's be real. Might get me banned for saying, but I'm gonna finish my last 120 combat with Wildy Flash event lamps. Don't worry, chat. I got him. He won't be troubling us anymore. Could we appreciate how nice the water looks? Yeah, they did make it more blue. It do be nice and blue. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I've been looking for an excuse to ban Saren for like months. So, it wasn't really that he did anything bad. It was just like, you know? I've been waiting for an opportunity, and that just like felt like the moment. Let's go visit the barrel. Wait, where's the barrel? Can you kill a duck? I mean, I guess. If he didn't want to die, he should have... What? Who's Drake? They got the Drizzler in the game? Huh? Okay. Drake is the Mega Duck. Ah. I see. But, go to the Champions Guild? All right, I'm pulling up. You know what else I like? Actually, good show of hands in chat. Do you guys like the old school map icons, or do you prefer the modern ones? Because you can change them now. So this is the classic. It's the little circles. And then the new ones. Here's what I don't like about the new ones. They're all different shapes. I don't like that nearly as much as the circles. Like, I don't even think it's just a nostalgia thing. I actually think they legitimately just look better. Modern is better for clues. Yeah, it's true. It'd be a great year for RSC. Oh, thank you, the Kamikaze, for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, dude, I'm stoked. All right, let's go to the Champions Guild and see what's what over there. They're easier to read. Yeah, I think so too. They just look better, I think. Okay, so sorry, what are we looking at the Champions Guild? I can't remember. They changed these rocks. The barrel. Oh! Wait, do you think it's spilling because it got impaled? It totally is spilling because it got impaled. Which, like, kind of makes sense. They put a hole in it. What was it impaled by? Okay, so... here, RuneScape. For a very long time, this barrel was being impaled by the fence. But then instead of fixing it, every week, Mod Ryan and Mod Ramen would move it further and deeper into the fence every time. So they kept impaling it further every week. So it would just like move like a little bit. And now they have finally fixed it. But yeah, no. Since like, it's been like a calendar year of this barrel being impaled. You said you didn't visit Reddit. Well, I do in the JMods post. I read the JMods posts, and I wish they were somewhere else. Last week they put it in the air. I believe that. Be a nice saved. At one point they tilted it too. You're gonna send the inverted dungeoneering cape? Big. Huge. I'm gonna get my divvy cape, and then I'm thinking maybe I get my 120 agility cape. Wiki champion build water barrel. They made it bigger. They tilted it. This is Mod Ramen impaling it even more. So good. And then again. Yeah, every week he would just slide it a little further to the right. And then he made it bigger. Wait, look at the wiki. Patch. Made the water barrel slightly bigger. Barrel size increased. Barrel is moved towards north and west and rotated. Barrel is rotated further. Bro, were they just doing it every week? Yeah, it was just Ryan and Ramen every week. Messing with the barrel even more. I'm kind of sad it's gone now, to be honest with you. Like, anyone else feel like they've lost a part of themselves? Like, it was kind of a good Easter egg, you know? Like, I kind of feel like... Plus, now there's a barrel that... Wait! Maybe in the dog quest that's coming out, maybe you'll have to fix the barrel. And that's how they're going to tie it in. But yeah, no, it's not impaled anymore. It's just fixed. I hope you enjoyed the UK. It was lovely. The UK trip was brilliant. It was very fun. Zero complaints. Actually, one complaint. It was a lot of travel, and my back hurts because I'm old. You know, surely in the dog quest, the dog will drink from the barrel. How's it meeting with fellow RS and old school creators? It was really good. Yeah, super nice. I didn't spend that much time co-mingling with the old school creators, but lots of good discussions and pleasantries and all the rest. McNeil, thank you so much for the 2 gift subs out to Avery and Gimme Cookies. That's very, very kind of you. I appreciate it. Literally means the world. But yeah, no, it was really fun. What can I talk about? Yeah, we went to Jagex HQ. We saw some stuff. We play tested some stuff. We gave a lot of feedback on stuff. There was like a big talk from Mod North and a lot of the like executive team just talking a lot about their vision for creator and for the games over the next years. We saw a lot of really cool Dragon Wild stuff and old school stuff and RS3 stuff, and it was kind of set up in a way that was kind of nice because everybody got to see the content updates for every game. Did I get a new notebook? I did. Do you want to see it? I can't show you the inside of it, but this is the outside of it. Because we took notes. It says Jagex Partners on it, I think. It's just a notebook. Did I get a new mug? I actually didn't steal anything this time. And the reason I didn't is they honestly hooked it up really, really big time. Like, we got RS 25th anniversary socks. I'm currently wearing a pair. We got these beautiful limited edition RS 25 hoodies. We got mouse mats. We got the RuneScape pins. Like, here's the thing. I told them, I'm only going to steal stuff if they don't give me stuff. But because they gave me stuff, I felt like I didn't need to steal anything. You know? Socks? Yeah, wait, here. I'll show you guys some of the stuff. This is the RS25 hoodie. It's actually flames. Look at this. It says RS25 on the front. Arm sword decal. And then the back, it's got all of the most iconic RS3 weapons. Like there's Lang swords there. The gods, it's actually fire. Like absolutely heat. Soccer, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. You're actually a legend. Genuinely means the world. Giving us subs to J Blink, Vocalisms, Daniel, DB Law, and MNESB2. Appreciate you. That's very, very kind. Thank you, Soccer. Means a lot. I feel like the mug was discussed. So, Steve-L, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I really appreciate it. Steve-L giving out subs to Metaphor, Gwen, Ventis, Private Jitters, Joseph, Zate, Eminency, Lilith, McCree, and Is This Russell? If you guys just heard your name, you just got a sub. Congrats on not having ads for a month. Really appreciate that. That's super kind of you, Steve-L. Genuinely means the world. Wait, what about the socks? Well, okay, I need to... Actually, I may have stolen something. But I don't think I stole from RuneScape. I might have stolen from my wife. Because I appear to have 2 pairs of socks. So I'm not going to show you the ones on my feet. I do want to know. I want you to know. I don't think I did this on purpose. But yeah, look. They're, Wait, she has socks. Okay, cool. So I didn't steal her socks. They just gave me 2 pairs. Focus. But yeah, they're RS25 socks. So that's cool. And then let me see if you should run ads and then show the ones on your feet so we don't have to pay to see. Nah. I actually never hit the run ad button on purpose. Like I've never once actually manually run an ad. But yeah, very cool. Yeah, maybe I stole pups. That's possible. But yeah, no, the mouse pad is sick. Oh, here it is. This was the one other thing in the bin. Was the, this is the Angelscapes pin. These are always so beautiful. So it's the RS25, and then that's the torches are from the login screen from like forever ago. Pretty cool. I will say this, I'm not a huge pin guy. I might, maybe I will once I move, because maybe in my new place, I'll have space to like, you know, have my own setup and an area and stuff. But I have like all of the pins from all of the eras of RuneScape. Like I literally have all of them because RuneScape sends them out to me and they're beautiful. And I do love them, but I don't actually use them. Like this was RS20. This was 5 years ago. And it's Lumbridge Castle that opens up. And it says 20 years of adventure on it. And it's like a book. But yeah, like I don't actually super use them, so maybe I should try to give them away. Or use them in the backdrop. But either way, I've got, yeah, they hooked it up this time around. All the merch. You're moving in with your wife? Yeah, it should be soon, I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's really, really, really soon. I can keep them for you? Yeah, it'll be big. You know what I'm actually really excited for? When I move, being able to build out a setup with you guys, like a perfect gaming room and figuring it out with you guys, it's gonna be so fun. Where do you buy the hoodie? I don't think it's for sale. I don't think it exists. I'm going to the States. You're not getting your own setup then? Oh, because I'm moving in with my wife? Yeah, fair enough. Nah, she lets me cook. She lets me cook. That hoodie needs to be for sale. You're not wrong. You know what I'm thinking too? With RuneScape's new logo and stuff, I think I want to redo my own logo, to be honest with you. Because I think this is more grounded in medieval, and my logos are a little too Cool modern. Hey, already done? Wait, what? What? Wait, already? Okay, I actually don't love this, and it definitely needs more iteration, but I just checked my production server, and this is just sitting in it. How are y'all so quick? Nathan just out here working. Damn, easiest rebrand of my darn life. That's really funny. Oh my god, what did you guys do? You found all the All right, Kochi and Nathan together are terrifying. Oh my god, they already changed my Discord logo. What? What? Guys! Okay. I'm not even in charge anymore. Wait, what? Okay, team, pump the brakes on the rebrand. Oh my. It's been 7 minutes. Successful delegation. Yeah, apparently I'm not in charge at all. Yeah, I actually really like the stone one. The thing is, this is definitely a RuneScape asset, so we need to remake it. I'll get an artist involved to remake it and make it a more me-like. Like, this is just a mock-up. But yeah, this would be like the YouTube one. But yeah, okay. So imagine getting an artist to make a mock-up of the stone and then getting the stone with the texture recolored for all of the different colors. So that's for the Discord production server. This is for Twitch, obviously. This is for YouTube. And then this is for the Discord. And then you do it like that, and that's for TikTok, obviously. Like, that's their way of saying they didn't like the current logo. Oh, I know they didn't like my current logo. But yeah, no, this is... I just think it's funny they did it so fast. OnlyFans for blue? Oh, no. Good point. I have changed the Discord pack. Oh, you changed it back? Thank you, Kochi. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, dude, literally, I was just thinking like a rebrand would be really nice. And yeah, we gotta do it. Blues for the VOD channel too. Yep. But yeah, holy crap. I've got to say, and I do mean this genuinely, I do think I literally have the best team on planet Earth. Like, they're so quick with it on the mock-ups and everything. It's just really impressive. No, I love everybody that I get to work with. They're so, so talented and so good. Okay. Sorry, I was typing to Coach and he said, shut up, go stream. Okay. I'm closing Discord. He's bullied me out of my own production server. Dude, I've got to say the new UI is growing on me. It's going to take a bit. But the new UI is definitely starting to grow on me. Cosmetic toggle is so nice too. Like just having it, it's just good. But yeah, what do you guys think? Any further thoughts? Anything you want my opinion on? Any other ideas that like you guys want to get my opinion on or my thoughts on or anything like that? Or are we kind of just like fired up? Dude, the circle map is really growing on me. What's the red aura? It's for combat mastery. It means I've done every master tier achievement and below. What do you think of the statues facing each other on the loading screen? Wait, let's pull it up. I don't remember the loading screen. Let's look. Ooh, okay. Wait, I don't see statues facing each other. That's a raids lockout. It should be deleted for sure. What's my most wanted rework skill? Dungeoneering, for sure. 100% dungeoneering. Why not bring plugins? Why bring plugins later rather than sooner? Because they take time. Like, I think it's literally just a time thing. Oh, in front of Lumbridge Castle. Oh, yeah, the two statues aren't like, perfectly facing each other. But also, yeah, why are they facing each other? That's true. That's fair. But, you know, I think for a lot of these things, like, they're going to be delivered as soon as they're ready, right? And everybody's just working really hard on doing all this stuff. So, as much as I would love it if Quest Helper came out tomorrow or today, like, you know, these things are going to take time. I think Food Buff would be a good implementation. So a lot of MMOs have sort of system along with other consumables. Could fit with the cooking revamp when you push 120. So I think there's a lot wrong with cooking. I actually don't want 120 cooking. I just want them to make food eatable. Just make it work. Just make food cost less to eat. Make food not scale to HP level. And they're doing both of those things. So I'm actually very excited about that for early game. Like, I want to make a new account and go fishing instead of having to buy food from the gnome shop. And like actually use the food that I'm fishing and use it the whole way through my journey. Like that feels like what RuneScape should be like. Make food eatable, the RS Guide 2026. Real. Real and true. But yeah, no, I am super, super stoked. Yeah, hi Josh. Did I try any combats with Jagex? Wait, let me check my document that tells me what I'm allowed to talk about. I feel like that's an answer. I can say that I play tested it, but I cannot give any impressions or thoughts or specifics. Yeah, but what if I just broke the NDA? Why don't we just break the NDA? Here we go! Yeah, no. But, you know, I did look at the combat stuff. Yeah. That's more restricting than WODS. It's not. It's the same NDA. We all signed the same NDA. But yeah. Anyway, thoughts on new API? Excited. It's going to be great. Cope harder? Wait, what am I coping about? Who can't read Wazzy Ryan? I read it directly off the document. I definitely read the only one there is. How do you switch that version of the modern UI? I just changed it. So this is just the modern UI. And then there's a setting to make the chat the old one and make the map the circle one. But yeah, no. I think realistically, like, I think for... like, we can say what content we play tested. But specifics beyond that, like, it's just kind of bad form, right? I don't want to give you guys any spoilers for anything. I don't want you guys to... But obviously, like, I am very familiar with where the line is. I've done this a lot. I've been doing this for years. My tabs look like the UI from yesterday. Yeah, so you can change that by... It's in your chat settings. And then you go chat style. There's modern, ew, and there's classic, based. You can do either smile or sulk. Will you tell us what you playtested? So what we playtested is we did a lot of combat stuff. And we did a little bit of Havenhe stuff too. Except that a lot of the Havenhe stuff, I was in a meeting, so I missed like most of it. So I feel like when Havenhe comes out, I'm gonna be like fresh. You know? I wish API could be before leagues. Yeah, me too. It'd be really nice. Did old school play test anything? Yeah, they played it. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna tell you. I can't tell you that. I'm gonna get banned. I don't want to get banned. I mean, this would be a good year to make a new main, but still, I think I'm good. Do I think there's gonna be a quest helper? I think there has to be quest helper. I think there would be limited point in doing going through all the trouble to do API and not having a quest helper. That's kind of the, I feel like that's kind of the whole point. Would I make a new main? Sure would. You know what I have realized, and this is something that I think a lot of people can feel like, or maybe do feel like. A lot of the XP related accomplishments of my main account that has like almost 4 billion XP, they feel kind of meaningless. How did I get 120 rune crafting? I didn't craft a single rune, I'll tell you that much. You know what I mean? And for half of my skills, I'm 120 divvy. I don't remember doing a huge divination grind that it should have been to get 120. And I feel like when I get this account to Master Max Cape, I feel like once that happens, I'm going to feel like it wasn't super meaningful because half of it didn't mean anything. So there's a genuine world where I want to make a new main and re-experience it again. Run it back and run it real. I'm an iron with all 120s, and even that account has been affected because of dailies. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm going to make a fresh account. I'm going to make a new main at some point. As I'm wearing Silverhawks. Yeah, but that's in the game right now. I'm not going to do it right now. When and where did they confirm there's going to be an API? They confirmed it on the roadmap picture. They confirmed it in the news post. They confirmed it on the stream. They confirmed it on Twitter. They confirmed it on Facebook. They confirmed it on Reddit. And they confirmed it on the Discord. So there are like a couple spots. Elliot's like, I still don't believe it. Need more sources? Source? That's all speculation. So what you're saying is it's just rampant speculation. I'm not doing anything till Quest Helper. See, that's sort of what I'm thinking too, is I'd want to make a new main after Quest Helper. When would I make a new main? Right after Leagues, I think might be the perfect time. That's sort of what I was thinking. Do you know anything about hybriding? Nope, I've never hybrided in my life. I know nothing of it. But yeah, no, how do I prevent plugin API not being used for bots like an old school? So I don't think RS3 is ever going to allow playing on a non-native client. And because of that, I think they're going to have I would assume there's going to be a rigorous vetting system for which plugins are allowed and what they do. So I'm not expecting the Wild West quite as much as old school is. That'd be my guess. But I could be completely wrong. Tile markers would be good. Have I seen the cooking range in Catherby? Oh no, is it bad? Wait, what's wrong with the Catherby range? Right in here. Uh-oh. What? But what the hell happened? Bro, Ramen, I know you were pissed that they made you unimpale the freaking barrel by the Champions Guild, but you didn't need to take it out on the Gatherby range, bro. Bro, Mod Ramen, you gotta chill. Bro was playing around with the construction update. He wasn't kidding. He said, I want to put a range in my house. In my bedroom. Yeah, now you gotta arrange a table, a bedroom, a burnt... Like, brother, why would you put a sink next to the bed? This is the worst laid out home ever. I'm not visiting your house. Vault over it? I can't. Oh my god, dude, the new UI looks so good, though, for this stuff. Holy, looks good. That's really funny. Bro, you actually destroyed my Catherby locked Iron Man. Pathetic. This is a $3,500 a month studio apartment in New York. Real. But it's shared 2 ways. That's the bunk bed, right? Go to the Lumbridge chicken pen. Oh no, is there another one? Oh no, surely not. Wait, this chicken pen or the other one? Don't open the gate? Wait, why not? Okay. This, okay, that one feels okay. Let's go this way. Let's check out this one. Okay. Okay. It seems okay. I think we're all right. Chat, I think we're good. I am a little worried, though, about this water barrel. It's very close to a fence. Does getting rid of overrides get rid of other people's surge trails? Yeah, it should, because it should be all their animations, too. Wizard is my new favorite emote. It's a good one, yeah. Yeah, no. Cosmetic toggle is really nice. Wait, did you see the Havenhe trailer? Wait, is there a Havenhe trailer? Wait, when did that come out? Did it come out while I was away? Leave the gate closed and click inside. Oh, do I path right through the gate? Let me check. I didn't know there was a Havenhe trailer. Oh, the bit they showed on today's video. Yeah, I saw that. We watched the video. We started the stream by watching RuneScape Ahead. Yo! Me legs! I mean, it's kind of not... Okay, maybe it's not great. Maybe I'm just using the wall hack plugin. Wait, does that mean the fences that are only one you can walk through? Or is it just that one? Okay, not that one. Any of these ones? Okay, no. No. We're just hitting a little... Someone said he's so short, he just walked right under. That's crazy, by the way. Crazy. Very disrespectful. Yeah, are there more? Is it just that one? It seems like it's just that one. Okay, I think it's just that one. Okay. You did the same thing when you took from Barb to Varrock? Here, I'm gonna be a good Samaritan. Never played RS, but somehow saw the robot video. Removing MTX is so good. Does the community reckon this is a good time to try the game for someone who's never played? So, it is a decent time to try the game for someone who's never played. Is it, like, the perfect time? Like, realistically, the game is going to get better and better over the course of the next few months. So, you could make an account now, but the longer you wait a little bit for the next, like, 6 months, the better the game is going to be. So, you could start now if you're keen to. You could also start in a few months. Raise the flag on the top of the Lumbridge Castle for a surprise. Okay. Let's do it. Yeah, I think right after Leagues will be good, because they're going to make sure the game is in a good state for Leagues. Okay. Surely nothing bad is going to happen. Aww. That's really funny. Yeah, no. I also think this too, right? They're selling cosmetics, but they're also giving everybody a cosmetic toggle for free. And that's like, it's kind of nice because you can impact the way that you look, but I'm not impacting what other people see. Yeah, that's really sick. So like, look at this. I can literally just, bro, this guy's got a pumpkin on his head. This guy does too. Full third age pumpkin on his head. And I can just, I can just go, bang. Oh my god, now they're the Fury Shark outfit! Dude, I think it is really funny seeing somebody like giga flexing in their purple outfit and their party hat, and I can just turn off their party hat. I think people are legitimately gonna start pulling stuff out of their keepsake box just to wear it. Like, I don't think, like, if you go to my keepsake box, right? Like, I think, bro, why do Raksha boots look so bad, bro? I think instead of, like, having this cape as an override, I kind of feel like people might just start wearing stuff. That'd be kind of cool. Like, you just throw on your Lang Swords, or you throw on your whatever, and that's just what you have on when you're bank standing. Have you talked about Jot being removed? I didn't talk about it specifically, but good riddance. I think most high-level people will not turn off cosmetics, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, we'll see. I don't like cosmetic toggles or removes a form of expression. Well, you can look however you want, right? It's a way to allow other people... Like, here's the thing, right? If you want a world full of people running around in cosmetics and expressing themselves, you should be able to see that. Likewise, for immersive reasons, for grounded in the world reasons, I also think it's really valid that some people just want to see the gear people have on. Like, legitimately, just the gear they actually have on. I think it's a perfect medium point. I think people who use cosmetics as a form of, I need you to stare at me, is like, you know, I know you've done it for a long time, but I'm not going to be furious that that's not a thing anymore. Appreciate your willingness to play along with the short jokes for the effort you put in the community and your content. Oh, thanks, Puff Jiggle. I appreciate it. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to keep cosmetics off for a long time. But I do think people are going to start just wearing the gear they want, right? Like, you can still throw on a really nice outfit that looks really good when you're bank standing or whatnot, but... yeah, I'm cool with it. It's not like you just stare at me, it's more about, hey, I want to look like this. But you can still look like that to you. Like, right now, I'm wearing a Slayer cape, but the people looking at me don't see a Slayer cape. And I think I'm okay with that. Like, Fashionscape exists, with or without cosmetic overrides. You could just wear stuff. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, obviously it's going to be a lot of people running around in necromancy gear, and that's going to be very, like, hooah. But, you know, I think conceptually, I'm very on board. Move some skilling outfits? Yeah. Some of the skilling outfits don't look grounded at all, and I'd love to see some of them getting changed, but we'll see. What do you say about a separate toggle for keepsake items? I don't mind. Like, I think the more customizability they can give, the better. When's the new main happening? I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. But yeah, what a roadmap. All right, chat. Well, I think we've covered everything that we wanted to cover. I think this was a really fun day. I would say this is the most fun roadmap reveal we've ever had. I definitely want to make a new main. I'm definitely really excited about the future of RuneScape. I think the roadmap is exactly what RuneScape needs. So, and I've never said that before in my life. But with that said, I do think I'm going to call it here for today's stream, because not only am I very jet lagged, but also I have so much to do. I need to get a YouTube video out. We've got to work on the rebrand. There's so much exciting stuff happening. So I do think, yes, Demo, hello. What do you need, Demo? I'm waiting. He said, wait. When are you going to make a new main? Probably later in the year, maybe after leagues. Your Avatar Refresh channel point reward. Yep, I disabled it. And I refunded all of the points. It was like 40 million points. But yeah, with that said, I'm going to call for today's stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It genuinely means the world. The support's been insane. What an awesome first stream back after a trip. And I'll be live again tomorrow and most other days moving forward. Don't have a lot of travel planned the next little bit. So we're going to be on. We're going to be grinding. Obviously, we're going to wrap up the rebuild and finish it off. And then after that, it might just be time for something new. With that said, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. Have an awesome rest of your day. I'm going to get something to drink because my voice is not used to streaming after not streaming for a week. Get something to eat as well. And then it's going to be time to get to work on what's next. I am so excited. I literally can't wait. With that said, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. And let's find somebody to raid over to, of course, because we have to. That is the thing we got to do. Let's see who's live. Let's see who's streaming RuneScape. Let's see who's doing what. A lot of... Ugh! I lost the raid browser. There we go. There we go. There we go. I got the raid browser back. Oh, dude. You know who would be an awesome we're so back person to raid? Freaking Justice. Justice would be a perfect person to raid. If you guys don't know, Justice was one of the GOATs of the early EOC content creation space. And he's back, just like that. All it took was one goated roadmap. Hope you guys enjoyed Justice's stream. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one, everyone. Awkward silence for a brief moment. But yeah, thanks, everyone. Really, really appreciate the support. Means the world.
First time I've looked forward to playing